to flatten hierarchies and metrics to support such decision making, as I was mentioning. And we also mention about technology, digital. Immediately what comes to mind is technology, but kindly decouple the legacy systems that you have and build new networks. Digital is about, unlocking growth. With this, I think I won't take much time, as we are all looking forward to the deliberations from our distinguished panelists from India and abroad. I would also once again like to welcome all of our esteemed guests at the conclave here, and especially our foreign delegates who have traveled in these difficult times also from other countries, all the way to be with us at this forum here today. Thank you.
Now we go live with Mr. Edi Tuhiman, CEO Generali Indonesia. Mr. Uttam, our IT team, please make him live.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, I wish I will be with you. I think will be great to be part of you. But I'm so sorry, the schedule is so tight, so I have to be doing it over the online. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you also for the ICC to invite me. This is the second time. Let me share with you what there has been. Basically, are the disruptions happening in Indonesia, and how this is. Just a minute. Okay, here we are. So basically, the topic of today is improve customer experience and driving sustainable growth in the double disruption area in my country, Indonesia. So that the topic of discussion today. So what happened is, you look at so why we say a double disruption? Whether I look at the Mr. Sen mentioned about digital and this digital disruption technology drive that happening, I think it's not only because of their technology and digital. It is you look at what happened with pandemic. That is changing a lot of things happening. We in Indonesia, in generally, we have been working from home for more than 2 years. That which is almost impossible to even to think about it in the past. Thanks to digital. Digital make it happen, we able to serve the customer. Can you imagine we have to be serve the customer from even the phone call, all these things we have to serve, because what happened if the customer get the hospital, all these things, how we able to serve them. Now digital are really changing not only the way the process, but the customer behavior, changing of the lifestyle, of the way we're doing business. Those two things are really heavy. You will see that why I said the pandemic are really COVID-19 give a big impact. And you see, look at that. In terms of industrial medical claim, last year, it increased by 29%. That is not small. Look at that things. Yeah, the death claim, even worse, is at 68%. That really jumps up. So a lot of this is happening only for my experience for 20 years. It's the first time the reinsurance company get negative impact. So they premium they receive less than what the claim they pay. But you look at the premium side. Yes, the COVID is happening for 2 years. The first year, the premiums are dropping. The second year after that happening, people are picking up. But when you look, the numbers seem to be increased. New business increased by 12%. But when you look at the deals on the portfolio, it is happening because of single premium, the upper segment. They don't know how to spend the money. Usually could be they are buying Hermes, Louis Vuitton, all these things. Suddenly they said they have extra capacity, they have extra cash. So they bought a lot of single premium. But when you look at the middle side and lower side, the premium will drop actually. So changing of behavior, the segmentation are happening. The claim are really crazy to us. So that is a lot of challenging for us to manage this thing. So whether we like it or not, that pandemic are really big impact to our industry. Okay, so what is the big difference also? You look at the, because we have to do physical distancing, a lot of people have to work from home. So the virtual and digital customer have to do activities from home. So the way they are, last year and the last 2 years, are people afraid to go to hospital because hospital people get infected by all this COVID. So one of them we see before pandemic and after pandemic, the using of telemedicine is jumps up. Just one example, 600%. That is something really amazing. It's never thought before. You know, it's not only the COVID actually when they're happening. All the influenza, dengue, the increasing of it, we can see that. So the claim is jumps up, but the first year the claim a bit lower because people are afraid of hospital. But the second year they cannot stand anymore. So chronic pain increase. Why? People lack of exercise. You're working at home, you're sitting down, could be only order the food or whatever through the your mobile, and food is coming. Activity is there, and the eyes, because of now we have to look at the monitor very close. Now it's only could be a half meters. So that is a gut, and we have a lot of seeing gadget, all these things. That also look at the claim on the eyesight also increasing. So changing of the behavior, changing of the claim pattern on the way people claims happening. That is really driving force for us to change it. And when we do a customer survey, what the customer pain point, what they worry about, we look at that from protection side. The customer say, how can I reach my agent, get health protection for me and for my family? The risk is getting higher. I need to increase my coverage. Now, since I cannot see the customer, I cannot see the insurance company, I cannot see my agent, how could I pay my premium and still get the coverage? And if something happened to me, what needs to be done for I able to claim digitally? Is it possible? I look at my status, my claim. I need to get the insurance advice from my insurance company. From investment point of view, because we do a lot of selling of unit, what happened in my investment? The market is dropping. What should I do? What is the right strategy? Should I cut loss, top up, or what is the asset allocation? I already have right mix? In terms of health, can I improve my health position? What needed to be done? If something happened to me, what happened if I need a medical consultation? How can I buy a medicine without go to the pharmacy or hospital? So this kind of pinpoint that our customers have a big concern. So we have to be solving the pain of the customer. How are we able to do it? I can say innovation is our DNA, whether we like it or not. Because this company, I built it from 2008. So from basically from nothing, from blank paper until today, we are already in some segment. We are the top 2 in the employee benefit. We are a top 4 an agency. So overall, we are number 6 in the country. So this is what we are believe, innovation, our DNA, in order for us to grow in the future. And now innovation is the key for us. So how we are implemented? We believe on the high tech and high touch. So it's not only about the high technology, but the touch are important. So we divide that in terms of high touch. We're talking about personal solution, needed advisory. High tech, we are thinking about all the automation, robotic, AI, all these things. And we divide it by pre-sales, sales, and after sales. So we look at the process. So every single step of this one, we have a solution. We do like a customer survey, a product proposition, what the training over the internet, all these things. So we look at every step and that, and then what the right solution. In the past, say policies, we do a lot of documentation selling, but documentation on the policy. But now we're able to do e-policies. The customer, our agent, able to sell cross countries. By the way, if my friends here from India were not familiar with Indonesia, we have a 17,000 island. We have a 3 time zone. So if you fly from west to the east, it could be 8 hours, 10 hours. So that's why technology for us now, our agent able to sell from one end to the other end through digitally. That the solution we provide. And similarly, when the after sales, the claim are able to be how the customer claim are digitally, and they need to be no cash, the cashless again. They able to go to hospital without the cash, bearing the card, or even the virtual, they can claim. And how we able to serve them. Managing the portfolio on your link through robot or even the telemedicine. So this kind of thing, we even give them a DNA test because we find out the health is really important. In the past, people thinking of, do the diet via your type of blood, but now it's a different. Every human being have a different DNA. The diet process are different. What the behavior, all these things, we provide that for our customer to see. So that is the kind of thing that we do, pre-sales, sales, and after sales. Just give you our example how we're doing it. Gigs, when we say the customer need the transaction, how they're able to do transaction, we provide them with solution. With the wellness program, with the telemedicine. So when the telemedicine is happening, it's not only for the customer, the whole family in the one house, they can use that, and we provide them for free. So they can call the doctor, and after they call the doctor, they are able to send the medicine to their home. It can be done. The claim, the transaction, they even pay the premium through the credit card, through the mobile application that we have. And policy services, this is all things one in their hand. So they no need to see us physically. If they need to go us physically, even when they call us, actually our customer service serve them through their own home. We have a technology to bring that happening. So we have to be apologetic to customers. Sometimes when we serve the client, it might be the son, the daughter will be crying, but we say, I'm so sorry. That's what happened. We have to serve you from home because of you are important. You are number one. You are a lifetime partner. So this is a solution we provide. One of some. The second thing we mentioned about Dr. Leo, we call it Dr. Leo, the branding Dr. Leo, they are able to be served by even from the consultation until the pharmacy delivered it to your home. So it's an end-to-end solution. We bring it to the customer. Okay. And the income investment unit link, because we're selling a lot of unit link here in my country, we figured it out actually what happened with the market as a drop. We find out 3 problems that a customer are facing. In terms of the knowledge of investment, people are lack of the knowledge. Even though you have the knowledge, do you have time to monitor your portfolio? Market is moving so fast. Either during the crisis or during normal, it's just moving down. You look at the war in Ukraine's impact to us, or anything that the customer doesn't have time to monitor portfolio. If you do have the time monitor portfolio, the third problem, do you have a strong discipline to adjust your investment strategy? So we see that 3 possibility or 3 pinpoint the customer facing. So how we are able to solve them through a robot? Why we see the robot? Because we look at the investment just like driving a car. When market are bullish, bearish, you have to be adjust accordingly. It's just like driving. You're driving a car, you have to monitor your portfolio, make sure that traffic, route train, all these things, and adjust accordingly to your strategy and what needs to be done. So that's the way our robot is doing. So how we look at that, at other unit lane, you might drive your car by yourself. You know, with our robot, you be relaxed at the back, let the robot drive it for you. Then, you know, my friend here, we say, okay, good. So what is the result then? Thank you to our robot. 93% our customer who have the robot, they're able to beat the index. And some of them, 80% of them, even get the 29% above the index. So this is the beauty because of, you know, the robot, they have a time, they have a knowledge modeling that we put in, and they have discipline. So this is the kind of things that we do, and we are so proud of the things that we give to the customer, and our customer is really happy with the result. And what next? The thing is, I say, okay, that innovation we do. What next? I think this is something that all the homework that we have to think because of customer changing, you know. But whatever we do, we believe the market are changing. We look at the Indonesia now. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel. The COVID are become a dropping. Now it used to be in the peak, 50,000 per day, but now it's less than 1,000. So we believe this is a good time for us. Put more or time for us to really grow fast with the innovation that we bring in. We understand that the customer are changing of behavior, but we have to push our growth. That is a timing for us. And whatever we do, we look at the customer as lifetime partner to our customer and our agent. So we are going to do it with high touch and high tech. We do believe high tech alone will not be, because of insurance is a lot of emotion. Until today, we even have a platform on selling insurance, but still the touch of the agent, the touch of human, the touch of customer, our customer service or our people are really important to be able to make us different in the competition. Thank you. I wish I able to be with you, but I think hopefully next year we're able to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now may I request Mr. Vineet Maheshwari, Chief Strategy Officer, PNB MetLife.
How do I play this? So while we figure out the logistics, morning everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and a privilege to share the dice with distinguished guests here. Let me just take a few minutes to introduce the company and myself. I represent PNB MetLife. We are a life insurance company in India. Our promoters, PNB is the second largest bank in terms of bank reach, 125-year-old bank, and MetLife is a 150-year-old global insurance company. You know, in terms of our scale, we are around $1 billion, touching $1 billion, US billion dollars on GWP, around $5 billion on AUM, 20,000 employees, a multi-channel organization, and our motto is to drive responsible growth for our shareholders and for our customers. About myself, I'm basically a finance person into a strategy role for the last 3 years now. I'm a chartered accountant and have about 20 years of experience in insurance, working in India and outside India as well, in the Middle East, Africa markets, and I have some exposure to, in fact, markets of Indonesia as well. I think the topic today that I've been given is around customer centricity, it's around innovation and digitalization, and that's the theme for the forum here. Before I come to customer centricity, why don't I play a video and then I'll tell you why I played that video.
सुनो
हाँ
जरा ब्रेड ले आना
अभी नहीं रोइंग प्रैक्टिस रिटायरमेंट के बाद
हम शिमला जा रहे हैं
Switzerland.
Switzerland.
बड़े सपनों को सच करने के लिए चाहिए सही प्लान्स। इसलिए मैं चुनती हूँ पीएनबी मेटलाइफ के रिटायरमेंट सॉल्यूशंस, जो देते हैं लमसम और मंथली इनकम के ऑप्शंस। तो आप भी मेरी तरह कीजिए बड़े सपनों की तैयारी।
Sorry, I think the video didn't play properly. But I'll tell you why I played the video, other than the fact that my marketing team told me to absolutely insist on playing this before I make any comments. I think this is about the customer, how we position insurance today. And I'll tell you just this one experience yesterday I had in the flight as well. There was a lady sitting next to me. We happened to have a conversation. And I told her that I work for insurance. And I used that opportunity to ask her what comes to her mind when she thinks about insurance. And the first words that came out of her mouth was, I hope I never need it. And this was someone who is well educated, in the corporate world. What I'm trying to say is, I think even today, not just in the far wide in rural areas or in certain demographics, I think the perception of insurance is very different from what it should be. Like I think Chaudhary sir said yesterday, it's not about death, it's about financial security. It's about, thinking big, dreaming big, securing a financial future, which is what we at PNB MetLife do, right? This is how we position our brand, to say that we partner with you at, in the circle of life at various stages. And that's very important when we look at customer centricity. I'll just quickly move on to a slide which I thought that, let me talk about what are we doing in reality in our company. And that hopefully puts into perspective of what's really happening on the ground. So I think a lot of good things were spoken to in terms of the concepts. Atanu sir spoke about design thinking, agility, the need for innovation. And Mr. Thurin, I was surprised to see he had a similar sort of a slide which looked at a view of pre-sales, sales, and after-sales. So I think most companies are looking at it in a similar way. This is about what's really happening on the ground. So let me give you a flavor around what's happening at PNB MetLife. What have we been doing at last 18 months in terms of digitization and digital? Now it's a busy slide. I probably won't pick up all the elements here. But if you look at it from a customer touch point and from a distributor included, the first one is around co-browsing solutions. And these are initiatives that we've already implemented. So this is not something that we're going to do. This is already running up and running. I am refrained from speaking about our future plans, but I can certainly share what we've done. Now, co-browsing solution in simple terms is more advanced than what you do over a WhatsApp call or a Zoom call, right? It's a secure environment where you can do everything that you do physically. So you can have meetings, you can share documents, you can fill up the form together. And this is something which has really helped us during the pandemic, and I'm sure it will serve us in good time, where we don't really have to waste the customer's time by visiting them physically. Pre-video verification is now a reality in the Indian industry, where this is to promote the right selling, the need-based selling, where the customer really confirms on a video that he's really understood the products, and this is the terms and conditions of the product. Till some time back, I think a few years back, the way we used to generate quotes was manual. I think then we moved to some online versions. Now the instant quote is about, you're traveling in a metro, you don't have internet connectivity, but you can, generate instant quote. Play around with the premiums and give those, that facility is there to give to the customer. We have the government of India promoting through the UADI, the Aadhaar eKYC ecosystem, where we are one of the companies which have integrated a full-fledged online integration with Aadhaar, where you plug in the Aadhaar social security number and you get the entire information of the customer pre-populated, and which saves a lot of time at, from the customer end and at the distribution end. Digital onboarding is now true even for a public sector bank like PNB. We are almost at 100% digital onboarding, which means all our customers are almost paperless, in a paperless environment. We have 10 days back implemented something what we call as a front-end underwriting system. This will pave the way for experience-based underwriting. It will make the life easy for the customer at the front end to ask the relevant questions right at the point of sale, and therefore take those calls of not inconveniencing them at the underwriting stage. So it will free up underwriting bandwidth. These kind of initiatives are so important because in today's ecosystem, when you partner with new partners and you have various partners, non-conventional partners trying to tie up with insurance companies, this is so important because you can have a modular, configurable, underwriting rules for partners. You can get onboard them quickly and do a lot of things. The super app is something I'll show you a video. We're really excited to showcase that. This is about how are we enabling the distributor on the ground, how are we making it easy for them to really promote and sell insurance. And several other initiatives, right? The 360-degree view of the customer is something we recently implemented. On the analytical tools, I will talk about propensity models and the importance of it. I basically manage data and analytics as well. But some companies, I think, for example, I think HDFC Life has been a pioneer in this. They moved to the ClickSense journey quite early on, but for some of us, we are also catching up. This is about moving away from the static way of looking at things using data, but moving to more a dynamic environment. And the bots, the self-servicing apps are now a reality for most companies in India. We have something called as Khushi, which is artificial intelligence-driven bot, which interacts with the customer and, at the servicing stage, can do almost anything that you would do over a phone call. I'd like to talk about an initiative which we call as touchless hiring. Now, I think we are the only ones to have done this, and another company is trying to do this. It's something what we call as touchless hiring. And, in insurance, I think the attrition rates are a concern. And for a company of our size, we would have hired around 7,000 odd frontline employees in a year with a HR team of, let's say, 20 plus 20, 40 people supporting this. So this initiative is about, there is a complete automation in the way we hire people. So which means that we have certain critical to quality rules built in. If the candidates don't cross that algorithm, they are not selected. It follows through with a psychometric test and a video camera based interview where, certain questions are asked and basis the body language and the response rate and the quality of the questions, the tool is able to give a scoring to the candidates and therefore reduce a lot of time, and the human discretion to filter out candidates. That's obviously followed by a manual interview. But I think we are seeing some good results here, and we've seen that the productivity levels and the attrition rates for people who've been hired through this tool is definitely different from what we do normally. We're using advanced analytics algorithms to basically tell what training does a person need at what stage. So those nudges are there in our environment, and therefore the training is not only digital in content, but it is also personalized. So this is something we've done at our company. An activity management system goes well beyond geotagging, and this is about if there is a grievance from a customer, it gets highlighted into the system, and it can be tackled at the very place. And a lot of other initiatives. When we talk about customer centricity and digitization, I think what we've also looked at is all our corporate functions, from compliance to finance to legal. And I think there are so many technology solutions available in the market today, which really makes the life easy for internal, customers as well. So we have automated quite a few, and there are plans to automate more. This is the super app that I was talking about, and I think I'll let a video do the talking, which gives you a flavor of what this app is about. But I think our agency team is quite excited with it, and we will be expanding it to our other channels. This is a one-stop solution, in your palm of your hands through a mobile, where, from real-time MIS to incentives to all his needs are there in one particular app, and it's all mobile-based, Android and iOS. And this is something which our distributors are finding very useful to manage their day-to-day, affairs. Can you play the second video, please?
Ria. She is an advisor with PNB MetLife. With so many tasks to do every day, she's got a trusted partner with Smart Friend, a unified app which enables her in every step of her professional journey. So, let's see how a typical day in the life of Ria looks like. She starts her day by logging into Smart Friend to check her day's appointments, keep records, and track the daily, weekly, and monthly activities. She meets her customers by conducting sessions remotely via a co-browsing application. Here, she can share her screen in real time, do live or video chat, and take the potential buyers through different product materials. Ria generates and sends quotes for PNB MetLife products to her customers. She can also calculate the premium amount instantly using this app. Ria logs into the applications of the interested customers digitally to onboard them. She undergoes training and learns about products, process, or even gets material for sales. She learns through coaching sessions and videos. She can also take the assessments and surveys to check effectiveness. She provides service to her customers and resolves customer requests and queries. After all that hard work, all Ria needs to do is have good earnings. She checks her compensation, qualifications, and other business performance details. It all started when her manager hired and onboarded her digitally through an app. This app helps managers recruit suitable agents anytime, anywhere. And now, with Smart Friend, Ria can complete all her tasks digitally with ease.
I'll move on to a few other initiatives. I think when we talk about innovation, we talk about digitization. I think it's important to understand that, like Atanu sir said, and we do understand that in our company, is that this is a mind shift change. This is really a cultural change. So it's much more than that. And I think consciously as a company, what we're trying to do is we're trying to promote experimentation as a part of our culture. What that really means is we do understand that experimentation would mean that you would fail a lot, and it's okay to fail. So that's the kind of messaging we have. To give you a simple example, I think what we've done is we have a platform in the company which allows 20,000 of our employees, almost 20,000 employees, to submit their ideas, to submit their suggestions, whether it is process simplification, competition best practices. They're able to submit that, assign it to a function, and then of course at the back end those functions can be changed. And there is a cross-functional team which is sitting behind, which is looking at those ideas, picking them up and executing it in real time as we speak. There are awards, there are incentives linked to this, and I think we've just started to pick up that. It just drives that whole mindset change around it. So I think we're paying a lot of attention to that. How do we do that? Another thing, culturally, I think what we've started doing is we do understand the importance of collaborating with the insurtech and fintech companies. And I think almost everyone does that, but we've started doing that structurally. We have something what we call as a pitch day. We invite relevant shortlisted ideas to be presented to a wide range of stakeholders who can all sit there, question, understand this, and get excited about this. And I think we've just started this, but the results are really nice. And there are so many companies and there are so many ideas in the market there today that it's just, you know, if I have to name a few, like for example, I think in the previous session we were talking about the need for, medical test. How do we do medical tests without visiting the medical centers? Now telemedicine and video medicine is one part of it. But there are companies outside India and now in India who are offering solutions which in some sense replaces the need to do a medical test, which is by way of a retina scan or a fingerprint scan, are giving it the blood pressure, the blood sugar, the oxygen levels, and several other parameters through a system. It's a different story that the reinsurer acceptability is still not there in the market, not only in India but globally. There's a lot of skepticism around it, but it's just a matter of time when it will pick up. So at least for the portions of business where we retain the risk, you know, we're looking at seeing if we can experiment a little bit with this, and you know, that's a differentiating factor. Just to give you an example. And so a lot of these ideas, a lot of these companies have ready-made solutions. I think what we've realized is we can't do everything on our own, and therefore it's very important to collaborate and partner with these startups and these really different energy level organizations. And when you deal with these energy level organizations, they expect a different type of engagement. The bureaucracy has to be cut down, the vendor empanelment, the procurement processes have to be simplified. We have to change the way we deal with these people, otherwise they're just not interested in working with us. And so that's something we understand, we're trying to change. The IIDS sandbox opportunity is something that I want to just mention. I think it's there in the public domain, but we were one of the few companies that got the approval in the life space to experiment with value-added services. So some of our customers did benefit from an unlimited COVID helpline, a mental health consultations, and several other health initiatives that we were able to offer them within the sandbox opportunity. We will also tomorrow is day after tomorrow, we will be formally launching, we will be the first life insurance company to launch a fixed benefit outpatient plan. So we realize that I think the dental health insurance is something which is under-tapped in India, and despite being a life company, we've been allowed to experiment with this, and we will be experimenting with this. So I think the regulatory environment is, in India is getting more supportive. They are more open to more ideas, and there are a lot of best practices that we can pick up from other countries like Korea, especially around the health segment. And MetLife globally, I think, is promoting Health 360. I think Prudential has been a leader in this. So there's a lot of action happening and a lot of action expected to happen there in that area. We're trying something what we call as combo solutions. It's like the customer sees one policy, but it's two policies behind. So you don't really go through the pain of changing a whole lot of backend systems, but for the customer, it's one solution. So moving from products to solutions. And if I've come to advanced analytics and artificial intelligence, I think the sky is the limit. A great shortage of talent right now, but this is one area which is like really, really making a difference. At each stage of the customer policy life cycle, the use of these data scientists to look at our data and build these propensity models, which to begin with can be simple machine learning models, but then go on to auto machine learning models and then artificial intelligence models. It's really helping us, especially around mortality management, around fraud management at the time of inception and later. We have models which sort of predict who will pay and who will not pay. So what it does is it optimizes the call center efficiency accordingly. So you can focus where you think that there is a problem. And a whole lot of cross-sell activities and areas around that. Artificial intelligence, I think we're still learning. But to give you a simple example, it's like how do we convert our learnings from our investigation reports, which are normally in physical copies, how do we convert the unstructured data into structured data and get that data back flowing into the models? So simple use cases, but powerful implications. We've seen instances of frauds where the photograph on the proposal form and the photograph on the medical test report is exactly the same, maybe zoom in, zoom out. Now when you do it in post facto, it's quite evident, but can you use artificial intelligence technology to spot that at the very moment the medical test report comes in? So you prevent that risk from coming into the company. So this is also a lot about risk management. And lastly, I think the customer looks at insurance companies mainly at two important stages when he interacts. One is how smooth is the onboarding experience, and secondly, how do you live up to your purpose when you pay the claims? And so therefore, while the claim settlement ratio is one parameter, how do we reduce the claims turnaround time? So we just recently launched something called as a 3-hour claim promise for certain thresholds in certain type of cases. I think we would like to fulfill our commitment within 3 hours, for example. So just a few initiatives here around how we are changing things, digitizing, automating, and helping drive better results for our customers, our employees, and our shareholders. I think that's all I had for today, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Joydeep Kumar Rai, Partner, PwC, India FS Advisory Leader and Global Health Insurance Practice Leader, to deliver his thoughts on future of health insurance.
Good morning. Good morning to our esteemed panelists and Mr. Raj Chaudhary, Mr. Sen, who have been our guides in the industry for a very long time. Can we have the... So while the technology comes on, it's always a pleasure to be with ICC, all the ICC events. I think we've been there for all these events and awards. So therefore, it is always important that we are, that we participate, as well as try to make sure that all of you are really treated to a glimpse of what we see across the world. Not only across the world, but today India is also a microcosm of the world, and you can see at various points of time that in parts of India we see different developments in health insurance, in insurance, in overall, as well as in insurtechs, which are sort of mirroring the world. So there are aspects like the below the poverty line, how to treat the people like who cannot afford insurance, which India has led the way. There are aspects like looking at the missing middle of people who are always excluded. So therefore, while I am going to present to you a glimpse of our global vision on future of health insurance, I'm also going to touch upon what's happening, what's the, you can say the entire effort in India is going on, which we call Committed India, a committed India towards health and well-being of people. So with that, let me make some quick observations. Slides are busy as always, so I don't expect you to read them, but to listen to what I'm saying. So that's why the slides are deliberately kept busy. The whole idea is that the pandemic definitely created a revolution. Insurance was something which was not talked about earlier. But in health insurance, especially health insurance, because health insurance is something that was always relegated behind life insurance, behind motor insurance, behind fire and property and marine. And one of the reasons, except for a couple of countries like US and Japan, but otherwise all other countries which depend on private health insurance, health insurance was always behind. It was always lagging due to lack of attention, due to lack of developments and things which were happening on the periphery. So what we see across the world, well, we see an emergence of virtual health. Now, you heard of telemedicine from Vineet, but otherwise, telehealth and all other virtual health through an app, health advice, health assistance, emergency assistance, all these have been accelerated across the world. Earlier, we used to see such things happening in Africa, a lot of utilization of mobile phone and mobile network to communicate and give advice, but now this is all over the world. Clinical trials are changing, and the way they're changing is that they're becoming multinodal. Clinical trials becoming multinodal is something which is sometimes difficult to understand if you have not been following it for the last 50 years, which the pharmaceutical industry will vouch for. Is that clinical trials, because of insurers' ability to manage and monitor, used to be concentrated in certain areas, and therefore they used to take long. Then they had to be made over and over again. Now they can be made simultaneously across geography due to technology. The clinician experience, the whole, finally health insurance is, for the health insurance company, it's just a pair relationship, but for the customer, it is also the health care experience which is going to drive the way. That's changing dramatically. To the point that having the whole entire medical history at the fingertips to even understanding what medication will the patient be allergenic to, and all these issues are coming into the fingertips, and I'm going to mention that at the end, how, to what level of or extent it is going. Well, healthcare has been an important area of forecasting for the entire GDP and industries. So that has also never happened before. So the pandemic has catalyzed this, or brought healthcare up to a level where healthcare becomes an important factor for industries to look at. So poor healthcare infrastructure would mean that the outlook for a continued and interruption-less industrial activity would be suspect. The health portfolios, well, they have completely changed. If you see, there's a report published from PwC's Health Research Institute, which expects much higher levels of investments for those areas which have been exposed during the pandemic as being deficient in healthcare. And finally, the supply chain for health, again changing dramatically. So all of these are important factors, not only for the economy or for insurers, but for all industries. I'm sure all of you are dabbling in some ways in health and digital and many aspects, and many experimentations are going on. For the last 2 years, we have done a research at PwC's Health Research Institute. And we are seeing certain big trends, which is about how it is moving from claim intimation to claim anticipation. How well can you anticipate claims? Well, having a claim intimation process done smoothly or swiftly is not going to be enough. Can you anticipate the claims? Can you anticipate where and whom and for what? The entire shift is from treatment to prevention. Otherwise, the costs are going to go through the roof. Healthcare costs are already galloping, and they're moving at almost every economy. The healthcare inflation is more than the overall inflation, and therefore just treating is not going to be enough. It is going to be unaffordable. Discussion on health insurance and illness used to be taboo. That is becoming a high engagement discussion. Everybody is willing to talk about their health now. They're willing to seek help, and they're willing to seek assistance. This is something new. Suppression of health condition is becoming lesser and lesser as people are figuring out how dangerous that can be. From generic solutions of health insurance or care becoming extremely hyper-personalized, and up to the level of even the pharmacogenetic level is becoming the new norm. And from being insular, and you've already heard me, Vineet talk about how insurtechs are being, or the ecosystem is being hived off or really utilized. I think that's going to be the other pattern, and that's pretty much evident from all the researches that are going on. How do you decide where you really focus? It is important that amidst all these different kind of models, you choose your center of gravity. So these 5 models sort of indicate what the health insurer of the future is going to look like. And if you ask me why 5, well, these are the big center of gravities. They may have a lot of things in common with each other, but the center of gravities are unique. So our contention is at this point of time that if you really have to succeed, you have to choose your own center of gravity. So who is a consumer advocate? The consumer advocate is an insurance company which always sides with the consumer and tries to get the best health experts, the best healthcare, and uses technology, but always is neutral to the the entire network or the healthcare providers. It is trying to get the best for the consumer at any given point of time. The bridge connector is the one which is concentrating on making sure that the consumer's journey, the healthcare journey, is easy to understand and is facilitated. All of these are digitally enabled, no doubt. The lean operator is the health insurance company which is again concentrating almost entirely on being a low-cost operator so that the lowest cost insurance can be given to the customers. No frills, no assistance of any kind. But, I mean, of course, there will be assistance. As I said, that a lot of things will be common, but the focus is always on being the lean company, not adding on services all the time. The analytics sensor company is the company which is collecting data from providers, from customers, and thereafter curating wellness programs and health programs and health care for the customer. So it's essentially a data player and utilizing the data as an insurer. Finally, the care integrator. The care integrator is very different from the bridge connector. The care integrator says, here is my healthcare network, which might even be owned, like the HMO model of US, or even as some other European insurers right now are buying up hospitals to ensure that the experience is good and the costs are low. So a care integrator is someone who's actually looking at integrating the healthcare and the health insurance, the payer-provider model together into one. So these are the 5 different models which are emerging as centers of gravity. And as I said, people can keep experimenting and tinkering with many models, adding on, but until or unless they focus on one, it will be difficult to emerge as a winner. Well, I will just tell you what this slide is about, since this can be circulated later. You can have read. These are all about potential investments in each, where all they might happen, and the challenges which will come. A lot of the challenges are around data and data privacy. The healthcare industry and the health insurance industry are going to be among the highest hit as countries, jurisdictions and regulators become tighter and tighter on data regulations. So it is important that a correct consent architecture is understood and rolled out. It is important that companies handle data with responsibility, understand how data can be used or misused or abused, and really put a whole structure around it so as to give comfort for people to share. I want to touch upon this subject here. Well, for years, for decades, life companies and non-life companies have invested in core policy admin systems. And core policy admin systems by the various vendors, they have also undergone transformation. They have moved from on-premise to cloud. They have moved to be faster and better and cheaper and the Olympics motto kind of citius, altius, fortius kind of a situation. However, health has been consistently neglected. And that's why you find the largest health insurance companies in the world still have their homegrown technology, which they keep adding patches to. So while you choose your center of gravity out of the 5 models that I showed earlier, it is also important to have the heart of the engine really reflecting what you do. So just plugging in a PNC system and expecting it to churn out health insurance the way you'd like this, as any of these models, will be a pipe dream. So newer, better, customized core policy admin systems will be important, and there are 6 themes which have emerged for the growth and sustainability that they will provide. So speed, definitely, experience and connectedness, but look at, as you go towards the right, you see the color becoming deeper, because that's where the focus has to be, which is data-driven, scalable, robust, and inspiring trust and quality. Right every time. Even one mistake and one gap, one leakage of data, one wrong use can completely destroy the trust that the consumers or the regulators will have of the system. So it is very important that there is enough focus on bespoke health insurance core policy systems. Well, I just want to touch upon this as a glimpse of the future. So there is an act in US called GINA, G-I-N-A, Genetic Information Non-Sharing Act from 2008, which makes unintentional or without consent sharing of genetic information a crime which is punishable by a punishable offense of the highest order. But with the proper utilization of a customer consent model, genetic information can be really utilized for better health care. Of course, it has to come from the patient, it has to come from a willing sharer. More than 30% of the more than 30% utilization of medicine fails because of a genetic rejection from our bodies, either in an allergic form or becomes ineffective, and therefore experimentation continues. I'm sure all of you have had at least one experience in your life where you have had a standard painkiller or a standard something and then it did not work, and then after some time you had to change, or the doctor said, okay, this one doesn't work, have another variety, and then it works. Now, it could well be due to genetic predisposition. So pharmacogenetic research is moving at a frightening pace. It goes down to from your phenotype to genotype, and the pharmacogenomics has become a science of its own, where it helps in tailoring the prescribed medicine, not only the medicine, the dosage and the timing, so that the effect of that medicine is optimal on the body. So the right medication and that with the correct dosage, with the perfect timing, can make sure that instead of a 7-day stay in a hospital can be 3, and a relapse need not happen. Or maybe certain things are totally preventable, even a hospitalization, which means an investment from insurance companies in this, both time, energy, and money, can probably reduce their claim ratio by as much as 40%, if they can do that. So it's still at an early stage, but with companies coming out with solutions, whether your entire genetic makeup you can carry with your own coded thing on your mobile, which at your own behest, if you are hospitalized, you can share with your caregiver and the doctor. It makes a lot of difference to your own well-being, your recovery time, the hospitals, the entire outcome ratios, and finally the claim ratios of the insurer. Quite a win-win-win. So this is one of those things which can go and change the way health insurance and health care is done forever. So with that, I come to the end of the formal presentation. I'd just like to play a short video. And the only reason it's a video is me speaking only. But why repeat what I have already spoken on? India's commitment on health on ensuring everyone in health, starting from the Ayushman Bharat, moving up, trying to figure out what reforms are required, and showing what the commitment that India as a whole, the insurance community, the regulators, the government, the healthcare community, everybody started to make. It's about 3 or 4 minutes, and maybe you can play the video. Thank you. Skip. Oh, please. Every nation on earth which we call economically developed, with large opportunities for people to aspire for a great career and quality of life, invariably have two common factors. Number one, high literacy and access to quality education, and the other one is universally accessible and affordable high quality healthcare funded between government and insurance companies. With increased longevity in India, where the life expectancy at birth has now reached 70, and actually far more for the productively employed youth in the country, the need for healthcare funding has never been more pronounced for the growth and development of India. The need for healthcare funding can be essentially measured by the out-of-pocket expenditure, popularly called OOPE or WOOP, levels of which have reached 63% in India, which is funded individually. And therefore, the need for a journey towards an affordable universal health funding program was necessary. Just to put it in perspective, there is an amount in excess of Indian rupee 3 lakh crore or US dollar 40 billion, also increasing at a high inflation rate. Hence, the PMJAY, or its more popular name, Ayushman Bharat, is a first step towards that. Technically, the entire bottom of the pyramid population of over 500 million is in its ambit, and so far about 16 million people have been brought under it, with over 20 million hospital admissions so far. While it is still early days for an implementation of this size and importance, this program has been very useful to strengthen the network of hospitals and service capabilities, and is laying the foundation of the implementation of universal health in India. 23,000 hospitals have got empaneled, out of which 60% are private hospitals. Never before in the history of the country did the poor have the ability to avail of health care up to ₹500,000 worth. That means something and can fuel the growth of medical infrastructure and talent both. Innovative funding mechanisms no doubt will evolve as one moves up the value chain for universal health care, and public-private partnerships will become necessary. The rollout of the ambitious National Digital Health Mission, the permanent health records, CoWIN for vaccination tracking, Arogya Setu for contact tracing, coupled with the world's largest payment network, UPI, the emphasis has never been larger on healthcare than before. We have seen the focus earlier on physical infrastructure in the previous decades. This is a combination of digital infrastructure and medico-financial infrastructure, which is so critical for the India growth story.
As the world goes through
So OPE or WOOP levels. One second, I think I can pause it. Yeah, so basically the points to be highlighted from there is the medico-financial infrastructure, which is so important for health insurance to thrive, without which finally it will always be relegated to something which is not discussed all the time and not researched on. Thank you very much.
Now we have Mr. Ravi Krishnamurthy, President, Operations and IT, SBI Life Insurance Company Limited, joining us virtually from Mumbai.
Good morning. Good morning, esteemed guests of the Indian Chamber of Commerce. This effort of mine in the next 20 minutes is not to offer any new technology ingredients, because I'm sure the esteemed delegates are full of insurtechs, and there is a lot of awareness about the digital technologies being offered. But what I would try to offer is what is the digital embedded value of life insurance. I think that is more important to understand what's the way ahead and where are the value segments available in the insurance sector, where are the opportunities for the insurtechs to work with the insurance companies and offer more in terms of embedded value. So as you know that the entire center of the life insurance sector is embedded value. And embedded value is about the present value of the future profits. So I would like to offer some understanding of how the present value of the future profits is available in the life insurance sector. I have a unique opportunity in SBI Life, having worked for more than 8 years in processes, about another 8 years in marketing and sales, and now currently back into process and technology and digital technology. So in a way, I'm kind of having complete awareness in the last 20 years of how the life insurance sector has evolved from a startup industry to a behemoth. And also I have a background of the banking sector before SBI Life, having worked with private sector banks like ICICI Bank and then earlier with State Bank of India. So I would like to bring about where the digital component and where the digital value has started coming into the embedded value. You all know, friends, that life insurance sector embedded value is very old. Everybody knows that the projected cash flow of renewals and the claim and the operating cost are the triangles of the embedded value. But what has digital got to do with it? Where has digital come in? So friends, where digital comes in, if you look at a very simple way of understanding is, earlier it was information, decision, payment and buy. But now what has happened is, people don't want information, but people want you to predict what they understand. In other words, insurance companies' ability to understand what is in the consumer's mind, what is in a distributor's mind, and then offer proactively that solution has become more important. And therefore, if you look at the distributor aspect, which I would consider as a forefront, because life insurance is a sold product, it's a pushed product. So what is very important in digital is, how does digital come in to help us as insurance companies match the strength of a distributor with the offerings that they can offer. For instance, a distributor is very experienced in the technology side. Maybe he's in the IT sector. What kind of products can I offer to the distributor to sell? And this is where digital analytics comes in a big way, to understand the distributor's strengths and to offer products which are aligned to the distributor, so that the earning potential of the distributor can be enhanced. So therefore, the main goal of digital analytics for when you come to an insurance company and look at a distributor side is, are the digital equipments and tools offered helping to match the strength with the offerings, improve the effectiveness, enhance productivity, introduce new markets to the distributor, and can we use AI and ML in such a way that the distributor is not only able to retain his earnings and retain his customers and retain the loyalty of the customers, but also enhance the loyalty of the customers, improve the productivity of the distributor in such a way that they can expand their earnings and retain their customers for a long period of time. So this is where the digital efficiency comes in. I saw somewhere in the charter that it is now technology first. I would say that it is consumer and distributor need first. If the consumer and the distributor need is understood, then the ability of digital analytics to help in the process of delighting the distributor and the customer can be that much more important. Otherwise, we may end up offering digital tools in an environment which is of low use. So it's very important to match what we have in the technology side to what is actually the market, what are the changing dynamics in the market, and so therefore what is a tool to be offered. Coming to the customer. Now, there is, earlier we used to say the customer used to be sold the insurance product, that the advisor will go to the customer, explain the product. Times have changed now to understanding the subtle, unexpressed need of the customer. So there the AI and the predictive tools of understanding the customer through social media, through his various movements, and get to understand what are his unexpressed subtle needs and be able to offer the subtle needs to the customer as a product. So that is where your digital efficiency is going to play a big role. Again, in the area of loyalty of customers, how do you help the customer have the insurance company on his mobile wallet? The pandemic helped and increased the speed of digitization of the customer. The customer perforce did not visit insurance branches. Now he doesn't need to at all. He doesn't want to at all. So how do you offer the insurance company the entire policy system of his on his own mobile? And how do you make sure that he can choose to do what are the various things to be done on his product? For example, he wants to surrender the product, he wants to change his fund from equity to bond, whether the right options can be chosen. Everything is available to you today on a smart tool. And that is where efficiency comes in as far as the customer is concerned. Also going forward, you will see that wearables will become permissible, and therefore what kind of wearables can be given to customers, what kind of attachments can be given, how do we secure the customer's loyalty, and therefore improve the upselling ability. In all these areas, friends, the digital onboarding journey of the customer, the servicing ability using digital tools, the ability of using predictive analytics and artificial intelligence and humanoids to help the customer take his own choice, or use the distributor tool to help the customer to take a better informed choice. In these areas, there is tremendous amount of digital capabilities that are going to come in terms of customer efficiency. If you come to the employee, well, all of you know that the employee moved back to his work, moved his work back home, and perhaps after the pandemic, it looks like the employees in no mood to come back to the workplace, but wants to continue to work in what is called as a hybrid workplace. So how do you make sure that the employee is able to work from home and also collaborate with his team? And that's where modern digital devices have come in very, very handy. And they are helping the industry in a very large way, and the employees in a very big way, because the employees' productivity is improving, the employees' efficiency is improving, the employees' training ability to train the employees improving. And that is where the employee is moving from a routine employee to ideating employee. An ideating employee offers greater value to the insurance company. Again, I go back to the embedded value and say that productivity of an employee improves, productivity of a distributor improves, it directly influences the embedded value of the insurance company. So therefore, the employee's flexibility, agility, everything is going to manifold increase with the hybrid work culture that is coming in. And that will only help the insurance company if they are sufficiently able to leverage the ability of artificial intelligence, the ability of the predictive analytics. Let me come to the most important part of the shareholder. So I talked about distributor, I talked about customer, I spoke about employee, and now I talk about the shareholder. The shareholder has 4 key goals. One is cost of operations, net new cash, which means the sustainability of the cash flow, how persistent are the policies, how much renewal premium is going to come, what is the long-term policy impact of the onboarding journey that we did with the customer, what is the loyalty of the customer to stick to the policy that we have sold, and of course, reduced claims. So that is why I said net new cash is new business plus renewal minus claims. And then third is the margin, what kind of profit margin is there in these products. And fourth is, what is the sustainable model in terms of risk, in terms of governance, in terms of cyber security, which is becoming very critical, and in terms of predictability of underwriting and claims. So let me come one by one. If you take the first one, it is the shareholders' concern is the company expanding into new markets? So there the shareholder sees, the investor sees whether the company has ability to quickly integrate partners through the APIs. They have the ability to predict and analyze new markets to be able to get into those new markets and sustain the profitability in the new markets. The second is a diversity of products. A shareholder is always interested in seeing what is the diversity of the products we are selling. And digital tools help a lot in expanding the suite of products and making sure that a distributor is selling more than one product, two products to three products to four products. A consumer has one product, whether he moves to 2 to 3 to 4. So what is the kind of number of products a customer is owning? What is the diversity of the profile of customer? What is the diversity of the profile of the products that a customer has? All these things add tremendously to the embedded value And that is why the shareholders get extremely interested in the diversity of products. And that is where the use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and also to drive training, to drive productivity in a focused way, the use of digital predictive analytics is going to come in very, very handy. The third aspect is, how do you predict risk and how do you provide solutions? The key of the embedded value for life insurance company is the ability to predict risk and provide anticipated solutions to customers. And there, the use of analytics, the use of predictive risk models, and finally, as and when regulation opens up, blockchain for electronic health records will make a huge change in customer life selection. Thus, life selection of the customer will become far, far superior with the integration of the AI and the ML models and the electronic health records on blockchain. The fourth is, what is the value of long-term renewals, low claims? I'm sure, friends, you will understand that more and more analytics is coming in and more digital electronic records are helping us to do better analytics in order to be able to provide sustainability to the onboarding of a new customer and to ensure that there are long-term cash flows in terms of renewals, low claims, better life selection. Gone are the days when we used to do life selection using physical papers. Now there is a lot of data integration that is possible. We can integrate the customer's habits, the customer's profile, the customer's demography into our underwriting process and auto underwrite using digital tools. The use of AI and ML and humanoids and bots have largely helped in reducing process costs. There is much more scope in the years to come, and most life insurance companies and general companies are going out in a very big way to reduce their process cost, because it makes huge sense from an embedded point of value that you are able to sustain the earnings and even increase the scalability of your new business, primarily because your costs are low. And then I would say the last and the most important point is long-term distributor and employee productivity and sustainability. And the governance structure using cybersecurity measures, all these things can be controlled and the governance model can be vastly enhanced by use of digital tools. If you were to ask me the 5 core steps that you can take in order to digitize your company, one I would say is you optimize your IT infrastructure to a more modern digital platform using cloud. Because once you move to cloud, the availability of cybersecurity, the availability of more digital tools is vastly enhanced. The second is to reduce the cost of application development. We know insurance legacy systems are very costly, but it is possible for us to use the advantages of low code or zero code, low cost tools to build very good peripheral systems. And through these peripheral systems, we can vastly reduce the cost of operations. And the third thing is automating the customer journey through a digital process from customer acquisition to customer service to claims, an end-to-end digital platform for the entire customer journey, which is what I mentioned earlier, that a customer can have the entire policy record and the entire journey in his wallet, and he doesn't have to visit a physical branch anymore. The fourth is you develop customer analytics for better experience, improve distributor analytics to understand where the distributor needs training, what kind of markets he needs to be given, what kind of alignment between the distributor's profile and the product profile can be arrived at. Many a time distributors move out of the system because of mismatch between the customer need and the distributor's need and the company's offerings. So when we are able to align perfectly all the three using analytics, it is possible to actually retain the distributors over a very long period of time. Many insurance companies in India particularly have been struggling because of the lack of ability to align the need of the customer to the distributor to the insurance company. But today, the tools that are available, the digital tools that are available, the ability to integrate, analyze, synthesize, past history data of a distributor sale process and use that to benchmark the distributor with the best distributors and offer the distributor a learning on how he can tailor his product offerings to the markets to which he caters to. This is a huge possibility. You can provide better value to the partners by integrating their systems through intelligent APIs and also use the records available with the partner for more intelligent underwriting, more smooth underwriting, which actually enhances the customer experience because the database of the partner is available to the insurance company to take a lot of decisions on the fly. Leveraging digital tools for microinsurance. The earlier speaker mentioned about Prime Minister Jeevan Jyoti Yojana, Jeevan Bima Yojana. I think the future for covering each life in India lies in microinsurance. And microinsurance, if it has to be made scalable and it has to be made less costly, then the only way out is you have to use digital technology and digital platforms, which is enterprise-wide digital platforms across insurance companies and across banks, so that the front end is able to easily cater to the large segment of uninsured population. Friends, I conclude my talk here with only one advice, that digital is not about technology, it is about culture. It is about amending, changing the ecosystem and the decision-making cultures in insurance companies and in distributors' mindsets. So a lot of training effort is required in order to move from an old ecosystem to a digital ecosystem. Mere availability of digital tools, analytics, and technology systems alone will not get us to the journey. What will make the transformation happen? What will truly make the embedded value happen for a life insurance company using digital? The differentiator called digital to the embedded value will only happen when the decision-making process, the agility of the insurance company and its approach to markets drastically changes. And for that, today, the benefit is we have a lot of technology available. We have very good employees in organizations. We have very good technology partners. I think with collaborated efforts, the insurance sector is poised for a very big journey, a very highly scalable journey, where the country's dream is to insure every citizen of this country and to move away from the old Hindu rate of growth of 2%, 3% of the population insured to a developed nation's statistics of insuring almost all the Indians in the country. This is possible only if we change our approach towards the leveraging of technology, the leveraging of digital, and taking the steps, as I mentioned, about first change your core systems into cloud-based. Second is move towards more and more of AI and ML-based integrated platforms. De-risk your cost of legacy systems with surrounding peripheral systems. And then work towards intelligent use of analytics towards your distributor and your customer in such a way that the distributor's enhanced efficiency is far more enhanced, his productivity is enhanced, his earnings are long-term and lasting. In that process, I'm very sure that the shareholders' outlook for an enhanced embedded value in life insurance company will become a reality. Thank you very much, friends. It has been a pleasure being with you today, though digitally from Bombay. I'll be most happy to take any questions offline at a subsequent point of time. Thank you very much.
May I now request Mr. Sudhin Roy Chaudhary, retired director of LICI and ex-member of IRDI, for his deliberations on the topic LIC, growth of an insurance behemoth. Thank you.
First of all, let me start with a very, very warm welcome to all the delegates from our foreign countries as well as the delegates from our Indian insurance companies. It has been a real pleasure on the behalf of ICC to conduct the third Asian Insurance Award ceremony, which we had earlier used to do it in Bangkok. This year, because of COVID reasons, we are doing it in Kolkata. We have on the dais Mr. Atanu Sen, who is both a banker as well as an insurance personality, as well as pensions, yes. He is everywhere. We have Mr. Joydeep Roy, partner PwC. He is also an expert in insurance matters, although he is basically an engineer, but he has moved into financial engineering. We have with us Mr. Bineet Maheshwari from PNB MetLife. I had met him earlier also. We have with us Mr. Mohit Rochlani from Sud Life. We have Wafi Shafiq Mehnaz Khan from DMD Green Delta Insurance Company of Bangladesh. We have Mrs. Madhuparna Bhaumik, Director, Indian Chamber of Commerce. And of course, we had the two speakers from Indonesia and one from Bombay, Mr. Ravi Krishnamurthy. Friends, before I talk about LIC, everyone knows, before I talk about LIC, I would like to spend just 1 minute on how we go through this award ceremony. When we initiate the process, we ask for all the details from the different insurance companies of the neighboring countries, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, and of course India. We send the data to PwC. PwC is our process partner. They do the entire job. They feed their data, do a lot of in their algorithms, and come out with the data and send it to us. Then we in the jury board, we sit and then we decide who is going to get the awards. So the whole process is very transparent. One more thing, when PwC gives us the data, their work is also audited. Am I correct, Jyodeep? Their work is also audited. So the whole process is very, very transparent, and when we give the data, no one can question that how is it that this company has got it and we have not got it. It's a process which is also digitally done. Now friends, coming back to LIC as a monolithic giant in the insurance industry, can anyone help me with this thing? Yes. LIC is a name which is synonymous all over, not only in India, it's one of the largest insurance companies in the world. In terms of policies, it is the #1 insurance company in the world. We service more number of policies than the combined population of many countries. Before 1956, India had 265 insurance companies, and the government of India decided at the stroke of midnight to nationalize all the insurance companies because a lot of wrong things were happening. So on 1st September 1956, LIC was nationalized, and life insurance company came into being under the Life Insurance Corporation Act. The headquarters of LIC is in Mumbai. We have zonal offices all over India. Eight zonal offices we have. Under it we have a lot of divisional offices. LIC functions from 2048 fully computerized branch offices, 113 divisional offices, 8 zonal offices, 1,381 satellite offices, and its corporate office. Now, when we look at LIC, before we computerize LIC, we used to have a lot of training sessions. And in one training session, I asked the audience, of course they were LIC employees, that how do you perceive your organization? And someone said that, sir, LIC is a huge building, very strong building, very large windows but all closed, and huge cobwebs on the ceiling. I said, why do you perceive that? So look at our branch offices, it's a mess. Do you call these offices? And look at the foreign insurance companies. Friends, I had an opportunity of visiting Daiichi Insurance Company in Tokyo, and I saw their building. I had an opportunity of seeing the MetLife headquarters in New York. When I came back, I thought that, what's wrong with our offices? Fortunately, LIC management thought of bringing in a management consultant called Professor Ishwar Dayal. And he gave a real management shift to LIC. Great management, dhakka, what we call, jolt to LIC. And everything was decentralized to the branch offices. This is the learning experience which we had. Earlier, all the claim settlement used to be done at divisional offices. Underwriting used to be done at divisional offices. Then he said, why should branches are near to the customers. If you are saying customer is the king, why don't you move all your operations to the branch offices? So everything overnight was moved to the branch offices. LIC was a very highly unionized institution. Lot of opposition from the unions will not allow computerization. Here in the city of Calcutta in the late 1960s, we tried to bring in, at that time, the third generation IBM computers. Some great personality in this state refused to allow the computer to enter the building which we had constructed just behind Writers' Building called Ilako House, and the computer had to go back to Delhi. But 1980s, management thought that enough is enough, we have to computerize the offices. Negotiations started, the branches were computerized, and to cut the long story short, all the offices in LIC were computerized, and today, even the peon who sits outside the chamber, he also wants a computer because he wants to monitor the movement of the people who are coming in and going out. Because he also does a lot of other work. Today we have modernized our offices. If you go into our corporate office in Mumbai, it's modernized. You go into our zonal offices, it's modernized. So it's a behemoth. LIC is a behemoth. From 1956 to 1999, the spread of insurance was done by the LIC agents, by the foot soldiers. In 1999, the government, the Malhotra Commission came in. The government brought in the private players. You think we at LIC, we were worried? No. We knew our resources, but when we had to look to the future also. So we brought in a lot of computerization. We computerized a lot. Today, when a policy matures, you need not send your policy document. The check will go straight to your bank account on the same day when it is maturing. So these are the things which LIC has done. But in 2000, I used to see a big hoarding in Kolkata's Esplanade, very huge hoarding. It's a story of the tortoise and the hare. It was very apparent that the hare was, I'll not mention, but the tortoise was supposed to be the LIC because it was huge. 20 years down the line or 22 years down the line, LIC's market share is still 70%, and the other 23 companies have still years to go, but they are picking up. What is the mission of LIC, vision of LIC? To transform ourselves into a transnationally competitive financial conglomerate of significance to societies and the pride of India. It is the pride of India. One of our earlier finance ministers said in open parliament that LIC is the jewel in the crown. In Chennai, when he went to inaugurate our metro area networking, he said LIC is the Kohinoor diamond. It helped me a lot when I was doing the wage revision of LIC. I told the finance minister that you have said so many good things about LIC, so why don't you give us a little bit of more money so that we can pay our employees much better, and we got it. So our mission was to ensure and enhance the quality of life and people through financial security by providing products and services of aspired attributes with competitive returns and by rendering resources for economic development, which we have done. LIC is the largest contributor to the government when it comes to development needs of the country, be it railways, electrification, roads, you name it, municipal corporations, water, you name it, and we are there with huge amount of money. Not only that, when the government institutions come out with IPOs and there is no takers, it is LIC which picks up the entire IPO, advanced short. And that too not a small amount, 14,000 crores is not a small amount. Few years back we gave to the railways 1.5 lakh of crores of rupees for their development. So LIC is there everywhere. It's in the development of the country, we are always there. What are our objectives? Spread life insurance to all sections of the society, including economically marginalized, which we have done. Mobilize retail savings through insurance-linked products, it has done. Act as trustees of the insured customers. Yes, people have faith that it's a government organization, will better to buy with LIC, but it's slowly changing. Private players are coming up. But when it comes to pension plans, I'm sorry to say, the CEOs of private companies still buy their pension products from LIC. I mean, they will come when they will buy it from their own company also. LIC's market share over 70%, rated 10th most valuable brand across the globe. Business grew by 10% in 21 in spite of the COVID. Rather, in the COVID year 20 also there was a positive growth. As my predecessors have spoken, COVID has taught us a lot of lessons to go digital. We have been hearing about digitalization, and in future digitalization of insurance will be a big thing to play in the market. We have issued about 2.10 crore new policies, settled 2.28 crore claims in financial year 21. Just imagine, 2.10 crore of policies, more than the population of several countries. We have, in the year financial year 21, we recruited 2,21,036 agents. You'll be surprised to say why I'm saying we, although I've retired from LIC, but that still LIC is in our, blood. One of the most technologically advanced and digitally organized entities it has become. We are still doing a lot on the technological front. What are the products LIC has? Insurance plans, pension plans, unit-linked plans, micro-insurance plans, health plans. We were one of the first companies to come out with a very beautiful health insurance scheme way back in the early 20s. Agents' role in the evolution of LIC. Now, one thing LIC has to be careful is that they are totally dependent on the huge agency force. Yes, very good. They have really helped the market to grow. But then we have to also think about other channels to ensure that we give a quantum jump in business. India is a huge country of 1.40 billion people. If you say how many are insured, yes, quite a large number are insured, but when you look at insurance penetration in the life insurance sector, it's only 3.26 or 36 like that. In the general insurance sector, it is 0.96. It was 0.75 earlier, now it has gone to 0.96%. So there is a huge scope of doing business. LIC agents contribute 93.87% of new business, as compared to 23% for all private sector taken together. This is from the IRDI report. LIC, most of the banks are corporate agents of LIC, but we hardly do any business from the corporate banks. This is one area where LIC should be very, very proactive to get more business. To promote digital transactions, LIC has introduced Ananda, an acronym for Atmanirbhar Agents New Business Digital Application for its agents. Recently, LIC has purchased a new building in BKC, Bombay Kurla complex in Mumbai, and they named the building Digital, Digital, Digital. That will be the headquarters of LIC's digital marketing. And when LIC focuses on one area, it goes to the last mile to ensure that it is a success. As on March 31, 2021, there were 5.26 million registered users on the LIC portal. Now everyone must be knowing, particularly in India, that LIC is coming out with the IPO. 4th May, the IPO is opening up. And there's a lot of activity in the market, a lot of enthusiasm in the market, how it's going to be. As per my knowledge, or as per my opinion, if you want to say, it should be a good, successful IPO. And I must credit the chairman of LIC for pricing the IPO at a certain fix, because earlier the pricing was at a higher stage, but he has brought it down, and I think that it will be very useful to policyholders, customers, agents, everybody. Out of the total collection in India, LIC collected 43% of its premium through digital channels in the financial year 21. Maybe in future it will be 80%. That is what we are hoping for. Because more and more digital premium collection means the persistency of the policies also will be high. And we are interested in persistency. LIC currently has a fully functional website and 9 apps on the Play Store. LIC's customer mobile app has over 34 lakh users. 34 lakh users. LIC uses a variety of digital platforms for electronic premium payments to provide a seamless experience to its customers. If any of you have taken a pension product from LIC, you must be knowing that on the first day of the month, midnight, the amount is credited to your account, bank account, digitally. I mean, through NEFT it is credited, and you don't have to go to the LIC office for asking that I have not received my pension. So we have improved our service. LIC has improved their services like anything. In fact, when I joined LIC as a OO in the year 1977, and when I retired from LIC in 2012, the services which LIC were giving was enormous. LIC has overseas presence. Of course, their international operations headquarters is in Bahrain, LIC International, but we have presence in Fiji, we have a branch, Mauritius, we have a branch, United Kingdom, we have a branch, Singapore, we have a separate office, separate company, Bahrain also, with a partner in Bahrain, we have opened LIC International. In Bangladesh, we have LIC Bangladesh. In Sri Lanka, we have LIC Lanka. In Nepal, we have a company. In Kenya, we have a company. In Saudi Arabia, we have a company. In Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Dubai, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, we have branches. So we are more or less everywhere in the Middle East and in our neighboring countries. But LIC has to go miles to improve the overseas operations. Of course, there are problems because of many other regulations, in these countries, but we are trying to find out some ways and means so that we can increase our businesses. Today, LIC is a house name in India. If there are two symbols which are shown to the public and asked that what are these, the LIC symbol and the SBI symbol, SBI Bank symbol will be immediately recognized by everybody. So this is in fact the story of LIC. It's still growing in spite of the fact that competition is there. LIC's market share in policies is still 70%. Its premium share has come down to I think 63 or 64%, but it's going to go up again. Private players are also doing their best, but the overall insurance industry in India is like a sunrise industry. Is going up and up and up. And during the COVID period also, this insurance industry did a great job. Overall, I would say that LIC has a great future. With the opening up of the IPO, we will have shareholders from the general public also, and we have to gear up our activities much better because we'll be questioned by the shareholders. And so I think all success to the LIC IPO and good luck to LIC. With this, I end my speech here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such a vivid presentation. I would now like to request Mr. Wafi Shafiq Menhas Khan, DMD. I'm so sorry. I would like to invite Mr. Rohit Rachlani, Innovation, He will speak on the topic Innovation and Insurance Penetration. He is a CEO of SUD Life Insurance. Thank you so much. SUD. Off. Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay. My esteemed members on the dais, Mr. Chaudhary, Mr. Roy, Mr. Sen, other members on the dais, fellow colleagues and friends, very, very good afternoon to all of you. It's always difficult to make presentations when you're standing between you and the Saturday lunch. So normally I kind of try to do some physical activity, but this time I decided probably I'll do some mental activity. So everyone game for it? Yes? Okay, great. So I thought we'll play a quiz, and since the topic is on insurance as well as on digital, I have a few questions. I don't know whether the organizers can arrange for some chocolates for people who give the right answers. So here it goes. There is a sound in it, so okay. Yes. So okay, yeah, please. Option C. Okay, anyone else? Okay, great. I think got the right answer. Anybody can guess how much percentage? So basically insurance penetration is on the basis of the premium on the GDP as a percentage. So any guesses how much is the insurance penetration in Taiwan? Sorry? It's around 17%. Yeah, so maybe it would have gone up to 18%, so I can give it to you. Sorry? Sayantan or someone can actually give some chocolates. Okay. So this is on insurance. The second question is on technology. So there are actually three waves or phases that came into web. Web 1.0, Web 2.0, and then the current one is a Web 3.0. So which is not a part of Web 3.0 out of the four options? Okay, I think everybody probably knows about it, so great. So option B, the wave that came in terms of the Web 1.0 basically was more about read only. The wave 2 was more about read and then write. And the third wave is more participative wave, and that's where the artificial intelligence, the 3D graphics as well as blockchains play their own part. What's happening, and I think you will realize it probably in this decade, is that the individuals are now trying to take control of the internet from the giant corporations, and that's where the blockchains and the artificial intelligence comes into picture. The topic that was given to me was very interesting. Honestly, I should thank the organizers for this kind of topic, because it was good food for thought for us also in terms of talking about something that we know as gig economy. Now, I think some of you are familiar with the term, some of you are not familiar with the term. So what gig economy means? It basically means on-demand jobs, where the workers are contractors paid as per the gig, and it is also called sharing economy or a collaborative economy. Look around yourself in this hall or in this conference hall, and you will find some gig workers here also. Whether it is people who are doing registration for you, whether it is somebody who's managing the AV for you, There are gig workers around us. And the gig economy is growing. And some of the numbers or statistics in terms of the gig economy, around 17.4% CAGR, right? And you can see around $455 billion in terms of volume of gig economy. So that's how big the gig economy is. India is emerging as the 5th largest in terms of the flexi staffing. And probably, and this is something that we discuss in our organization, that probably we are in the cusp of transformation where the decade now is going to belong to India, with a lot of macroeconomic factors playing its part. My investment officer tells me that there's something called a hockey stick approach. When any country's per capita GDP nears around $2,000, that's where the companies take a leapfrog in terms of the growth, and the growth is more exponential. And India is just around $2,000 in terms of their per capita income. So this decade probably is going to belong to us, to India. And are we ready for it is probably, this whole topic of discussion in terms of the digital economy and the gig economy is all about. As of now, around 350 million gig jobs, and we have around 15 million gig workers, which probably is around 5% of the overall non-farm workers, but growing day by day. So that's what the potential of gig economy is. Now, who are these people? I talked to you about a few of them, and these are some of the examples of who the gig workers are. The list keeps on expanding. We were interviewing people from the technology side, and 3 out of 5 people in the technology side says that they don't want to work a formal job, 9-to-5 job, and they want to be on their own. So that's the change that is happening in terms of the way the jobs are getting changed. Now this is something which I just wanted you to absorb. It's something that is going to happen in some time, maybe in this decade. The traditional way to earn money was through work, right? So work to earn is what most of us obviously have seen it in last 3 or 4 decades. It's changing to X to earn, and that X can be anything. People are earning from gaming, people are earning from learning, people are earning from doing different kinds of job. So what is going to happen at some point of time is this whole formal structure of the organizations probably is going to blur out. And there are only going to be a few people who are going to actually be doing a 9-to-5 job or work to earn. And there will be more and more layers which are going to get added in terms of people who will contribute to earn, in terms of people who are going to participate to earn, and at the end probably people who are going to invest to earn. This is what is going to be the organization of future, or what's going to look like. I can't predict when it will be. I think that I will leave it to the management consultants to predict. But this is where I think the direction is going to be. So as organizations, insurance companies, are we prepared to handle this kind of change in terms of offering products? Some of the examples that I found out, and it's happening in terms of designing products. These are some of the aggregators of gig workers, right? Whether it is a Swiggy or a Zomato or a Flipkart or a Ola and Uber. They aggregate the gig workers. And what the insurance companies do is they tie up with those aggregators and start offering solutions on the basis of the needs of those gig workers. As Mr. Roy mentioned, that, in my opinion, and probably he's right, that this is probably transient. And it's probably going to evolve a bit more in terms of how this is going to happen. The workers may not only be attached to one aggregator, and they would probably need a platform where they can switch from one organization to another organization in terms of doing work. For example, a tech worker, right? If he enters into a platform, he can work for an X company, for a Y company, for a Z company, depending on what the projects that he wants to work on. I think that's where things are going to happen. And if that is going to happen, then the needs of these customers is also going to change. And that's where I think we were doing some discussion and debate. Okay, before that, I think these are some statistics about how many percentage of people are not covered through life or health or for disability or for retirement. Now, these are numbers, but they are huge. So obviously the fact that the penetration in India is much lesser than the other countries holds true in terms of all the segments that we are looking at. Just wanted to take you through a typical gig worker. What's his demography, what are his behaviors, and the most important part is what are his needs and goals. And because till the time we don't look at that, and I think Mr. Krishnamurthy put it very rightly that you have to start with what the customer needs are in terms of designing your product. Otherwise, you're going to end up products which are solutions looking for problems, where probably doesn't exist at all. So to understand what a gig worker is, his behavior is obviously the fact that he's a tech-savvy guy. The non-monetary benefits like insurance is not on his high priority. As we've been into the insurance industry, always one thing comes up is that insurance is always sold and never bought. While things are changing with a lot of changes in terms of digital push, it still remains the fact that it is not on high priority in terms of buying an insurance policy. So what do? From a digital perspective, you start putting insurance in some of the buying journeys of the customer. Whether it is in terms of in the general insurance, whether it is in terms of either buying a car or buying a ticket and so on and so forth. So what you do is something called as embed your product in terms of the sales journeys. And I think that's something that has been done by most of the companies across. But what do you do for a gig worker? Because for him, he's working in a very, very different kind of environment with a very different kind of projects. And again, his requirement or his priority is not insurance. And he does not actually fall into some traditional way of where we can offer a personal or a commercial insurance. So I haven't got too many solutions. I've just put in a few things that can be done. And I think it's a food for thought for all of us in terms of what exactly can be done. This is some structure that can help in terms of the gig economy. Obviously, there has to be a platform. The platform has to be an easy and digital. The platform can be through web or mobile. And any gig worker can actually get into this platform and look at his needs and buy products from there. Obviously, the platform, which we have been talking about, it should be automated. There will be instant issuances, automatic claims, payouts will be instant. Important part, and this probably is going to differentiate it from the other products, is going to be on demand. And this on-demand thing is something that the gig worker is going to appreciate because he's working on demand, right? An Uber worker driving a car would probably want an insurance only when he's driving a car and not when he's not driving a car. So I think this on-demand in terms of the coverage is going to work. It's not going to be traditional annual premiums or monthly premiums that's going to work for these customers. And it has to be short-term. I think world is moving towards the fact that a lot of short-term products are being preferred rather than long-term. And I think I'm just catering to this economy at this point of time. The fourth one obviously is going to be a lot of flexibility. And one of the colleagues in the dais talked about the fact that the regulator also is talking about flexibility in the products, through innovations, through some new ways of designing the products. And I think that is what is going to be very important for this economy. The products needs to be more personalized, right? We went through a phase of the fact that they are going to be customized, and now I think the world is moving towards personalization, and probably hyper personalization is the word that's now being talked about. So I think this is what is going to be probably the structure of how you can cater to this gig economy workers. Now, what I feel is that the world is going to be more collaborative going forward. So while I understand that there are 23 life insurance companies, 24 in terms of including the behemoth LIC, every customer probably have 4 or 5 policies from different companies. Is he going to really have 4 or 5 apps in his mobile for all these companies? Probably not. And I was reading one of the statistics which said that if you're not able to engage people on your app, it probably is not there in the mobile for more than 30 days. So you're spending a lot of money in terms of creating an app, giving a good customer experience, and later on figuring out that that app is never being used. If I look at some of the companies who made their apps, I think the adoption is not too much. Because there has to be some reason for a customer to download an app and later on keep on using that app again and again. And for life insurance, the moments of truth are quite limited from that perspective. So I think the fact remains that there probably will be more collaborative apps, whether that collaboration will be with the bank assurance or banks. So for example, we represent or we are a collaboration between 2 public sector banks in Dai-ichi Life Japan. So whether my app sits on top of the bank apps, or similarly there can be a collaborative app where most of the insurance companies are present. I think that's where probably the world is going to move, and a lot of technologies because of that is going to become obsolete. So I think when the companies are looking at or thinking about their digital journey, about their innovations, I think this probably has to play a part. That world will move towards collaboration. And that's where I think the gig economy is also moving. Some of the thoughts that I looked at from the perspective of products, pricing models for this economy. Parametric insurance basically is about, not indemnity products, but products where, there is fixed amounts that can be given. And that's the reason they are more faster to administer and faster to, and onboard, as well as faster to pay claim payments. Transferable products. A worker, as I said, in gig economy, maybe keep on changing jobs. Will the same product work, or he has to keep on buying different products when he changes or switches on to different works? So that's one more other thing. Personalized products I've talked about. Pricing models, a bit radical. Buy now, pay later. Probably, at this point of time does not satisfy the regulations. Underwriting, we've seen some things happening. Pay when you use kind of motor insurance on the general insurance side. As well as in terms of claims, there are a lot of innovations that are happening. So I think overall, if I look at innovation in terms of the gig economy, we'll have to first understand what are the needs of this gig economy, and from that perspective design a lot of our solutions from the perspective of products or pricing, or even from an underwriting and claims perspective. Not a very easy job to do from the fact that while we are moving from a traditional models to digital models, I think this is one more leap in terms of looking at the needs a bit more differently than we have been looking at. One of the things that we've identified from a digital perspective is that it needs a very clear design thinking. You can't just convert your traditional processes to digital processes. You have to think the processes very differently. And I think when we start thinking from that perspective, these all needs can be catered to. And I think innovation is something that's happening in the country. And I feel, this economy is going to provide a lot of, opportunities to do innovation. We have heard terminologies like perform or perish. Then it was digitize or perish. And I think now probably the next buzzword is going to be innovate or perish. So that's my thoughts. I think more in terms of thinking about what can be done for this economy, as well as trying out and experimenting on the new things that probably will be the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the nice presentation. May I now request Mr. Wafi Safiq Menaz Khan, DMD, Green Delta Insurance Company Limited, to speak on the topic ESG for insurance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Right, so in fact, I was not supposed to be here today. Our managing director and CEO was supposed to be here. She couldn't make it. And suddenly I got a news from, a message from my company that I need to be here today to present a note on ESG for insurance. Well, we all know about the ESG, and it is all about the environmental, social, and governance, and refers to the three core vectors measuring corporate sustainability. The term is derived from the concept of triple bottom line, also known as people, planet, and profits, which was introduced back in 1950s in the United States. It states that the company should focus on each of the three Ps, not just profit. So if we see the rise of the concept of ESG, which was started back in the practicing, it was started in 1950s in the United States, and then 1970s, worldwide abhorrence of the apartheid regime in South Africa. In 1990s, there was 200 US companies had decreased their operations in South Africa. And then mid-90s, European companies also developed their corporate codes of conduct. 2005, United Nations started an initiative to develop the principle of responsible investments. 2006, the principle were launched at the New York Stock Exchange. And 2012, then United Nations Environmental Project financing initiatives launched principle of sustainable insurance during the UN Conference on the Sustainable Development, which was given birth the greatest collaboration between the UN and the insurance industry. 2018, the fund under management was $5.4 billion US, and 2020 it was 51 billion. The rise stood up to almost 10 times. And 2030, we are expecting almost $1 trillion US, considering the global trends and the awareness. Well, if you see the view of the ESG landscape, that is environmental under the climate, we see the carbon emissions. We know about the carbon emissions, that has been a key buzzword for ages. And then pollution, we know the air, water, soil, other, and especially air, water. We are talking about these air and water pollutions for almost decades, and we are taking number of initiatives globally. Waste management and also big buzz nowadays. Research use, water stress, energy management, biodiversity, land use, and socially we have investing in people and relationships, which I see a lot of enthusiastic employees of the different corporations here to be present here in this room, and they're doing really good job. And I see from a former speaker who used to work for LIC, he spoke really strong about LIC. So I see how happy he was while he was in LIC. So you see, that's one of the components of ESG. That's you need to look after the basic needs of and wellness of the employees, and then customers. We have customers. The customers are changing. The behaviors are changing. So we need to develop our product accordingly, according to the needs of the customers. As we spoke about, the entire thing today is all about the conference is all about the digital insurance. The things are changing. If you see, I can see that while the presentation is going on, I see number of people are into mobile, they're into digital. So they're probably looking into the presentations that was given here, or they're probably busy with different other things on the digital. So everything is on our palm. So we need to change ourselves according to the needs of the customers at this moment. And the business models, it's operation resilience, product designs and lifecycle management, supply chain management. And the governance, yes, this is a biggest thing that we need to look into that. We have to conduct our business with ethics. There has to be transparency on the tax and accounting, and of course the leadership role. And you know that's in the major reasons why the companies are facing challenges in different parts of South Asia, especially on the board and management profile. The board has to know their role, well, the management has to differentiate their role from the board of directors. And they have to have the empowerment to run the company as the management, and they will report everything to the board of directors. An executive pay structure, purpose, values, and risk opportunities. So key principle for ESG for insurers, addressing environmental, social, and governance issues in the decision-making process to the insurance companies. And second one is collaborating with the stakeholders, partners, clients, and related businesses to create an ESG profile to detect, assess, and solve ESG issues. Probably we are all following this, but we are not following with a paper, or of course, following the ESG principles. And also the third number is incorporating efforts of the government, regulators, and other authorities, stakeholders to promote diverse actions across the society and ESG issues. Embracing the practice of disclosing progress and implementation of ESG principle to promote transparency and accountability. The guidelines proposed by UNEP FI mention 8 specific details areas to covered by the underwrites to adopt the ESG practices into their operations, starting from the developing an ESG approach in incorporating such principle into decision making. It is expected that the guidelines will bring consistency in the initiatives taken by the insurers to establish ESG practices throughout their business operations. So if you see the glimpse of the global practices of ESG, well, ESG investments in Asia Pacific, if you see the Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, Indonesia, and Taiwan, and India, that's Hong Kong Stock Exchange regulators has undertaken initiatives to introduce transparency, corporate governance, and updated reporting guidelines to incorporate ESG focus on the ESG focus. And then Singapore, also following the Hong Kong footsteps, and the Monetary Authority has planned to invest $2 billion to develop the country's a green finance hub and sustainable financing. As well as the Japan, you can see the government's pension investment fund has started functioning while keeping the ESG principle at its core. Indonesia and Taiwan, both the countries are focusing on promoting green product and financing in line with the ESG principles. India, the government is facing pressure to revolve along with ESG to aid the market with green bonds from the large corporation operating in the country. So opportunities for the insurers from approaching ESG, if you see the reduce of portfolio risk, of course, and then if you look at the provide better exposure to healthy competitiveness, increases the chances for gaining greater opportunities from third-party investments, sustainable resilient business, good reputation, good business, good corporate citizens. If you see the component of the ESG, environmental, social, and governance, these factors will be considered under the for approaching the insurers and, of course, insurers. So this is an AIA insurance policy case. I'm sure you all know that their AIA is which is one of the largest player in the whole world in terms of the life insurance, health insurance, and of course on the wealth management side as well. So climate action, they have taken net zero, and then SBTI, coal divestment, then sustainable investments, ESG scoreboards, over $2 trillion total sum insured provided, more than 39 million and over 16 million. And then effective governance is 100%, 100% top rated performer, top quartile, and of course the sustainable operations. Well, ESG in Bangladesh, it's very difficult for us to establish ESG in Bangladesh. You know that's our insurance penetration in Bangladesh, it's just 0.4% penetration in Bangladesh from the insurance side. So which is in 2020, Bangladesh Bank has developed a policy for sustainable financing. Bangladesh Bank has announced many forms of green financing to reduce the negative impact. And then Bangladesh Securities and Exchange Commission successfully approved the green bonds. Bangladesh Bank had issued environmental risk and management and policy for green banking for financial institutions. Bangladesh effort to comply with green financing and investment issues are praised in the international platforms. So if you look at the ESG insurance industry in Bangladesh, and the challenges is basically developing the ecosystem. As you know, that's it's very low penetration, so ecosystem is one of the challenges that we face in Bangladesh for implementing the ESG. And then we have transforming the organizations, because you know that we are used to with the conventional insurance product. Somebody was saying about from the panel on the conventional product that we need to come out of the conventional product. So transforming the organization is a big challenge while you're establishing the ESG. And then creating awareness among the industry leaders, and then cross-industry comparison and the regulatory transformation. We need to have a cross, that's the regulator has to understand the importance of the ESG for the insurance sector. And then opportunities of implementing ESG in the insurance industry of Bangladesh, and that is attract reinsurer, good reputations, proper healthcare security, sustainable resilient business, environmental responsive products. ESG initiatives by Green Delta. We have taken a lot of insurance, as you said, the Bright Crop Insurance Services. Not only we supporting the farm and agri communities to make the transition to a low carbon one, but also protects crop against damage in the event of any adverse weather related events. And this is, we are the first one to launch the agri insurance and the cattle insurance in Bangladesh, and through the digital platform. Apart from doing the business, and then socially, apart from doing the business, we have contributed in the Prime Minister's Fund during the time of COVID-19. We have distributed Eid gift to around 1,500 farmers, cash, and this is under the project of Amra Korbo Joy, We Shall Overcome. And then mental well-being initiatives has been taken by us. Also, we covered around 15,000 different employees of different organizations and corporations in Bangladesh. We've also taken responsibility to the Children of Jago Foundation. We are contributing to their educations and to their lifestyle as well, and for their to ensure the better future as a social responsibility. And then governance. The company's ESG agenda is underpinned by a robust governance framework and policies, procedures, principles and standards which are aligned with best practices and customized to suit domestic requirements. Our leadership team holds apex responsibility for the delivery of the company's ESG agenda, while implementation is driven by a cross-functional working group. As I'm here today, well, let me just tell you one thing that's professionally, I'm a stockbroker. I'm the managing director and CEO for Green Delta Securities. We are one of the leading stockbroking firms in Bangladesh. And I'm also playing a role as the deputy managing director and head of retail and SME for Green Delta Insurance. So this is one of the cross-functional role that we play in between our companies to support our different subsidiaries and the companies as well. And then company agenda while implementing is driven by a cross-functional working group which works at the relevant department and function in achieving the specific targets. We have our head of digital here, and you'll get to listen to him from the second session. Thank you very much for your patient sharing. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. May I now request Ms. Madhuparna Bhomik, Director, ICC, to give a formal vote of thanks, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is my privilege to present the hearty vote of thanks at the conclusion at a very, very engaging and nice inaugural opening session at the Emerging Asia Insurance Conclave 2022 here today. I would like to take this opportunity to thank first Mr. Sudhin Roy Chaudhary, retired director, LICI, and ex-member live, IRDAI. I would thank Mr. Edi Tuhirman, CEO, Generali Indonesia, who has joined virtually. We are very thankful to Mr. Wafi Shafiq Mehnaz Khan, DMD of Green Delta Insurance, Bangladesh. We are very, very thankful to Mr. Ravi Krishnamurthy, President, Operations and IT, SBI Life Insurance Company Limited. He has also joined virtually. Our thanks goes to Mr. Vinit Maheshwari, Chief Strategy Officer, PNB MetLife Insurance. We are thankful to Mr. Mahit Rochlani, COO, Sud Life Insurance. Mr. Joydeep Kumar Roy, Partner PwC, thanks for your presence today. He who is the India FS Advisory Leader and Global Health Insurance Practice Leader, for their kind presence and very valued presence at this forum, and thanks for their deliberations. I would also like to thank all our foreign delegates who have come all the way from different parts of the world, and industry stakeholders for attending this important forum. I would also like to convey our sincere thanks to our valued sponsors and partners, without whose support it would not have been possible to organize this conference. Our association partners, to name, are Life Insurance Council and General Insurance Council. Our knowledge partner is Insurance Institute of India, and academic partner is National Insurance Academy. Our process reviewer is PricewaterhouseCoopers. Our conference partners are LIC India, SBI Life and Tata AIA Gold, SBI General, HDFC Life, PNB MetLife, Star Union, Daiichi, Green Delta Insurance, and our associate partner is HDFC Argo. Delegate kit partners are LIC Lanka and Shriram Life Insurance. ICICI Prudential Life is our corporate contributor. So we have come to the end of today's first session, and we are not breaking for any tea break. We will continue this session. Before going for the next session, I would request Sangeeta to please conduct the memento presentation to our dignitaries on the dais.
Thank you, Madam. We have come, last but not the least, to the felicitation part. For this, I would like to request Mr. Atanu Sen, sir, to felicitate Mr. Vinit Maheshwari, Chief Strategy Officer, PNB MetLife Insurance. To Mr. Joydeep Keroy, Partner PwC, India FS Advisory Leader and Global Health Insurance Practice Leader. To Mr. Mohit Rachlani, COO, Sud Life Insurance. To Mr. Wafi Safiq Menas Khan, DMD, Green Delta Insurance Company Limited. I would now request Ms. Madhuparna Bhomik Madam to felicitate Mr. Atanu Sen, our Chairman. To Mr. Sudhin Roy Chaudhary, Retired Director, LICI and ex-member, Life IRDAI. Thus we come to an end such a wonderful and engaging session, the first session, Insurance Bouquet. We will now shortly start our next session. Would request everybody to be here present. Thank you so much for your cooperation. We will take a group photo. We'll request for a group photograph, please. Come in the front. Yeah, that would be better.
चलो आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना, स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था? हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें?
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी। गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज।
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने, अब अपने लिए प्लान करें। पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं, इतने साल उसके लिए किया,
अब अपने लिए।
अब अपने लिए।
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना। रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ। पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवर जैसे बेनिफिट्स। मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022। वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं। बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ, हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन। ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे, ना कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो, रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे, अचीवमेंट्स, बस पढ़े रहे 2 साल घर पे। दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे। मैं लिखूंगी
Let people come back. इतना ठंड है अंदर, everybody is visiting toilet 2-3 times, इसके लिए खाली पड़ा है।
पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है नहीं। जब पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती। बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर। आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा। थैंक यू।
जब अपनों का साथ हो और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
सुनो,
हाँ
जरा ब्रेड ले आना।
अभी नहीं। रोइंग प्रैक्टिस, रिटायरमेंट के बाद
हम शिमला जा रहे हैं।
स्विट्जरलैंड।
स्विट्जरलैंड?
बड़े सपनों को सच करने के लिए चाहिए सही प्लान्स। इसलिए मैं चुनती हूँ PNB MetLife के रिटायरमेंट सॉल्यूशंस, जो देते हैं लमसम और मंथली इनकम के ऑप्शंस। तो आप भी मेरी तरह कीजिए बड़े सपनों की तैयारी।
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा,
हाँ
कुछ भूल गई? आपकी स्माइल। चलो। आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना, स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था? हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें?
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी। गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज।
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने, अब अपने लिए प्लान करें। पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं, इतने साल उसके लिए किया,
अब अपने लिए।
अब अपने लिए।
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना। रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ। पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवर जैसे बेनिफिट्स। मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022। वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं। बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ, हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन। ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे हैं, ना कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो, रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे, अचीवमेंट्स, बस पड़े रहे 2 साल घर पे। दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे। मैं लिखूंगी पेकट्स हुए, फिर भी मेरी फीस पूरी भरी गई। माँ को एक सेकंड भी बैठे हुए नहीं देखा ताकि मुझे ऑनलाइन क्लास के बीच
Request all the delegates outside to come inside, please.
सांस लेते हुए देखा। पर सभी पापा को यही चिंता थी कि मेरी केमिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है या नहीं। जब पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती। बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर। आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा। थैंक यू।
जब अपनों का साथ हो और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
Now I would like to begin the next session and I would request the following speakers to come on the dais, please. Mr. Anand Pejawar, Deputy Managing Director, SBI General Insurance. Mr. Parthonil Ghosh, President, Motor Business, HDFC Ergo General Insurance. Mr. Mohammad Moniruzzaman Khan, Head of Digital Business, Green Delta Insurance Company, Bangladesh. And Mr. Atul Bhandari, Head of Digital Business of Tata AIA Life Insurance. This session is on artificial intelligence and intelligent automation in insurance, a global view. Here the topics are similar and yet different. That is what, as you hear the speakers, you will realize. The first topic is digitization, automation and future of work in insurance. I invite Mr. Anand Pejawar, DMD, SBI General, to deliver his thoughts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Good afternoon, everyone, and my co-speakers on this dais. What I'm going to now show you in the next about 7 to 8 slides is what we at SBI, and when I say SBI, it's only for this reason that I joined SBI General only about 4 months back. Prior to that, I was 17 years with SBI Life. So Mr. Ravi Krishnamurthy, who spoke earlier, was with me in SBI Life, and I was earlier handling marketing, then into operations, IT, and international business. So when this topic was given to me, I had a long chat with my guru, Mr. Roy Chowdhury, and my friend, Mr. Rajeshri, as to what exactly they want me to show. And they said that why don't you just tell the people what you people have actually done in the life industry. So when I'm showing you here a few slides, it's a mixture of both life and non-life, what we have done in SBI Life and SBI General, and the various things that probably I can claim that some of them are the first in the industry, which you will see as and how we go, because the digitization in SBI Life started way back in 2016-17. So that's the time when we started, and we have come a long way where I think today it's clearly a trend setter in the life insurance industry, and we are now trying to replicate the same in the non-life industry. So just to set the entire thing in place, this is normally the methodology in which the entire life cycle goes, starting from the proposal to all the thing. And when I'm showing this, one disclaimer, it contains both life and non-life, because having experience now in life and non-life, I have not separated it into two different categories. Wherever it is there, I'll mention about life. Wherever it is there, I'll mention about non-life. So this is the normal methodology which went. And now when we look at digitization, I think we should also look at what's the evolution of digitization in the insurance industry. So all of us aware that, especially for life, this was the state which we all of us went till about 12, 13, 14, 2014, 2015, long, huge proposal forms asking you to fill up, add a lot of information, a lot of documentation, a lot of justification for it, which was quite cumbersome. In fact, there's a research report which says that the reason why people used to be running away from buying life insurance because it was typically the buying process which was very, very cumbersome. But come 2017-18, things changed. All companies started looking towards digitization, and I think the best thing that happened was the whole thing got converted into absolutely a digital platform. It could be a mobile, it could be an iPad, it could be a laptop, it could be a desktop, whatever device you say. The entire form, 12 pages, 14 pages, 16 pages, which companies used to have, got concised into a small digital app. Now this again helped because the time period that was earlier taken for the completion of entire process used to go from a few hours to maybe a couple of days, which has now reduced to a few minutes. Now how that has all happened? All of us are aware this was the most cumbersome thing on the life side. When you give a proposal, you need a KYC document, you need financial documents, you need existing policy documents, family details, whole lot of stuff which sometimes the customer also did not readily have. So that's what actually took a long time. So when we looked at the entire process end to end, when we wanted to get into digitization way back in 2015-16, we looked at the entire ecosystem and we said, each and every one of us is giving so much of information in the ecosystem, either knowingly or unknowingly, which can be used with the consent of the customer to get these things done. So what we did was, we went in for the API integration to the financial ecosystem. And we did it in such a manner where all these impediments which was making the customer run away from buying an insurance policy got absolutely simplified. As some of the earlier speakers in the first session from the life side said of integration, we did actual integration for KYC. So now no KYC documents are required if you have your details already on these platforms. Financial documents, not required if your information is already available here, and those information can match with whatever declarations you have given. Existing policy documents, very difficult to remember, not in a structured format. People used to have issues with that. Some information was not right, some policy numbers were not right. Integrating with IIBI, getting the entire information of your existing policies, which helps us to understand how we should underwrite the policy, what should be done, and how we can issue the policy in the shortest possible time. That also gave us the information about the family details. The only thing today which is not digitized, which we are trying to do, is the medical records. So there's no center repository for medical records from where you can pull out these details and put it down in a proposal format, which can be used by auto-populating these things as we have done in the other cases. Now this allows you to underwrite the policy. This allows you to get the policy issued. But look at it. Policy document ranging anywhere between 84 pages to 120 pages. Huge thick booklet, huge thick file comes to you through either India Post or through a courier, sometimes gets wet, sometimes get torn, you don't know what to do, whole lot of issues. You have policies from different companies, you don't know how to get things done, you need to change of address, you need to do any kind of policy servicing, you have to go to 10 different locations to get these things worked out. Another issue why people did not want to do even the slightest of the changes in the policy because they felt it was too tedious. But look at it, what happened in September 2013. IRDA allowed e-repositories to come in, and the entire process got smoothened out. So it could directly get into the e-repository with the consent of the customer. It was very easy for operations. All your policies earlier, even existing policies from other companies, could get into the same repository, which completely reduced your pain points. Now look at it, right from beginning, which is the proposal stage to the issuance stage, we could move the entire end-to-end into what we called at that point of time, way back in 2016-17, as a paperless, penless issuance of policy. My dear friends, this actually happens. I'm not telling you something which is 20,000 feet helicopter view, but this is actually which happens on the ground. And a large part of that, I would give credit to my ex-MD and CEO who is here, Mr. Ratanu Sen, who was heading SBI Life at that point of time. And he gave us a push that we should get into the digitization and automation, not in piecemeals, but right from right from policy sourcing to issuance. So today, all my distributors in life use mobiles, mobile applications through which the entire thing happens. The customer gets a mobile application. The entire process gets into digitized with no paper, no pen that is used. And this is where the applications, what I was telling you. We devised an application. I heard morning Vineet, I think it was Vineet, if my memory serves me right, talking about a smart friend. A similar kind of application was developed by us again in 2017-18, which we call Smart Advisor. Smart Advisor is we literally did it in a manner which was a complete office in the pocket of the distributor. So whatever a distributor wants, whatever is required to enable him to do right from pre-sale, sales, service to claims is completely available on the Smart Advisor. To this extent that we got the CRM system got integrated with the Smart Advisor. So the last telephonic discussion which the customer had with the call center executive, the distributor could see on this application. So in case if there is a renewal for which follow-up has been done, and if the customer has agreed that, okay, on this day I will get it done, the distributor gets the information on this application, which helps him to go and collect the renewal. So even at 9 o'clock at night, if some customer says, I want to buy a policy, the distributor doesn't have to go back to the company or his thing to say, oh, I don't know this, what should I do? Just opens up the application, scrolls it, looks at it, and he can do a very proper kind of a sale that is there. So this is the distributor app that we talk of. Second is the customer app. As rightly said, life insurance, huge problem. Customers used to say the companies don't contact us only other than when it is for renewal. Okay, so we were trying to find out how do we have this entire application developed. Right from the time this customer comes in with a proposal form, he logs in the proposal form till the claim maturity is paid out. It's a long period. For general insurance, it's a yearly affair. For a life insurance, it goes on for 15, 20, 40, 30 years. Sometimes it's whole life, so you don't know up to what time it can go. So we had to build up the entire structure on this customer app, which helped him to do all activities sitting at his home. Whether it is change of address, change of nomination, change of mode, whatever you need, you can do that, and this gets immediately attended to. So this is an app that we did, which we called it as Smart Care. Starting from the proposal stage, the moment the login happens, he gets the OTP there, he puts in the OTP, the journey starts. So he knows my proposal has moved from new business to underwriting, underwriting to issuance, issuance to dispatch, or it goes into the repository copy, soft copies are given on this particular application, and then he continues with it. We also took this to one level above to do customer engagement. How do you keep the customer, as rightly said by the speaker at the earlier panel, how do you keep the customer engaged for a long period of time, especially for life? So ULIP products, we started giving them monthly investment managers views, what is happening in the industry, what's happening in the markets. When the union budget was announced, what are the synopsis of that? When the RBI credit policy is announced, what are the synopsis of it? All this information which would help this customer to take some decision that is there were given to the customer on this particular platform. So we used it both as a customer application and engagement tool. Next is the employees. Come March 20th, 2020, all of us were locked into the house. We had a big problem. Some of these employees who were used to coming to office were suddenly asked to sit at home and operate from home. They could not meet their friends, they could not discuss, they could not share their ideas, their views, their concerns, their thoughts. So this application helped these people to come on the same platform and start exchanging views, start exchanging information, which kept them quite engaged even in the 2.5 years when people were forced to work from home. And this still continues as a very good platform for employee engagement. On the non-life side, we went in and brought in an underwriter application. There is a plant which is to be inspected in Jamshedpur, hypothetically. And my risk engineer has gone there and he's doing the inspection. By the time he completes the report, sends it back, it takes some time. So what we did is we created this application and we gave it to the risk engineer. So he goes there, fills in the details, takes the photographs and straight away submits. So by the time he finishes his inspection, the data is already available with the underwriter back in Bombay. And he can start doing the underwriting process and find out what is to be done with this particular account. So this is one of the applications that has been developed and which is helping us very well. Claims team. Claims obviously in general insurance is a big thing because that's the moment of truth, be it a motor claim or health claim, whatever it is. Now we have decided to first initially put this garage application in place. So if the car is met with an accident, either the customer or the surveyor just takes a photograph, gives us the information, sends it to us. The claims team has a look at it, and within 1 hour, the claim is settled. So we know the geography, we know the latitude, the longitude, where it has happened, which day it has happened. All that information has been put in place. We have also built in certain kinds of optical recognition, character recognition, the technology which is there, which can help us to tell us whether the photographs that are taken are actually of the vehicle that we have insured or not. So there are a lot of things which on the thing that we have worked out and which is working out very well. So this is on the application side. All of us have got huge applications in whatever we do. Look at the evolution of digital on the marketing side. Marketing, sales, earlier face-to-face thing. Insurance was the only one which used to be relied on face-to-face. In fact, initially when 2012-13, the digital sales just started, and I was speaking at one of the seminar, I said, today we are in the ROPO segment. ROPO is refer online, purchase offline. So as a customer, you would refer all the web aggregators and find out information about the product, about the company which you want, but you would necessarily go and buy it through a physical distributor, be it a bank, be it your agent, be it a corporate agent, be it a broker. So that's the ROPO kind of a thing which is there. From there, I think COVID has also pushed us quite to tell us how this digital has gone. And today, the whole thing is available on apps. Whole thing is available on websites. So sitting at home, you can do. It's also much cheaper to buy stuff from there. Look at the latest trend in this segment. Companies have gone and joined, integrated with e-commerce platforms. Unheard of 5 years back in India. Overseas it was there. When I was working overseas for some time, this was a very much prevalent thing that e-commerce platforms used to start selling insurance products depending upon the customer base they had. But that was not available in India, which started. This is where I will spend a minute more. All of us have got partners. All the partners have got digital platforms. How do we integrate our products and services on the partners' digital platform? YONO is a fantastic example. Some of you, or those of you who are customers of State Bank would have had YONO. YONO is a platform where it says you need only one. So at that point of time, the chairman threw a challenge to us that the buying psychology of the customer has changed. Amazon is now allowing him to buy stuff at just 2 clicks or 3 clicks. Why should a customer buy insurance, life insurance from you or a general insurance from you by giving so much information? Can you design a product? Can you design a system? Can you design a process where your customer, my customer, that is bank's customer, can go on my platform and buy a life insurance product with 3 clicks? Clear mandate. I'm not interested in the 4th click. So this is what we did. We integrated it with the YONO platform. As of today, when I'm talking to you, 14 products, life and non-life, are available on YONO platform, and it's actually available on the 3rd click. The 3rd time you say yes, which debits your account and credits to the respective insurance company, the COI or the policy gets issued instantaneously, and it is delivered on the YONO platform. So this is a fantastic example that I always give, where the partner, which is a bank, having its own digital platform, how does life insurance or a non-life insurance or a health insurance can come and integrate it and make the entire buying journey of a customer so simple that he is not then worried about the TDS process or what has to be done or what documents have to. Entire information is already available in the bank's master. So how do you integrate it? How do you get it? And how do you get it done? So I think YONO is a fantastic example of this kind of integration on digital platforms that we looked at. Renewal payouts, traditionally cash, checks, all of us are aware how these things were managed, how tedious they were. New age currency is all e-payments. As of date, when I'm talking to you, I think the entire industry, more than 90% of the payments are coming through e-payments and wallets, where earlier it was neither, less than 10%. So that's a huge, huge change which all of us have seen on the digital side and making use of this currency. Claims, very important thing for an insurance company. A lot of disputes can happen, a lot of things can happen. How do we make things easier? At least in non-life, you have the same guy who has taken the policy who comes for the claims. In life, it's always the nominee who comes for a death claim. So he might not even be aware of how things have to be done or what has to be done. So how can you make this claim process completely seamless, simple? So this is what we did in the Smart Care customer application itself. Sitting at home, the nominee can open it, give us the details, upload all the documents that are required, and the claim processing starts happening. We also went to the extent of doing a money drop arrangement, where the details of the bank that you give us to credit this particular amount, we do a penny drop and check whether it is the same account or not. Only when we get the confirmation that this account belongs to the nominee and the details given are correct, the next day the entire money gets transferred. So it's an absolute secured kind of a thing which is there. I'm happy to announce that we could also create a separate platform to take care of the PMJGVI, PMSBY claims that were there. Earlier it was taking quite a long time. COVID created huge issues. People could not go to the bank branches, had a problem, could not go to the insurance company offices. But we created a digital platform called Parivartan, which completely changed the scenario. And today DFS is talking to us to take over this entire platform and give it to the companies who are, I think LIC is already using this particular thing, and one more non-life company is using this platform that was developed by SBI Life internally to take care of PMJGBY and PMSBY claims. Analytics. Morning, Vineet was talking about analytics. Analytics has been used in a huge manner. I think insurance industry, more than anything else, uses analytics in, I think, every aspect of insurance. In SBI Life in general, we are making use of it in 3 different ways. One is descriptive analytics, obviously based on the past data. Predictive analysis, what can happen, how it is to be done. And one is prescriptive analysis. And this is done in a very, very systematic manner, because we believe that every aspect, starting from marketing to actuarial to distribution to billing, policy servicing, and more importantly in underwriting, analytics can play a huge role, and it is already playing a huge role for us in this particular things that we're doing. We are trying to find out where all we can use this in a much better manner and get the best out of this stuff. Blockchain, as of in India, it's not there on an official platform, but I think this is the technology of tomorrow. I think the faster the insurance companies come together and think about it, it's going to be fantastic. These are 3 different things. I'll not get into details of it, but what I will say is these are the used cases of blockchain. In India, do we have one? No. But in 2015-16, 14 companies came together on the life side and we did 2 POCs. I was fortunate enough to head one of the POCs there in there. So we used 2 different platforms to try the robustness, to try and find out how good they are, how robust they are, and try and see how we can make use of them. So one of them we used was for new business data. Worked out very well. POC was very, very successful. And we were getting the right kind of information that we wanted between these 14 companies which participated in the POC. Next was the claims data. Similarly, we tried to do with the medical records. As I said, this is the only area where we don't have a repository. So we tried to find out whether these 14 companies can come together, upload the data in the blockchain, and based on the customer's consent, if the other companies could go and access these data, it could be a fantastic thing to get things. Vehicle data, especially on the non-life. 6 companies came together after they looked at our POC on the life side and actually started a blockchain. But they started only to take care of the no claim bonuses which is there. But typically in a blockchain, you can track the vehicle right from the time it leaves the factory till the time it goes to the scrap. Where it has gone, where is it registered, which RTO, which banker has financed it, who is the owner, how many times has it gone to the garage, what kind of things have happened in the garage, how many times it has changed hands, how many banks have given for subsequent financing to all this information right up to the time the vehicle gets into the scrap and it is thrown off can be monitored on this blockchain. So this is something which is going to help the industry in a big way. Birth and death registry, hospitalization data. We were talking to a few large hospitals when we were doing the POC to try and find out whether they can join this, both the birth and death registry and the hospital. Both of them have shown eagerness that if you come out with a blockchain and if the customer gives us the consent, we will be in a position to get our data uploaded on the blockchain so that different things can take care of it. So that's the 2 POCs I'm talking of, which we worked out and worked out very well. But somehow we have not been in a position to take it to a level where we could implement this, but the efforts are still on. And I'm very hopeful that very soon we'll be in a position to set up the first blockchain in India for the insurance industry. These are some of the used cases which are very famous, and I'm sure some of you would have already seen this. I've just given 4. There are about 8 or 9 which are there on life, non-life and health, both sides, where it has a very successful blockchain technology which has been used in the industry. Communication, especially life, difficult. 30-year policy, every time you need to communicate with the customer. Sometimes you send an envelope, he doesn't even open that. That was a traditional part of it. Went into paperless mode, which is emails. Today, most of the companies have got into social media. There's this fantastic WhatsApp commercial which is there, which is used to a certain extent that today we are sending policy document with the consent of the customer as an attachment on WhatsApp. We have created bots through the WhatsApp which is ready to accept payments from the customer for the renewal payouts. And this is actually in practice. I'm not talking anything theory. I'm telling you exactly what we have implemented both in life and non-life side that is there. Last one slide from my side, newest technologies. I think all of you are fully aware of it. Up till now, we were giving a lot of importance for human intelligence. Suddenly, we have started giving importance to artificial intelligence. What can artificial intelligence do? We feel artificial intelligence can be more intelligent than a human intelligence that we have. Similarly, take the case of machine learning. Up till now, we were talking about human learning. But today, we talk about machine learning. And how can you make the machine learn more and more and put more and more cases so that it starts giving you much better result. A lot of companies have implemented robotics. Robotics in my company earlier and now we have almost put in 65 processes in robotics, which has helped us tremendously. And let me assure you, not a single staff member who was handling the processes which have now been robotized have been asked to go. We could reskill them and use them in much better departments where they have given a lot of contribution post going there. So it's a wonderful thing which we have seen, and we are very confident that robotics will definitely play a very important role. 24/7, error-free, large numbers, systemized processes, robotics works fantastically well and gives very good result. And finally, bots. I did not say more on bots. Every one of you are using bots. Every one of you are putting bots. Today we have put bots into every possible system that is there to help the customer, the distributor, the employee, whosoever is using that particular platform to help them achieve their required. What has all this led to? Last 2 years was bad, but last 2 years, if you see, has completely changed the landscape for non-life insurance industry. Some of my friends on the dais and here will agree. Up till now, it was motor industry who was giving us maximum revenue on the top line. This year, it's the health who has overtaken motor. What does that mean? The awareness of a person to buy insurance has grown up. Not only the awareness, companies have also geared themselves out through whatever I have shown you in my last 14 to 15 slides as to how we are trying to deliver the best to the customer in the shortest possible time, sitting in his house and trying to give what is the best possible available as of today in it. So right from these huge files, dockets, things like that, it's moved into a scenario which is completely paperless. As I said, we have achieved paperless, penless issuance of policy way back in 2017-18 itself. And it's doing very well. So that's something which is complete use of technology, whether you call it digital, automation, whatever you want to name it, it's actually giving result. Long waiting periods have completely cut down, TATs have come down, and today it's absolutely fast. It's almost on a click of a mouse. So that's what is it. And all this has led to huge amount of customer satisfaction and customer retention with the companies. So my dear friends, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to display what we have done in SBI Life and SBI General. And any questions any one of you have, I'll be more than happy to address it during the lunch session. Thank you very much.
Now may I request Mr. Parthanil Ghosh, President, Motor Business, HDFC Ergo, General Insurance, to talk on AI, automation and future of work in insurance.
Thank you, Rajarshi. Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon, my co-panelists on the dais. So this particular topic actually intrigued me a bit. We are talking about AI, we are talking about automation, we are talking about work in insurance. Because the principle of insurance works that there will be an uncertainty in future, and we in the insurance industry indemnify that uncertainty. With the AI and the machine learning, which Mr. Pejawar just ended his presentation with the human learning, human intelligence to artificial intelligence. So our predictive ability of future and the uncertainties are becoming finer and finer. And as we go ahead, maybe we require risk management more rather than indemnification of insurance, and that's a topic. That's a topic by itself. And globally, there are players who are working on this, thinking that the future of insurance, what the future of insurance holds, insurance industry holds. Will the insurance industry remain as it is, as what it is today? Coming to the workforce, of course, and before I get into the slides, these are only 6 or 7 slides. One of the things that Mr. Pejawar ended his slide with is bots. So I know a number of companies in the industry who have been using bots, or most of them. We have actually inducted bots into our workforce. So today we have almost 5 bots who have an employee ID. Because these are kids, right? So they learn by itself. The only thing is that their learning pace is much faster than the human. And there it comes that the human intelligence and the machine learning. Artificial intelligence is nothing but a human intelligence put into together a million of human intelligence into one, and those are the bots. So the workforce, yes, we require humans, but we will have more bots than humans as we go ahead in the workforce. So coming to this specific topic and what I'm going to discuss in the next 10 to 15 minutes is what are the possibilities as we see today, because there are endless opportunities going forward with AI and automation. What things are happening within HDFC ERGO, and I will specifically speak about 2 use cases which for the general insurance industry is of very, very critical importance. Yes. So this AI and automation actually gets into, we segregated into 5 areas: customer acquisition, innovative product offerings, customer service, claims processing, and detecting fraud. So coming to the first one, customer acquisition, and we heard about what all the industry is doing on the digitization, but on real artificial intelligence, using artificial intelligence or machine learning, on customer acquisition, we think of real-time nudges to the customers and how we can create the machine learning techniques to tell to the customer when someone needs an insurance. Say, for example, someone is leaving for a vacation. Actually, the system can tell the customer that, hey, do you have a home insurance? 1. Do you have a proper travel insurance? 2. And so on and so forth. So these are real-time nudges which are possible today, and it is happening globally, also in India. The second one is, of course, the suggestion of cross-selling. Whom to cross-sell? The so-called propensity modeling is getting more refined with the usage of machine learning. Improved risk assessments, and we are into the business of managing risks. So we find out techniques by which we refine it further, and machine learning is only giving us that computing power to assess the risk on a real-time basis based on the strength of the computing power. And of course, the better customer segmentation. The second one on the innovative product offerings, and these are very, very limited examples and not exhaustive, usage-based insurance, which the regulator allowed the insurance industry, the motor insurance industry to use. Basically, it is based on that how much of usage you have and pay the insurance premium or motor based on that. And not that someone is driving 20,000 kilometers per year and someone is driving 2,000 kilometers, and today we both pay the same insurance, but going forward that will be differentiated. And not only on the usage per se, but how you are using it. How many number of times you are accelerating, how many number of times you are putting the brake, what time you are using the car, or even at what speed you normally drive. So based on all this behavior, the insurance products are getting developed. Globally, those products are available. In India, those products are still to be developed, but I am aware that most of the insurance companies are working on this. That the day the regulator will allow these products to be in Indian market, most of the insurance industries or companies will be doing it. Subscription model on insurance, premium discount in exchange of data sharing. So these are some of the use cases. Customer service, guide customers through queries without human intervention. These are happening. Interactive bots, almost human-like, and those bots learn by itself and becomes extremely accurate. But of course, just like humans, they also need to learn. The only thing is that they learn very, very fast. Empower customers with information on demand. We heard about using WhatsApp. WhatsApp has become very, very popular, and in our company also we have almost 20 services which are available on WhatsApp, from agent's query to customers asking for policies or claims intimation, or even knowing that where the claim is. And of course, improve efficiency via IVR, via bot and natural language processing and all those techniques. Claims processing and is also using AI and automation, and detecting fraud, because these are the two parts I will showcase two use cases that HDFC ERGO is using in harnessing the power of AI or automation for the benefit of its workforce, channel partners, and the end consumers. For HDFC ERGO, we are into all these gamuts of insurance. So while we are using the AI and automation, we have the ability to dynamic way to price motor products, almost 10 million plus combinations, which can work or which is working on a real-time basis. So that is one. Secondly, the entire underwriting rule engine is basically based on a machine learning platform. So the rules are not static. Depending on the risk of a particular location, particular geography, particular make, model in motor, those are being changed, or the ability to change. Of course, this is still supervised because otherwise there can be disruption, which will be a bit challenging at this point of time to handle. Usage-based insurance policies we launched yesterday only. That is a sandbox product, and basically the platform is on AI based. On the customer service, we have a number of bots, but one of the things that I would like to mention here that we have been using or receiving lots of emails over the years, right? So we started working on IBM Watson some 3 years back. And today, IBM Watson actually replies to 50% of our emails, and those are accurate and very, very difficult to understand that there is no human intelligence behind it. While we speak about artificial intelligence, the intelligence behind is human. So we supervise all these models so that there are no disruptions. We also try to understand that where they are going wrong, and we try to build complex situations that can arise while people are raising their points through emails. Claims processing, 75% of our claims are surveyed digitally, and those are embedded with artificial intelligence engine, including the camera and the entire processing. So all the claims, all the motor claims that goes through is through that engine so that we understand and our model learns faster. 60% of our eligible break-in inspections are enabled through AI, and this will be another use case that we'll speak a bit in detail in the subsequent slides. Fraud, the entire fraud engine of HDFC ERGO is AI and ML enabled. What it does, of course, this is one area where the insurance industry is extremely concerned. A large part of our value gets eroded because of fraud. And we are all trying to address this particular issue so that the end consumers, those are not fraud, those are in the excess of 99% of the consumers, they don't get unnecessarily burdened for the frauds that are being done by an absolutely small minority. So the first use case that I'll speak of that we have been using in HDFC ERGO is AI in fraud detection. So basically we have the policy data, we have the claims data, we have the fraud investigation data and the external data sets. So this is the data. So we are putting the ML models into it, the machine learning models, through sampling, supervised machine learning and unsupervised. Of course, there are number of acronyms that are being used by the data scientists. Today, there are actuaries and there are data scientists who create these patterns through various ways, and some of the words that is being used are normal regression analysis or cat boosters, random forest and others. What we get out of it? So if you look at the top row, earlier all these predictive models are static. So you put some rules, you get some result out of it, and at the end of the day you investigate and give a result. Now what does it mean? Even if 1% of the cases are fraud, we actually ended up investigating 10% of the cases. Now 10% of the cases means for 1% fraud customers, you are actually harassing 9% more customers. Our entire idea is to reduce this. So if it is 1%, can we only investigate 2% of the consumers? 2% where we know that there is a possibility of theft. That is one. And secondly, this entire cost of investigation is humongous, and how to reduce it. So then we decided to implement the machine learning tools. Now machine learning tools, basically the same static rules. The only difference is that we humans go on reviewing these rules every 6 months or in a year, and then go on changing it, which will take another 6 months. So machine learning tools learns by itself, and they start changing the rule pattern by themselves into that way. So we introduced this, of course, based on certain risk scores, which is depicted here, and to see that how we can finally come to a very, very small set of investigation where the success rate of fraud detection is very high. If you look at this table, so there is a risk score of 0 to 25 where the success rate probability is only 7%, but there is a risk score of 200 plus where the success rate probability is 26%. Now, how to segregate this? That is that is the machine learning tools and the AI engine that helps. So this is the first use case. The second use case is on motor insurance break-in inspection and damage detection. So in 2018, we started this journey. And as I said that AI and machine learning is something of artificial intelligence, but backed by actually human intelligence. The only difference is because of the computing power, the pace of learning is faster. So we started with motor, and till date, almost 2,000 plus vehicle models have been trained. 29 plus external body parts have been trained, and infinite damage scenarios. So there is no restrictions on number of damage scenarios. We started in 2018. Till date, almost 20 lakh images are being there in this model. Every month we add something around 1.5 lakh images, because every month the particular all the claims are going through this engine. So this kid is learning. It's a 4-year-old kid, but the result is absolutely fantastic. There are 2 use cases here. The first one is on the break-in inspection. So some of you or all of us do have a motor insurance. If we fail to renew the motor insurance on the due date, the next date the insurer asks for a pre-inspection. Normally what happens, some surveyor comes, he takes a photograph, he sends it to the insurance company through a WhatsApp or through their own digital app, and it will take anything between 1 hour to 8 hours to get your decision that whether it is okay to renew or not to renew. So this particular AI application, the model has learned through 20 lakh images, as we mentioned. So through this, I can also inspect my vehicle, and within 5 minutes, I will get the decision whether the vehicle is okay to be renewed. A simple application, a number of companies, I know about at least another company which is being using it very, very successfully. So today, 60% of all our pre-inspections are done through AI. So it is very, very, first of all, scalable model. Whether someone is in some villages of Arunachal Pradesh or somewhere in Kerala, they will get the same 5 minutes. Predictable and very, very consistent decision. It is not dependent on one surveyor in Arunachal or one other surveyor in Kerala. The second one is something which is, I think, globally also not so much successful. Even in India, very few companies have been using it at the front end. So when there is a damage on the vehicle during an accident, we always take it to a workshop or speak to the insurance company, and the insurance company sends a surveyor. And the surveyor comes and he looks at the car and says, okay, this panel to be repaired, this bumper to be replaced, and so on and so forth. So we try to use our AI engine so that a layman also can take the photograph based on the instruction that is there, which will take another 3 minutes maximum, and then the engine to decide that which of the parts are being damaged and whether the damaged parts needs to be repaired or replaced. So in the last 4 years, 70% of the cases we have received 100% accuracy. Now, when we speak about 100% accuracy, these are all being checked manually by some surveyor, and the feedback is going to the machine, so that this machine learning platform learns it and refines its learning. So 70% of the cases, we have got 100% accuracy, by which this machine is saying, yes, this is damaged, this portion is damaged, and this portion needs to be repaired or replaced. Now the next part is to correlate between this damage and also for that particular event. So there can be 10 damages on the car, but only 2 damages relate to the accident that has actually happened now, for which the claim has been submitted. So we are into that process. Hopefully in another few months, we'll come up to a solution where the customer actually can take the photograph and will know whether the vehicle to be repaired or replaced, that particular parts. So in a nutshell, all these use cases that we are talking about, at the end of the day, we, the insurers, kept the customer in the center, in the focus, so that the customer gets the maximum value out of this entire digitization and the automation process, and to go ahead to increase penetration, and this entire thing of that proof of getting an insurance is a claim, that uncertainty is reduced and removed. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present a few use cases from HDFC ERGO. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now may I request Mr. Moniruzzaman Khan, Head of Digital Business of Green Delta, to show us how he is creating a digital impact in Bangladesh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before the logistics gets prepared, let me introduce myself. I am Moniruzzaman Khan. I am representing Green Delta Insurance and, of course, my country, Bangladesh. It is an absolute privilege and honor for me to be here, to be able to talk, and that too, right after the first session where distinguished panelists like Mr. Shudhin, Mr. Joydeep, Mr. Mohit, and so on, they have talked a lot. And me, I believe I am the youngest one in terms of insurance experience, because I just joined this industry 4 or 4.5 years back. I actually worked for a telecom operator for a long period of time in Bangladesh, in Telenor Bangladesh to be precise. Can I have my presentation, please? So I will not go through any formal presentation today because it will not look good because everything has been covered, but I will try to deliver some stories. Stories from my country, stories from the industry we are operating in, and stories actually what actually we are going to do in next few years. I believe you'll enjoy. All right, it's ready now. All right, so as I told that I will start with my country. 26th of March 1971, this is the exact date when a brand new nation was built, and that is Bangladesh, and that is from where we are today. And from then, actually right now we are celebrating 51st years of our independence right now. And by now, our nation has a new title, and we are being called as the Asian Tiger. And there are a lot more reasons behind that. Because the GDP right now we have is around 350 billion. This is quite big. The per capita income, still it's slow, but actually we are gradually increasing. Right now it is around $1,800. The literacy rate, this is quite remarkable because 10 years back, actually the literacy rate was 51%. Right now we are 76%. And the World Bank has projected that by the year 2025, the literacy rate would exceed 85%. The population is quite big, but the good part is like the median age of the population is 28 years. So you can understand the young generation, actually, they are more prone into digital, they're more prone into technology, and actually we can have an extremely better future in the coming days. RMG, our economy is heavily dependent on RMG, around $44.22 billion of RMG exports actually we used to have every year. Even the recent pandemic, actually, that couldn't hit us that much. That couldn't dent us that much. Our RMG export actually has gone miles. Our government recently announced that our country has actually claimed to be the 100% electricity all over the nation, maybe first of its kind in this region. And the e-commerce market size actually right now where our digital industry is operating in is $1 billion as well. Let me tell a bit about the digital Bangladesh. Right now, actually, our country is we have 167 million people, but the mobile subscription base is 178 billion. The reason is actually I also have a couple of SIMs with me, couple of connections with me. That's why the number is a bit higher. The internet penetration is quite good. It is almost the half of 53 million people actually in our country. Actually, they are using broadband and data internet packages. Smartphone penetration is also good. It's 45%. Right now, we are a proud owner of our own satellite, by which actually we can have our own assets. MFS has been a tremendous new entry for our country. Because in the year 2013, when actually we had our first MFS, Mobile Financial Service Company in Bangladesh, at that time, the banked population of our country was around 13 to 14%. But right now, where we are standing today, in the year 2022, the banked population is around 41%. So you can imagine that how technology can transform a traditional industry into a mammoth industry. And another new traditions we are having is like the startups. I believe in India it's also a growing concern. In our country, startups are also coming up with different new and innovative ideas. In the year 2021, actually, our startups has raised around $700 million US funds, and all are tech-based, all are coming with different innovative solutions that can actually encounter the social problems that we are having right now. And now let me tell you a bit about our insurance industry that we are having in our country. It's been a legacy industry. We are operating at least 45 years, if I'm not wrong. The number of operators is 79. It's quite big, I believe, for a country like us. We have a branch offices all over the country, is 8,000 plus. If I talk about the professionals who are working here, is around 500,000 plus minus. This includes the agents, the FT, full-time employees, and all. And the market size as of now is $6.6 billion market dollar. Even after all these, the contribution in our GDP from this industry is only 0.4%. This is extremely, extremely low compared to the overall figures that just I have shown you in my previous slides. That means actually we can go a miles. We have a lot more things to do. But somehow for some obvious reasons, actually the results, the exact results that actually supposed to be here, we are not being able to come up with. And this is where actually from Green Delta Insurance we are trying to build the momentum. We are trying to actually come up with some solution that can help the overall industry and that can help the competition that we are having right now, the competition, our co-players, they can also join us in the journey. To start with, actually from in the year 2015, Green Delta Insurance actually first launched the crop insurance. What does it mean, crop insurance? Crop insurance means like we are insuring the farmer's livelihood. This is not in a manual process. This is absolute in a digital way. Because actually we have a database of around 40 plus years weather data, and we are actually covered by 1,400 weather data points all across our country. And from every moment, every point, actually we are capturing those data to make a new products kind of thing. Right now, I can tell that we can make any kind of product at any time for any parts of the country with the help of this crop insurance ecosystem. Then actually in the year 2017, we are the first country to launch the digital insurance. Digital insurance means like only capturing the customer data with the help of digital, with the help of our website, and actually issue the policies. Actually, that was not a true essence of digital insurance because we need to start from somewhere, and that was that. And in the year 2018, our agriculture team, our crop insurance team, actually they brought the cattle insurance for the very first time in our country. And that too with the help of NFC tagging, and that is also LIMS software that actually tags every cattle that we used to insure wherever the cattle are. And in the year 2021, actually we launched a comprehensive mobile app. And from there, actually, our true digital journey, actually, we start. Actually, we were supposed to start our digital journey on 2020, but because of the pandemic, we couldn't start, and that is obvious. And 2022, we are the first company in Bangladesh, actually, who has built up a solid digital insurance ecosystem. And what is digital insurance ecosystem? I'll tell in a while. So there are few reasons for the smile for our customer, for whom actually we are working relentlessly every day. Firstly, if I talk about the crop or cattle insurance, till date actually we have covered around 4.5 lakhs of farmers across our country. As I said before, that it actually we can have data from last 40 plus years. And from the 1,400 plus data points, and from where actually we used to make the products for our farmers. And as I said, for the cattle, actually we are the only company who are actually offering this NFC tagging with the software that we have built, and every cattle that actually we insure, then that is tagged, and we can look at them where the cattle is, and along with their health condition as well. The ambition for this vertical, this crop and cattle vertical, cattle insurance vertical is like we will actually reach 2.5 million farmers will be insured by the year 2023. And when I talk about digital insurance, because I said that we are the first company who has introduced a solid and end-to-end digital ecosystem, that means that we have developed an ecosystem where actually we have our own digital assets. When I'm talking about our own digital assets, it is our own comprehensive mobile app. We have our state-of-the-art maintained and maintain our website. We have our own call center. We have a very big social media platform, and also we have been partnering with different aggregators and marketplaces. As you all know that we cannot go alone because we are a big country. We have a big population to reach on, so we have to have partnership with partners like aggregators and marketplaces. And also we have partnered with one of the largest mobile telecom operators, one of the largest mobile financial service operators, and by which actually we are trying to make the insurance product as a commodity product. When I am saying that, that means that our insurance products actually right now is available in more than 16,000 plus retail stores, from where actually people like me, people like you actually used to buy rice, salt, lentils and everything. And from that particular point, actually now these products can be availed by any potential customers. And the ambition for this digital vertical is like by the year 2023, 35.8 million people will have access to insurance, and that's guaranteed. I have a audiovisual on the digital ecosystem, but I believe I have covered everything. As we actually on the verge of going for lunch, so on your request, I can skip that. So I will end up my story with another very happy story from one of the a few of the farmers across the country. As you know that in the year last year, we all are having a nationwide lockdown. So lockdown means actually we are not actually allowed to go out. We are not allowed to go out for our shopping. And as a Muslim, actually, you know that we used to celebrate 2 times in a year, Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. And in the Eid al-Adha, actually, we Muslims actually sacrifices cattle in the name of Allah. And that's something that actually we have been doing for hundreds, thousands of years. And there are the few farmers, there are so many farmers in fact in our country, they actually used to grow up cattle from the infant to a certain stage so that at the event of Eid al-Adha they can sell it in a very good price, and that can help them to have a very certain amount of financial benefit. But as they were having a nationwide lockdown, they actually couldn't go out to sell their cattle. So they were on the verge of facing a very big loss. So from our digital business, from our Green Delta Insurance Impact Division team, actually this division are responsible to work for the farmers and for the marginal segments. So they actually built up a in-house mobile app, in-house system, by which actually the few of the farmers, actually they were connected with those with that app, and their cattle were also been tagged with that particular app. So people like me who are sitting in the capital, I used to find a good cattle for me which was available in the mobile app. So actually I ordered the cattle, I ordered cow on the mobile app, and actually that order somehow went to the particular farmer, and that was delivered to my doorstep. And this is how basically we try to help few of the farmers, not that much. To be very precise, we helped 230 farmers in that particular occasion. Maybe the number is very low, 230 farmers, but for me, this 230 farmers smile is equivalent to $230 million. And this is how basically Green Delta Insurance is creating a digital impact in the society. Thank you very much.
Now may I request Mr. Atul Bhandari, Head of Digital Business at Tata AIA, to deliver his thoughts.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, my fellow panelists. Good afternoon to the speakers before and to the rest of the delegates. It's the toughest session always. I think it gets spoken about every time. It's a session just before lunch. And I think we're already running some 15-20 minutes behind, so I'll try and make it a bit crisper. I'm supposed to talk on InsurTech, and I think one important piece that all of us have heard literally in every single conversation that we've had so far, people have spoken about how digital has become a way of life for insurance businesses, whether it is life or motor or health or crop. So it's, I think, become so endemic to our requirement of running the insurance business that digital is kind of becoming more mainstream. And I'm sure from all of the ideas and the use cases that we heard of earlier, many of them, if not most, would have been powered by some small InsurTech somewhere, kind of creating seeds of innovation which will probably keep on becoming bigger and more mainstream for our insurance business as we come along. This is, I think all of us are on WhatsApp. India contributes the biggest number of WhatsApp users, right? We keep hearing about these funny jokes or things which keep coming around, how technology is kind of getting utilized or misutilized, how data is becoming so much more fluid. Right, and it's at one point of time this looks like a funny thing. If you read it multiple times over, it also gives you the impression that it is actually true, or it can be made true. Right, what you do, the behavior that you kind of undertake with any of your non-financial interactions, right, can also become such an important part of what insurance can be for you, right? And this is important both from a consumer as well as from a manufacturer point of view. So much so that I think if you consider all of us are, or largely all of us are on the manufacturing side, if you see, we hardly have information about people who are not our customers, right? There is no reason for them to engage with us till the time they apply for a policy. So we don't really know much about what the consumer is. We, however, partner with a lot of financial institutions. So you could go to a bank. I think many of us work with large banks. There are distribution models which are around those banks. And they typically house a lot of data, a lot of information, right? So they will know, for example, how much you're spending. Now, you could look at a credit card customer or an account customer, and you could find out affluence levels, you could find out where they are spending, and all these multiple parameters of information could become available. But if you actually now go down one level beyond, which is to the actual place where the spend is happening, right? One example is here. It could also mean, let's say, a grocery shopping app, a Big Basket, for example, right? Those guys will not just have the information on the total quantum of spend, like what the bank will have. Let's say you spend 10,000 rupees. They'll actually have the information about what you spend that 10,000 for, right? To the extent that they will tell you the SKUs that you're buying. They could help you estimate what kind of family size you're dealing with. They could help you estimate health habits. Right? So there is a lot of micro information which is available in the ecosystem. All of us are consuming lots of products digitally. And I think that becomes even more powerful to utilize that information and kind of use it for underwriting, use it for the right propositions, use it for creating products for all you know. Another interesting piece is, I think, obviously over a period of time, the internet has become much more prevalent all across. There is high-speed data which is available to everyone, right? We keep seeing this, and the one reflection on this is actually something like, I mean, a lot of us, maybe a few years back, were all on Facebook. Then there came a time when all of us shifted to WhatsApp, which still runs at this point of time, so much so that Facebook had a reason to end up buying WhatsApp. Now, if I talk to some of the teenagers, they're all on Discord. Right? It's something which was created as a platform for coders to interact is now becoming more of a social tool for kids, for students, for them to kind of create their engagement, right? And what this basically tells you is that the platforms may keep changing, but the interaction, engagement, the kind of communication that the ecosystem creates between various cohorts of people, whether they are kids, whether they are early adults, whether they are salaried, early earners, and whether, I mean, it is all of us. So the consumer is changing that habit, and I think purely from a point of view of becoming more powerful on digital, this becomes even more relevant for us to keep an eye on. At the same time, be, I mean, agile as we call it, to keep looking at opportunities, to keep looking at ways and means of utilizing this for designing products, for designing propositions, and for definitely designing delivery systems. So what's the consumer today, right? This is very important. I think we spoke about it, I think in, again, many of the sessions earlier. It is essentially the consumer which is shifting, whether it is shifting towards technology, whether it is shifting towards consumption in a different fashion to what they were doing earlier, right? It's basically the consumer which is leading the change, right? We as insurers are therefore trying to see what can we do on digital to make sure that we are there with them. But essentially the technology impact is on everything that the customer does. Obviously, pandemic has fast-tracked literally most of these things. What used to be, let's say, a monthly experience to go out and buy your groceries between the 1st and the 5th physically has kind of got translated into doing the quick orders online. There is instant gratification which is expected by the customers literally on everything. We've seen I mean, the Ola Ubers of the world obviously were prevalent even before, right? So certain use cases had migrated earlier. But the situation is changing dramatically. And I think in India, we've observed it across the financial sector. If you look at, I mean, what I've called it as wealth tech, but largely if you see literally every product on the financial services side which is being consumed today, the full scale up in the last 18 months has all happened digitally. Whether it is broking accounts being opened by the Grows and the Zerodhas of the world, whether it is the neo banking which is coming and taking shape, right? It's just kind of consuming and getting that access to people in a much more simplified, in a very low cost, and in many cases in a very unique proposition sense, which is bringing these people onto the platform. And that's where effectively also the InsurTech kind of plays a role, right? Originally, when InsurTech started, it kind of broadly started in our country more like an aggregator being able to provide choice. It was something which was not available very easily. You had to rely upon someone who was your advisor or an agent to kind of come and tell you limited piece of information. It kind of got disaggregated and somebody came in and created that platform. But beyond this now, it's an expectation from the customer on what they feel is the information requirement, the degree of sophistication that is required, what is available on click. Literally you can service, the full 19-20,000 pin codes that we have in the country, rather than trying to look towards opening physical offices, right? It gives you that reach. For the customer, it gives you that quality of information which may not have been available. You're otherwise dependent upon an individual giving you a certain set of information, and his motivation or his quality of information defines your decisioning now, which is something can dramatically get changed when you get into digital delivery. And I think that's another play where the InsurTechs are starting to kind of come together, starting to make sure that some of this information is becoming available for what should be a much faster transformation of how the insurance business is conducted. Right? And a lot of it is also dependent on data. The example that I took earlier, there are so many aggregated setups now where you have lots and lots of consumers that it's just possible now for people to start looking at that in a bulk sense and then create ideas and models around it. So what is effectively being changed by technology? I think there are multiple segments of our business which are getting impacted, and again many of these are being addressed by tech partners, InsurTechs, in some cases fintechs now moving into InsurTechs. In certain cases, people who have a technology business have nothing to do with financial services, traditionally would have never thought of even getting into insurance. But they are bringing together now ideas, suggestions. They feel that they have the customers, they feel they have the information about those customers, which can be utilized to create better underwriting rules, better ideas, and better customized, personalized propositions. Right? So what's changing? Products are changing. We are looking at creation of particular segments. As we keep hearing about it sometimes in presentations, that the truest form of doing a digital delivery is actually a segment of one. Right? You don't need to necessarily look at broad brushing everybody in the same mechanism. You personalize it because you have so much information about an individual that you could actually create something which is meant only for you. Right? And I think that's where the richness of the information, the analytics, some part of the AI that we spoke about earlier can really move towards a situation where you could have engines who could deliver that kind of a proposition. So we are looking at this point of time in, and this actually cuts across life and non-life both, where you are seeing products which are being created. Some of them are kind of test pilot type products because everybody is also trying to gauge what works, what doesn't work. Finally, there is a risk element of it. I think it also got covered in one of our earlier morning conversations that there is, at this point of time, maybe not that great an acceptance from a reinsurer point of view to look at accepting that risk. Having said that, that's probably because of lack of experimentation and information to be able to validate whether something which works at a smaller base can then be scaled up. And I think that's something which few of these ideas would kind of take shape into, and then that can become something which is far more meaningful and far more scalable for most of the industry to kind of follow. There is a huge degree of movement which is happening because of this awareness from protection to prevention. I think that's again something got picked up in our discussions earlier. Very relevant for health, very relevant for life. I think in some sense the insurance companies are the ones which probably think the best for their customers, right? We don't want them to face any hardships. We don't want to get into a situation where their families go through the point where they need the safety net to be utilized. And I think that's something which is, again, as a mindset, changing, where the insurers are also going away from doing the one-time, renewal communication, as we spoke, I think, earlier, towards moving to a more continuous engagement, and not just an engagement in terms of information share, but with a very positive intention of actually moving these people towards education, towards helping them maybe manage some of the issues that they could potentially have. and moving towards a preventive state of affairs. We are definitely seeing things go beyond insurance, and when I'm saying beyond insurance, these are now also becoming core to what customers will want to consume the products as, right? Because unlike health insurance, which typically you do as a consumer, kind of go through yourself, possibly go through multiple times. Sometimes in motor that could happen if you're a bit unlucky. But in most of the other products, it may not be necessarily something that you consume very regularly. So therefore, things like e-consultation, I think we spoke about that, doctors being made available for, basic level information to be needed, for regular day-to-day, an OPD equivalent kind of a thing. I think we heard something interesting about a dental OPD product. These are things which are new. These are things which are definitely required by customers. There is no insurance coverage for them at this point of time. And I think that's why it becomes very important to keep enhancing the proposition. And some of this will also play out with the technology setups and, as I said, the data setups behind it. Because it can't just be offered to everybody, right? Because at the end of the day, there is still a risk mitigation to be done. There is still a risk pooling to be done. And insurance, by definition, has to be where many contribute to the hardships for one or two at some point of time. And therefore, the risk pooling becomes important. Ecosystems becoming one-stop shops, I think this is something which is happening already. There are a lot of these commerce players or consumer platforms, if I can call it, that who are now utilizing the data they have, right? And they want to utilize that data to see what all can they offer. We are already seeing this play out, I would say, in a very detailed fashion in the lending space. Every time you open the newspaper, you read about buy now, pay later offers. There are multiple players around it. Essentially, what they have done is also they have looked towards using the consumers who are literally, absorbing everything on a smartphone, on a high-speed data connection, where you are able to access much more information. These are, again, typically people who may not have a bureau match, who may not have what we call on the credit side as low file, no file cases, right? So you don't really know the customer from before. But you're able to offer them these things basis the kind of information that you can gather on the transactions he's doing or on the platform, in this case a smartphone, on which the transactions are being done. Now something like this can definitely be utilized by insurtechs to create base level, new to insurance as a category kind of a propositions, which can be put through, again, as a one-stop shop. And this, I think some of these large players, Amazon, Flipkart for that matter, who are already dabbling into kind of exploring this. I think there are many, many more who have wealth of information, who can utilize this to kind of bring forward a technology-led solution, which is then again something which gives access to the insurers to take those calls and to be able to build out the proposition and move forward. The underwriting, the utilization of data-driven innovation, I think all of this is very core. As I said, we've been looking at surrogates, but I think in a very, very limited fashion. The banking sector started doing this, in fact, so much so they used to use insurance policy premium payment as a surrogate for a long time. And I think for us, therefore, it is important to also take the lead and see what is it that we can do to make sure that we are more inclusive in reaching out to people who are not necessarily on the bureaus with a PAN number, etc., where we can get the details in. Technology keeps becoming more and more relevant to what we do. I think this the piece on wearables is again highly important. You are now beginning to see some of these tech players who are now looking to build health grade data or medical grade data which can actually be utilized, right? So far, most of it is gimmicky, right? I have a Fitbit, it will give me some information. Some of it is interesting, they give you trends, it may be able to track and see what is good, what is bad, or if there are swings around it, but it may not be medical grade, right? Which means you're not necessarily able to use it for underwriting, or a doctor may not be able to use it to say, I will use this as a diagnostic data. But now the insurtechs and some of the tech players actually on this side are also moving towards the state of affairs where they can actually bring higher quality information in, which then becomes a feeder into the actual genuine underwriting that we would want to do, to bring in this towards reality of doing pay-as-you-go, limited duration, those kind of products. Key themes which are playing out, I think this is 5 or 6 that we were able to kind of just talk of. This is too vast a topic to really try and kind of cut down into smaller buckets, but we attempted. I think these are largely between new distribution models, Embedded insurance, I think this is something again we spoke of earlier, trying to put products into the core journeys which may not be financial in nature. Preventive models, underwriting and risk management, interactive platforms, right? A lot of people are currently engaging with the seller platforms or manufacturer platforms in multiple mechanisms. Voice is becoming big. Similarly, chats are becoming big. We heard about a lot of bots being utilized for multiple things. And the last one is insurance in a box. I think this is very critical to our state of affairs because all of us as, the full set of 50, 60 insurance companies want to do so much on the technology side, and there is such a vast ecosystem on the other side that there is no way if we were to list down our own priority order that we'll be able to finish it in the next 5 years even, right? So you need technologies, you need insurtech players, and there are few interesting ones which are already active now who actually do that part of working with the manufacturer, setting that up, and then exposing that as a box solution to the world at large. Just try to put some detail on it. I'll try and kind of keep it a bit short. In the distribution model scheme of things, I think important what I spoke about is this is going beyond financial services. This is going beyond fintech. Earlier it used to be a situation of where fintech would diffuse into insurtech. I think now it is getting into all tech diffusing into anything which they feel also can help them monetize, in certain cases offer better customized products, and lending and insurance definitely are two big ticket items which everybody wants to offer, and they have the right amount of data to kind of play on that. We are seeing specific insurtech players now looking at identified pockets of business. So you are now talking of few very interesting setups which you're talking about solutioning for SMEs, and this again goes across the insurance industry. They will offer them life products, they will offer them non-life products, they will try and solve for things which are across the ecosystem for these players. And I think this is another very interesting space because now you're genuinely having these tech companies trying to solve for the consumer problem, and then it comes to us as manufacturers to try and see, you know, what can you consume in a simplified fashion, in a seamless fashion, to be able to kind of build that reach out. Embedded insurance, I think, is quite straightforward. It's already seeing some very interesting ideas. You look around, you'll find people who are doing sachet insurances or embedded insurances, whether it is in a cab booking, whether it is in a shopping transaction. It's again very convenient. I mean, you can extrapolate this idea into literally everything. You have someone going in and buying mosquito coils. What stops you from seeing that, you know, he may be in an area where you want to possibly look towards promoting vector insurance, right? Because it just becomes, the awareness is already there, right? And I think for insurance, one of the pieces, at least, I mean, I have observed, is that usually if you know of something going wrong somewhere in your ecosystem, now this could be, if you're unfortunate with you, with your family, it could be somewhere in your friend circle, it could be somewhere in your office, it could be someone that you knew somewhere, right? But each of those shocks, anything which is to do with health, anything which is to do with life, helps you or reminds you in some sense to think about risk protection, to build out a safety net, right? And I think that's something which is so important that if you were able to therefore utilize that information where you think the awareness level of a customer would be high, you could embed a particular product. And I think this is something which is an idea which is being implemented by a few players, and we actually feel quite interested in it because at some stage these become the new to category. People who are not exposed to insurance, sometimes people who want 30-day, 60-day, 90-day kind of covers just to figure out whether, I mean, there is something which is of merit to them, and then consume that category, and it opens it up for them to literally become an insurance customer for a longer period of time with longer duration products and more complicated products. The preventive models, I think this is something I spoke of earlier. Lots of things happening in this space. I think the regulator has been again very kind to look towards accepting some of these ideas. Some of them are in the sandbox stage. We've seen some insurers also talk about it. It just helps, I think, people keep building out and seeing whether an experiment works, and then that can be taken to scale. Very important, I think, to make sure that this category keeps becoming bigger. And I think this will end up discovering many new products and ideas which could become the way of the future. Health and wellness, I think, is clearly something which is very common. It's with the pandemic, again, the awareness and the requirement from a customer point of view is again something which is going up manifold. People want to know what is the right thing to do, what is the right thing to eat, and can some of them tie in with the preventive thought process that the manufacturers are taking, and then feed that into the ecosystem to help people be aware and you build your own engagement. I think that's something which is very powerful, and there are many tech players which are already on this journey. The underwriting risk management, again, I mean, we spoke about it. Also on the lending side of things, as I said, the idea is quite ripe to look towards expanding that for insurance. We've frankly dabbled with few ideas to look towards facial recognition, see how that can be used in a remote onboarding journey. Can that become a win-win for the customer because he gets a easier, more convenient kind of onboarding experience, at the same time allows us to mitigate our risk and bring people on board. I think some of those ideas are playing out quite well, and again, many of them are being supported by small insurtech new age setups. Interactive platforms, I think there's no denying, if you are not meeting a person face to face, you need to have much more robust engagement with the customer, right? Most of the products that we sell require some back and forth. I think products like on the savings side, on the investment side, and also on the health side are products which require the customer to be very specific about certain queries. They may want to know what is covered, what is not. They may have a particular incidence or a particular thing in their particular scenario to be spoken about to check whether that will be covered or not. So the quality of engagement needs to be improved, and this is important therefore to get enhanced beyond the regular chatbots, which are, I think at this point of time, good for servicing, but may not be that great from an advisory point of view. I think this is one area of opportunity where some work is happening, but it kind of allows therefore an opportunity to really make something which is hyper-personalized, at the same time quality in terms of advisory that can be offered. Insurance in a box, I spoke about it. I think this very clearly democratizes the entire distribution model on both sides. I mean, there is then no dependency on the insurance company to see that whether I have the right amount of resources and the ability to integrate with, let's say, 50 players that I want to do in a month. Versus on the distribution side, somebody who wants to attempt selling insurance on their platform may not be fully certain to kind of devote the kind of time, effort, money behind setting up that kind of an insurance infrastructure. There are some very interesting players who are now coming in as the middleware and offering this to people. Now, some of these are operating in the POS setup. Many of them, like Discovery and all, are operating even in setups which are going beyond that and running into advisory. The whole attention here is therefore to look towards building out a model which helps the new age distributor or new to insurance distributor, and at the same time for the insurance company to kind of make sure that this is faster, easier out of the blocks very quickly, and also done at a much lower cost. These are some of the things I think that we've already covered, but we are dabbing into this, whether it is personalized content in terms of communication being sent by either agents or the distribution teams, whether we are doing underwriting through some facial analytics and kind of making sure that is feeding into a risk algorithm and helping us make decisions faster. There is a lot of data enrichment, because when you're trying to onboard people, particularly in the digital scheme of things, you may not know everything at one go. And you may not expect that the customer can be expected to fill in a 15-page form. You want to simplify certain things, and then you want to use the information given to get more information on your own. I think that is something which is playing out quite well. I think enough and more of these from a customer journey optimization perspective are being attempted. And again, the whole idea is that you have the opportunity to utilize this from a technology platform to automate and to simplify a lot of these processes, whether it is on the front-end onboarding side, whether it is on the ecosystem of the underwriting and the operation side. Many ideas that we heard of earlier on the claims processing, I think all of them kind of fit in really well in this entire story. I mean, this was just, we were trying to see, can we list out some names, and we thought that, I mean, we will not do justice, because even if you put out like a list of 500 names, that will just be the tip of the iceberg. I think these are seeds which are growing at this point of time, and we will see many of them, in fact, becoming not just bigger by themselves, but help us as insurers become bigger as well. Right? So that's what I had. Thank you so much.
Thus we come to an end, yet another engaging session. Now is time for felicitation. For this, I would like to invite Mr. Athanusan onto the dais, please. I would request, sir, to felicitate Mr. Anand Pejawar, Deputy Managing Director, SBI General Insurance. Thank you, sir. To Mr. Parthanil Ghosh, President, Motor Business, HDFC Argo General Insurance Company Limited. Thank you so much, sir. To Mr. MD Moniruzzaman Khan, Head of Digital Business, Green Delta Insurance Company Limited, Bangladesh. Thank you, sir. To Mr. Atul Bhandari, Head of Digital Business, Tata AIA Life Insurance Company Limited. Thank you, sir, for the felicitation. Now is the time to network for lunch. I would request everybody to assemble after 1 hour 30 minutes. Within 1 hour, we will start our next session shortly, which is yet another exciting session. Thank you so much.
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा,
हाँ
कुछ भूल गई? आपकी स्माइल। चलो। आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना, स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था? हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें?
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी। गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज।
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने। अब अपने लिए प्लान करें। पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं। इतने साल उसके लिए किया,
अब अपने लिए।
अब अपने लिए।
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना। रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ। पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवर जैसे बेनिफिट्स। मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022। वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं, बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन। ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे हैं, ना कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो, रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे, अचीवमेंट्स, बस पड़े रहे 2 साल घर पे। दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे। मैं लिखूंगी पे कट्स हुए, फिर भी मेरी फीस पूरी भरी गई। माँ को एक सेकंड भी बैठे हुए नहीं देखा ताकि मुझे ऑनलाइन क्लास के बीच उठना ना पड़े। पापा को ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से सांस लेते हुए देखा, पर सभी पापा को यही चिंता थी कि मेरी केमिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है या नहीं। जब पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती। बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर। आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा। थैंक यू।
जब अपनों का साथ हो और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा,
हाँ
कुछ भूल गई? आपकी स्माइल।
चलो आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना, स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था? हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें?
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी। गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज।
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने। अब अपने लिए प्लान करें, पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं। इतने साल उसके लिए किया,
अब अपने लिए।
अब अपने लिए।
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना। रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ। पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवर जैसे बेनिफिट्स। मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022। वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं, बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन। ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे हैं, ना कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो, रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे, अचीवमेंट्स, बस पड़े रहे 2 साल घर पे। दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे। मैं लिखूंगी पे कट्स हुए, फिर भी मेरी फीस पूरी भरी गई। माँ को एक सेकंड भी बैठे हुए नहीं देखा ताकि मुझे ऑनलाइन क्लास के बीच उठना ना पड़े। पापा को ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से सांस लेते हुए देखा, पर सभी पापा को यही चिंता थी कि मेरी केमिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है या नहीं। जब पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती। बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर। आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे। एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा। थैंक यू।
जब अपनों का साथ हो और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा।
हाँ,
कुछ भूल गई? आपकी स्माइल।
चलो। आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना, स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था? हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें।
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी। गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज।
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने। अब अपने लिए प्लान करें। पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं। इतने साल उसके लिए किया,
अब अपने लिए।
अब अपने लिए।
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना। रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ। पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवर जैसे बेनिफिट्स। मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022। वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं। बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ, हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन। ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे ना, कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो, रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे? अचीवमेंट्स, बस पढ़े रहे 2 साल घर पे। दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे। मैं लिखूंगी पे कट्स हुए, फिर भी मेरी फीस पूरी भरी गई। माँ को एक सेकंड भी बैठे हुए नहीं देखा ताकि मुझे ऑनलाइन क्लास के बीच उठना ना पड़े। पापा को ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से सांस लेते हुए देखा, पर सभी पापा को यही चिंता थी कि मेरी केमिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है या नहीं। जब पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती। बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर। आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे। एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा। थैंक यू।
जब अपनों का साथ हो और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा।
हाँ
कुछ भूल गई? आपकी स्माइल।
चलो आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना, स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था? हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें?
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी। गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज।
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने। अब अपने लिए प्लान करें। पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं। इतने साल उसके लिए किया,
अब अपने लिए।
अब अपने लिए।
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना। रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ। पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवर जैसे बेनिफिट्स। मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022। वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं। बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ, हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन। ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे ना, कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो, रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे? अचीवमेंट्स, बस पड़े रहे 2 साल घर पे। दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे। मैं लिखूंगी बेकस हुए, फिर भी मेरी फीस पूरी भरी गई। माँ को एक सेकंड भी बैठे हुए नहीं देखा ताकि मुझे ऑनलाइन क्लास के बीच उठना ना पड़े। पापा को ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से सांस लेते हुए देखा, पर सभी पापा को यही चिंता थी कि मेरी केमिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है या नहीं। जब पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती। बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर। आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा। थैंक यू।
जब अपनों का साथ हो और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा।
हाँ
कुछ भूल गई? आपकी स्माइल।
चलो। आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना, स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था, हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें।
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी। गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज।
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने, अब अपने लिए प्लान करें। पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं। इतने साल उसके लिए किया,
अब अपने लिए।
अब अपने लिए।
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना। रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ। पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवर जैसे बेनिफिट्स। मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022। वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं। बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ, हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन। ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे, ना कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो, रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे? अचीवमेंट्स, बस पड़े रहे 2 साल घर पे। दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे। मैं लिखूंगी पे कट्स हुए, फिर भी मेरी फीस पूरी भरी गई। माँ को एक सेकंड भी बैठे हुए नहीं देखा ताकि मुझे ऑनलाइन क्लास के बीच उठना ना पड़े। पापा को ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से सांस लेते हुए देखा, पर सभी पापा को यही चिंता थी कि मेरी केमिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है या नहीं। जब पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती। बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर। आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा। थैंक यू।
जब अपनों का साथ हो और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा।
हाँ
कुछ भूल गई? आपकी स्माइल।
चलो। आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना, स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था, हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें।
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी. Good schools, facilities.
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने. अब अपने लिए प्लान करें. पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं. इतने साल उसके लिए किया.
अब अपने लिए.
अब अपने लिए.
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना. रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ. पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवच जैसे बेनिफिट्स. मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे. HDFC लाइफ. सर उठा के जियो.
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई. हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022. वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं. बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ. हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन. ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे ना, कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो. रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे? अचीवमेंट्स. बस पढ़े रहे 2 साल घर पे. दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे. मैं लिखूंगी पे कट्स हुए, फिर भी मेरी फीस पूरी भरी गई. माँ को एक सेकंड भी बैठे हुए नहीं देखा ताकि मुझे ऑनलाइन क्लास के बीच उठना ना पड़े. पापा को ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से सांस लेते हुए देखा, पर सभी पापा को यही चिंता थी कि मेरी केमिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है या नहीं. जब पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी. और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती. बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर. आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे. एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा. थैंक यू.
जब अपनों का साथ हो और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है. HDFC लाइफ. सर उठा के जियो.
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट.
मम्मा.
हाँ,
कुछ भूल गई. आपकी स्माइल.
चलो. आज भी जल्दी उठी.
हैबिट ना. स्कूल, फुटबॉल.
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए.
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था. हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें.
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी. गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज.
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने. अब अपने लिए प्लान करें. पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं. इतने साल उसके लिए किया.
अब अपने लिए.
अब अपने लिए.
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना. रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ. पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवच जैसे बेनिफिट्स. मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे. HDFC लाइफ. सर उठा के जियो.
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022। वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं। बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ, हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन। ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे, ना कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो, रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे, अचीवमेंट्स, बस पड़े रहे 2 साल घर पे। दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे। मैं लिखूंगी पे कट्स हुए, फिर भी मेरी फीस पूरी भरी गई। माँ को एक सेकंड भी बैठे हुए नहीं देखा ताकि मुझे ऑनलाइन क्लास के बीच उठना ना पड़े। पापा को ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से सांस लेते हुए देखा, पर सभी पापा को यही चिंता थी कि मेरी केमिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है या नहीं। जो पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती। बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर। आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा। थैंक यू।
जब अपनों का साथ हो और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा,
हाँ
कुछ भूल गई? आपकी स्माइल।
चलो आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना, स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था, हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें।
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी, गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज।
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने, अब अपने लिए प्लान करें। पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं। इतने साल उसके लिए किया,
अब अपने लिए।
अब अपने लिए।
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना। रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ। पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवर जैसे बेनिफिट्स। मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022। वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं। बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ, हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन। ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे, ना कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो, रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे, अचीवमेंट्स, बस पड़े रहे 2 साल घर पे। दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे। मैं लिखूंगी पे कट्स हुए, फिर भी मेरी फीस पूरी भरी गई। माँ को एक सेकंड भी बैठे हुए नहीं देखा ताकि मुझे ऑनलाइन क्लास के बीच उठना ना पड़े। पापा को ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से सांस लेते हुए देखा, पर सभी पापा को यही चिंता थी कि मेरी केमिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है या नहीं। जो पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती। बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे। एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा। थैंक यू।
जब अपनों का साथ हो और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा।
हाँ,
कुछ भूल गई? आपकी स्माइल।
चलो। आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना, स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था? हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें।
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी। गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज।
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने। अब अपने लिए प्लान करें। पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं। इतने साल उसके लिए किया,
अब अपने लिए।
अब अपने लिए।
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना। रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ। पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवर जैसे बेनिफिट्स। मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022। वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं।
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा।
हाँ,
कुछ भूल गई?
Meet Ria. She is an advisor with BNB MetLife. With so many tasks to do every day, she's got a trusted partner with...
सुनो।
हाँ?
जरा ब्रेड ले आना।
अभी नहीं। रोइंग प्रैक्टिस? रिटायरमेंट के बाद
हम शिमला जा रहे हैं।
स्विट्जरलैंड।
स्विट्जरलैंड?
बड़े सपनों को सच करने के लिए चाहिए सही प्लान्स। इसलिए मैं चुनती हूँ PNB MetLife के रिटायरमेंट सॉल्यूशंस, जो देते हैं लमसम और मंथली इनकम के ऑप्शंस। तो आप भी मेरी तरह कीजिए बड़े सपनों की तैयारी।
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा,
हाँ
कुछ भूल गई? आपकी स्माइल?
चलो। आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना, स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था? हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें?
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी। गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज।
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने। अब अपने लिए प्लान करें। पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं। इतने साल उसके लिए किया,
अब अपने लिए।
अब अपने लिए।
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना। रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ। पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवर जैसे बेनिफिट्स। मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022। वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं। बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ, हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन। ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे हैं, ना कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो, रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे? अचीवमेंट्स, बस पड़े रहे 2 साल घर पे। दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे। मैं लिखूंगी पे कट्स हुए, फिर भी मेरी फीस पूरी भरी गई। माँ को एक सेकंड भी बैठे हुए नहीं देखा ताकि मुझे ऑनलाइन क्लास के बीच उठना ना पड़े। पापा को ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से सांस लेते हुए देखा, पर सभी पापा को यही चिंता थी कि मेरी केमिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है या नहीं। जब पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती। बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर। आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा। थैंक यू।
जब अपनों का साथ हो और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
Meet Ria. She is an advisor with PNB MetLife. With so many tasks to do every day, she's got a trusted partner with Smart Friend, a unified app which enables her in every step of her professional journey. So, let's see how a typical day in the life of Ria looks like. She starts her day by logging into Smart Friend to check her day's appointments, keep records, and track the daily, weekly, and monthly activities. She meets her customers by conducting sessions remotely via a co-browsing application. Here, she can share her screen in real time, do live or video chat, and take the potential buyers through different product materials. Ria generates and sends quotes for PNB MetLife products to her customers. She can also calculate the premium amount instantly using this app. Ria logs into the applications of the interested customers digitally to onboard them. She undergoes training and learns about products, process, or even gets material for sales. She learns through coaching sessions and videos. She can also take the assessments and surveys to check effectiveness. She provides service to her customers and resolves customer requests and queries. After all that hard work, all Ria needs to do is have good earnings. She checks her compensation, qualifications, and other business performance details. It all started when her manager hired and onboarded her digitally through an app. This app helps managers recruit suitable agents anytime, anywhere. And now, with Smart Friend, Ria can complete all her tasks digitally with ease.
सुनो,
हाँ
जरा ब्रेड ले आना।
अभी नहीं। रोइंग प्रैक्टिस? रिटायरमेंट के बाद
हम शिमला जा रहे हैं।
स्विट्जरलैंड।
स्विट्जरलैंड?
बड़े सपनों को सच करने के लिए चाहिए सही प्लान्स। इसलिए मैं चुनती हूँ पीएनबी मेटलाइफ के रिटायरमेंट सॉल्यूशंस, जो देते हैं लमसम और मंथली इनकम के ऑप्शंस। तो आप भी मेरी तरह कीजिए बड़े सपनों की तैयारी।
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा।
हाँ
कुछ भूल गई? आपकी स्माइल।
चलो। आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना, स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था? हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें?
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी। गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज।
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने। अब अपने लिए प्लान करें। पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं। इतने साल उसके लिए किया,
अब अपने लिए।
अब अपने लिए।
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना। रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ। पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवर जैसे बेनिफिट्स। मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022। वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं। बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ, हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन। ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे, ना कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो, रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे? अचीवमेंट्स, बस पड़े रहे 2 साल घर पे। दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे। मैं लिखूंगी पे कट्स हुए, फिर भी मेरी फीस पूरी भरी गई। माँ को एक सेकंड भी बैठे हुए नहीं देखा ताकि मुझे ऑनलाइन क्लास के बीच उठना ना पड़े। पापा को ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से सांस लेते हुए देखा, पर सभी पापा को यही चिंता थी कि मेरी केमिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है या नहीं। जब पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती। बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर। आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा। थैंक यू।
जब अपनों का साथ हो और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
Meet Ria. She is an advisor with PNB MetLife. With so many tasks to do every day, she's got a trusted partner with Smart Friend, a unified app which enables her in every step of her professional journey. So, let's see how a typical day in the life of Ria looks like. She starts her day by logging into Smart Friend to check her day's appointments, keep records, and track the daily, weekly, and monthly activities. She meets her customers by conducting sessions remotely via a co-browsing application. Here, she can share her screen in real time, do live or video chat, and take the potential buyers through different product materials. Ria generates and sends quotes for PNB MetLife products to her customers. She can also calculate the premium amount instantly using this app. Ria logs into the applications of the interested customers digitally to onboard them. She undergoes training and learns about products, process, or even gets material for sales. She learns through coaching sessions and videos. She can also take the assessments and surveys to check effectiveness. She provides service to her customers and resolves customer requests and queries. After all that hard work, all Ria needs to do is have good earnings. She checks her compensation, qualifications, and other business performance details. It all started when her manager hired and onboarded her digitally through an app. This app helps managers recruit suitable agents anytime, anywhere. And now, with Smart Friend, Ria can complete all her tasks digitally with ease.
सुनो,
हाँ
जरा ब्रेड ले आना।
अभी नहीं। रोइंग प्रैक्टिस? रिटायरमेंट के बाद
हम शिमला जा रहे हैं।
स्विट्जरलैंड।
स्विट्जरलैंड?
बड़े सपनों को सच करने के लिए चाहिए सही प्लान्स। इसलिए मैं चुनती हूँ PNB MetLife के रिटायरमेंट सॉल्यूशंस, जो देते हैं लमसम और मंथली इनकम के ऑप्शंस। तो आप भी मेरी तरह कीजिए बड़े सपनों की तैयारी।
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा।
हाँ
कुछ भूल गई? आपकी स्माइल।
चलो। आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना, स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था? हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें?
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी। गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज।
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने। अब अपने लिए प्लान करें। पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं। इतने साल उसके लिए किया,
अब अपने लिए।
अब अपने लिए।
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना। रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ। पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवर जैसे बेनिफिट्स। मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022। वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं। बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ, हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन। ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे, ना कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो, रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे, अचीवमेंट्स, बस पड़े रहे 2 साल घर पे। दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे। मैं लिखूंगी पे कट्स हुए, फिर भी मेरी फीस पूरी भरी गई। माँ को एक सेकंड भी बैठे हुए नहीं देखा ताकि मुझे ऑनलाइन क्लास के बीच उठना ना पड़े। पापा को ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से सांस लेते हुए देखा, पर सभी पापा को यही चिंता थी कि मेरी केमिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है या नहीं। जो पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती। बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर। आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा। थैंक यू।
जब अपनों का साथ हो और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
Meet Ria. She is an advisor with PNB MetLife. With so many tasks to do every day, she's got a trusted partner with Smart Friend, a unified app which enables her in every step of her professional journey. So, let's see how a typical day in the life of Ria looks like. She starts her day by logging into Smart Friend to check her day's appointments, keep records, and track the daily, weekly, and monthly activities. She meets her customers by conducting sessions remotely via a co-browsing application. Here, she can share her screen in real time, do live or video chat, and take the potential buyers through different product materials. Ria generates and sends quotes for PNB MetLife products to her customers. She can also calculate the premium amount instantly using this app. Ria logs into the applications of the interested customers digitally to onboard them. She undergoes training and learns about products, process, or even gets material for sales. She learns through coaching sessions and videos. She can also take the assessments and surveys to check effectiveness. She provides service to her customers and resolves customer requests and queries. After all that hard work, all Ria needs to do is have good earnings. She checks her compensation, qualifications, and other business performance details. It all started when her manager hired and onboarded her digitally through an app. This app helps managers recruit suitable agents anytime, anywhere. And now, with Smart Friend, Ria can complete all her tasks digitally with ease.
सुनो,
हाँ
जरा ब्रेड ले आना।
अभी नहीं। रोइंग प्रैक्टिस, रिटायरमेंट के बाद
हम शिमला जा रहे हैं।
स्विट्जरलैंड।
स्विट्जरलैंड?
बड़े सपनों को सच करने के लिए चाहिए सही प्लान्स। इसलिए मैं चुनती हूँ PNB MetLife के रिटायरमेंट सॉल्यूशंस, जो देते हैं लमसम और मंथली इनकम के ऑप्शंस। तो आप भी मेरी तरह कीजिए बड़े सपनों की तैयारी।
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा।
हाँ
कुछ भूल गई? आपकी स्माइल।
चलो। आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना, स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था? हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें?
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी। गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज।
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने। अब अपने लिए प्लान करें। पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं। इतने साल।
Hello. Now we would like to begin our third session, the panel discussion, growth of insurance industry, integrating technology, banking and the insurance agent channel in the BIMSTEC region. I would like to invite on dais Mr. Amit Roy, Managing Director, Insurance and Allied Business, PwC, Mr. Sonam Topge, Director, Bhutan Insurance Limited, Mr. Jude Gomes, CEO, Union Assurance PLC, Sri Lanka, Mr. So Win Thant, CEO, Global World Insurance Company Limited, Myanmar, Mr. S.M. Mahabubul Karim, CEO, Nitol Insurance Company Limited, Bangladesh, Mr. Pawan Kumar Khatka, CEO, Surya Life Insurance Company Limited, and Mr. Sudhin Roy Chaudhary, Retired Director, LICI and ex-member Life, IRDI. Mr. Roy Chaudhary will be moderating the session. I also request guests standing near the door to come inside and be seated, and all the guests sit outside, please to come inside and join the session. I request people at the back to come ahead, please, so that we can join interactively in the panel discussion. And request Mr. Roy Choudhury sir to start the discussion, please.
Gentlemen, please come and occupy the front seats. They are all reserved for you. Don't sit in the back. Please come in the front. See, the light is glaring on us. We can't see any of you, but all of you can see us. So please come in the front so that we can interact. All those who are sitting in the rear seats, please come over. So friends, this is the third session. The panel discussion is on growth of insurance industry, integrating technology, banking and insurance agent channel. The BIMSTEC roadmap. Earlier, the insurance used to be sold through the agents, I mean the foot soldiers. Now, so many channels are there through which insurance is sold. So, insurance business is now sourced through banking channels, insurance agent, broker and this corporate agents channels. And there are direct agency channels also. So now technology is slowly overtaking many of the channels because maybe initially it seems that technology is a costly channel, but in future it will not be a very costly channel. We are talking of AI in selling of insurance. Will technology integrate human channels? Would it be the key? These are some of the ideas which are floating in our minds. And COVID has taught us an important thing in digital insurance, because for 2 years, literally people were working from their homes. You will recollect that we were wondering how can people sell insurance through their homes. I mean, the age-old conception is that somebody has to contact the person, he has to have a discussion over the table, and then only the product can be sold. But during the COVID period, in spite of the lockdown, there was a double-digit growth in the life insurance sector. That itself shows that people have slowly moved on to digitally buying insurance. I remember, because you see the average age of Indians is now, I think it should be 30. 28 to 30, I think. The average age of Indians is now 20 or 30. And they are all completely digitalized. I was not a digital person, but this COVID taught me to be a digital person. I never used to buy anything online because I used to think that maybe my credit card, all this data will be, fraudulently taken over by somebody. And then my daughter said, Baba, you are living in a fool's paradise. Today everybody buys digitally. So then I said that, okay, I started paying off my electric bills, mobile bills, credit card bills, everything digitally. And I'm quite safe. I mean, the whole structure is very safe. So like that also people are buying insurance in large numbers through the digital market. I was telling you in the morning that LIC has purchased a building in BKC, Mumbai, where they have named the building Digital. Coming back to BIMSTEC, is celebrating its silver jubilee this year as a regional bloc encompassing both South and Southeast Asian countries. It has a population of 1.7 billion and a combined nominal GDP of around $3 trillion. This definitely showcases the potential for development of financial services industry in the region. In the morning we were talking about fintech, insurtech. These are all technology which is installed in these areas. However, there are considerable inter-country variations in economic growth, which levels in the region and different member countries are at different points of the growth curve with regard to insurance industry penetration. Here I would like to tell you, the panel will also be discussing, some of our neighboring countries, they are far advanced on the digital market, digital insurance sector. Countries like Bangladesh, countries like Ceylon, they are far advanced, even Nepal also. To promote insurance industry growth in the region, there is a need to revisit the distribution framework, which often entails a mix of banking channels, insurance agent and broker channels, and technology channels. Summing up, I would like to say the BIMSTEC roadmap for insurers is to build a digitally enabled hybrid model whereby agents are supplemented by a full set of digital capabilities, enabling them to interact with customers via seamless omni-channel journey. Brokers, advisors with detailed knowledge of the insurance products, agents remain a vital component of the value chain in BIMSTEC. This panel will be discussing on the use of technology, integrating technology, banking in the insurance sector. We have a very distinguished panel. They are all leaders in their respective spheres. Amit Roy is Managing Director, Asia Insurance and Allied Insurance Business in PwC. Started his career with LIC, so I know him very well, when he was a branch manager in a very remote branch in Jharkhand. Sonam Tobge, Director of Bhutan Insurance Industries. Bhutan is doing very well, and I'm very happy that Bhutan is also with us. Bhutan is also another country which has far advanced in the digital area. We have Jude Gomes, CEO of Union Assurance PLC Sri Lanka. He is also very much advanced in the digital area. Mr. So Win Than, CEO Global World Insurance Limited Myanmar. He is also here. He will be also participating in this discussion. Mr. M. Mahabul Karim, CEO Nitol Insurance Company Limited Bangladesh. My good friend, he is also here. He will be talking about the areas where Bangladesh has progressed in this area. And Mr. Pawan Kumar Khatka, who is from Surya Life Insurance Company, Nepal, and he will also be talking of the IT movement in Nepal, isn't it? So let's join our hands and give them a good clap. So I would ask Amit to initiate the discussions, and gradually we will move on and try to pick up some very good points from this panel discussion. Over to Amit.
Good afternoon. And I'm actually amused and happy to see that how much of opportunities technology/digital gives to us. And what I'm trying to refer to is that I could see Rajoshi getting a little ruffled with lack of people in the hall. But I can assure you that what digital is doing currently is something which make people listen or hear to them. I mean, your interaction would reach to them, irrespective of whether they are in the hall or other ways. And possibly next year, sir, we should be thinking of, like I have seen in some of the forums, making a live stream of the conference in Twitter, Facebook, and maybe LinkedIn. That's the way forward. And funnily, I started at a time, I think I consider myself very lucky, when the insurance industry as a whole was making a huge transition. And in this road of transition, what happened was the conventional distribution was getting challenged from all possible angles. And like sir said, I had the fortune of learning distribution of insurance from one of the best life insurance companies globally, that's LIC of India. Learn to understand that insurance is not a product, it's all about trust. Learn to understand that the distributor who is actually reaching the customer doesn't sell any company. He or she sells the trust that he or she creates in the market, and in a way sells himself or herself. Learned in the process that someone in the first session mentioned that insurance is a product where the actual event is a contingency, is actually unfortunate event. And if you talk about life side of it, the customer never receives any benefit out of that. If it is a contingency happening on life, of course pension and all, or money back policies are different. But if it is a life insurance and if it is a unfortunate incident of a death occurring, more often than not, the nominee would know nothing about the product, not the feature, not how to deal with the contingency, and definitely not how to deal with the situation that he or she would be in that time of stress. What I could get in LIC is an experience of thousands of moments of truth when I actually could see how people behave in those stress situations. And possibly one thing that bothers me in this nice story of technology and digital is the fact that how do we create that moment of truth when actually the seller, the so-called agent, used to be the God for the family, used to be that almighty for the family, bringing relief in the moment of contingency. So what are my expectations from digital and technology and data revolution? I think data will play a very, very important part. Is not so much in terms of what we see at the sales phase, but three things if we can solve, I think that would be the tipping point for insurance as an industry. Come to think of it, this is the only industry which still gives the seller largest amount of gratification in terms of percentage of money that they can earn. In spite of that, why do we see that even the basic interest towards the industry is abysmally low? And I am not talking about only Southeast Asia Pacific nation. I have seen these in most of the developed countries like US, UK, Australia, Canada, the same situation. And I am referring to pride for the job, pride for what you do. I recall when I used to be a part of LIC of India, jokingly people used to say that my earlier employer, which was Central Government of India, would have definitely got me better bride and a LIC, so your chance of getting a life partner goes down. And this is pervasive all across the world. Somehow the great profession, the noble profession is not projected. And I believe if the industry has to invest somewhere, that point of investment should not just be defining product, defining process, or defining fulfillment, or getting better experience, but to invest in something which gets pride for the industry. Call it life, call it health, call it non-life. I think the industry definitely needs, with or without digitization, data and technology, loss and loss of pride. I am very bullish on that. And I strongly believe as a person is that situation is changing. As Roy Choudhury sir reminded us, this is an age where people are not citizens, they are netizens. And the geographical boundaries actually do not mean anything to this generation. And I strongly believe these people belief is not lying in what they do. I think they value how much they can contribute to the society. And if the industry, with the aid of technology, can attract more people, and if government supports that all across the world, we are looking at a very different quantum jump in the penetration of insurance that we are talking about. My submission to the informed house is that at every forum, if all of us can get united in doing something per day to create pride for the people who work in the ways of delivering the journey to the customer, it will be a great thing for the industry. The second thing that I wanted to bring for your attention, after trust, what technology can get to people is the engagement part of it. And there are many companies which are in isolation doing a lot of stuff on engagement, but I largely see them as something which is tactical, something which is transactional. As an industry, our problem is that we don't have the opportunity to create situation like banking, in which people intuitively get connected with the app that we are seeing in the morning session. I think for us the challenge is how do we create some value for the customer? When nothing has gone wrong, why should they remember insurer or the provider of it? And technology, data, can solve that angle of engagement. So I'll actually request we have this unique opportunity of having so many CEOs in the panel to think in terms of creating engagement through technology. That would be a great justice to the industry, I believe. The third angle for the panel that I wanted to bring is in terms of the other T, that how do you create something which is instant talent crunch that we are facing? Can you make it dynamic? Can you make a pool of people? Can you make something which is unilateral platform for everyone to plug in, use and go? Should we all need individual skills sitting in the companies? Can we not as an industry get together to ensure that there's a pool available and people can draw from that pool? I know possibly I'm thinking something which is absolutely violating. I know possibly I am saying something where you will attack me with what happens to intellectual property right. But trust me guys, intellectual property right in 5 years' time could become a myth. Let me give you an example of what is happening for electrical vehicles. Today, a Mercedes-Benz is Mercedes-Benz because of the engine, because of the comfort that the engine gets to the customer. But tomorrow, in electrical world, when everything is software, there's hardly any difference which will be there with a startup and a Mercedes-Benz. Trust me, this will come in insurance also. Because technology is challenging everything which is conventional, and we should think, can we attract talent and can we make a pool of it and use effectively as and when we draw? So with these three things in my mind, I give it back to Roy Choudhury sir to run the panel, and I'm very keen to hear the informed panel members that we have here. Thank you very much. These are the opening comments.
Thank you, Amit, for initiating the discussion. Before I ask Mr. Who is next? Mr. Sonam Tobge, Director, Bhutan Insurance Industries, I would just like to mention that let us discuss, this panel should also discuss how analytics can be involved in the entire gamut of business of insurance. Many of you all are doing it, but analytics is one area where digitally we can do the insurance sitting in our offices by just going into the data. I'll take my own company, like I always joke that although I have retired 10 years back from LIC, but in our blood we have 3 C's there, RBC, the WBC and the LIC. So you can take out Sudhin Roy Chaudhary from LIC, but you can't take out the LIC from Sudhin Roy Chaudhary. That's how we joke about it. But the thing is that analytics is something like a company like LIC. Crores of data that is there in their data warehouse. Are we utilizing the data properly? Are we utilizing it for our marketing? In the lean months of April and May, normally because it's summer and just after the financial year closing, business falls. Of course, now everybody sells in the month of April also. But we can jack up the business by just digging into the data which is there in their data bank, data warehouses. So can we do something on that area? I have a lot of ideas, but let's hear Mr. Sonam Tobge, Director Bhutan Insurance Industries, what he is doing in Bhutan. Bhutan is one country where you have a Minister of Happiness. Am I correct?
Yes, very true.
So let's hear something from the land of happiness. How happy people are in Bhutan with regard to life insurance. Mr. Tobge.
Thank you, Mr. Sudhin Roy Chaudhary. Very good afternoon to all. And as we say in our native language, Kuzuzangpo, which means warm greetings. And firstly, I would like to thank the Indian Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to this event and organizing this event. We've got to hear a lot of insights on the AI technology from various experienced speakers earlier. And I think I would completely agree that sky is the limit. There's no end to learning. I think we all learn something very new every day. Thank you for that. Now, with regard to the technology playing its role in Bhutan, I would say, I would like to quote His Majesty the King during his Royal National Address, where he mentioned that Bhutan, although we are a small nation, but we need to be a smart nation, not by choice, but because of the necessity. And he specifically mentioned that technology is an indispensable tool which is very necessary to realize our aspirations, because of which the focus has been on IoT, AI, machine learning, big data, a lot of things. And also our regulator has now started with the introduction of a regulatory sandbox framework on the fintech. I would say that technology has played a very important role in Bhutan, in the sense that it's very new right now. It's only been around 6-7 years where digital financing has started, and it started in the year 2015. And with regard to insurance, it's just been around 2 to 3 years where we are focusing now on the digital financing and also the way of issuing policies, handling claims through digitally. I would say that although technology is something very new in the country, but the response has been very positive from the society as a whole. In fact, I would say that almost around 45 to 50% of the total population is already using mobile banking, which is quite tremendous, and the growth is pretty high. And at the same time, if you look at people using the internet banking, the ratio is quite high. If you compare the data between 2020 and 2021, there's been a growth of almost 162% on people using the internet banking. And slowly, gradually, the people using the checks have reduced drastically. In fact, for that matter, even those who are using credit cards, debit cards, has also been reduced. So people are into technology. With regard to insurance, I would say that because of the geographical terrain of the country, there are still many areas where there's no proper connectivity, especially the internet connectivities. So because of which it has been a challenge, especially in terms of payment of insurance premiums, intimation of claims, it has been a challenge. But for both the insurance company, just for your kind information, we only have 2 insurance companies in the country. One is a 45-year-old company, and the other one, which I work in, is Bhutan Insurance Limited, is a 13-year-old company. So we have only 2 insurance companies, and we both are striving towards integrating this technology into our society, and for which now we have introduced certain features offline, which could be used offline, so that people who do not have the connectivity, if in case there's a claim, they can just intimate offline, and once they get a connection, it will be automatically sent to the system. So there are a lot of constraints and restrictions, because of which I personally feel that there's a long way to go. We are still far behind in terms of technology. And as we are discussing here about the technology, integrating technology into this insurance business, at the same time, for a country like Bhutan, as Mr. Sudeep Roy Chaudhary mentioned about the happiness country, we follow GNH. The Gross National Happiness Index has been the main, has played a very important role. So we need to balance it out, I would say, because of the fact that our society is a very close-knit society where, although technology is playing a very important role, but at the same time, people like to connect with each other physically while doing things, while talking to each other. They like to meet each other personally and physically. So we somewhere need to balance things out. And for that matter, we are trying to adopt both the practices, whereby trying to integrate the technology, at the same time ensuring that the physical contact doesn't lose its charm. But at the same time, everybody is focusing aggressively on this technology frontier. But I would say that it has its own drawbacks as well. So as the great physicist Stephen Hawking did mention, saying that AI, if not managed well, could be the worst event in the history of our civilization. So I think we need to ensure and adopt the best practices in order to effectively manage the risk. And at the same time, we need to ensure that cybersecurity plays a very important role and ensures that everything is taken care of. Now, with regard to the future of technology in Bhutan, I see a very bright future, frankly speaking, not only in insurance industry, but in terms of the banking industry as well as the whole society, because there's a royal command from the top that it has to be an IT-enabled society, and due to which computer programming languages have been started right from the pre-primary school till the graduation. And there has been a royal command that each and every household has to have a laptop or a computer. If they cannot afford, the government is going to subsidize and provide that, so that people learn the importance of technology and use the technology. So with regard to BIL, it's just been 2-3 years we started using technology. We are still learning and we are using it. And I would say that the past 2 years, the pandemic has distorted the economy, but at the same time, it has been a blessing in disguise for Bhutan as well. In terms of the use of technology, we have seen that when we first launched our mobile application for the insurance way back in 2019, there were not many users. But with the pandemic, with several lockdowns taking place, it has increased by more than 300%, the usage. So we're still growing, and I feel that there's a lot of scope to improve. and we are ensuring that we integrate ourselves into this technology and use of artificial intelligence and IoT to make life easier for people. So with this, I would like to hand over the mic to Mr. Sudhin and would like to continue further discussions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sonam. 2 points I would like to hit on what Mr. Sonam has said. One is that physical touch with the customer is also necessary to keep the happiness. Am I correct, Sonam?
Very true, very true.
This is very important in insurance business. We may not meet our banker, but at least sometime we should meet the insurance people, because that is where our future financial security lies. Number one. Number two is that he has talked of mobile. Mobile is a technology which is used extensively in Africa, and I'm very happy to know that it's being used very extensively in Bhutan. When it comes to technology, I will say technology in education. Some time back I read a book written by Mr. Infosys, Mr. Nihal, what's his name, Nihal? Nilakant, yeah. He wrote about a project done by one IIT Delhi doctorate, Dr. Sugata Mitra. The project was called Hole in the Wall. What he did was that he saw that the urchins outside the IIT Delhi, they were all playing, but they did not know computers. So he got a couple of computers which was thought to be abandoned by the IIT guys, and he put them, he dug a hole. There was a hole in that, in the wall dividing the slum area and the IIT Delhi. And he put up some computers over there with all the mouse and everything. Internet setup was there. And he said that there will be no teachers, let the boys understand how to operate on it. And you'll be amazed. You'll be amazed, These boys, they quickly knew how to boot the computer. They knew how to work on the computer. And then that gave me another idea that why don't we use computers for distance learning in remote areas. So he built some schools in remote areas, one in Pune, one in Delhi remote area, then one in Sundarbans. And there were two, one in Sundarbans, one was in East Midnapur, where the UK grannies used to teach English to those village young kids, and they used to speak in English. They were taught English and they could speak in English. That is how technology was brought in, and no teachers were there. They had to learn themselves. So technology is something which is going to come in a very, very big way in our country, and I'm very happy that we are deliberating on this topic. As regards to technology-enabled distribution, expert in digital infrastructure will surely be a game changer. In fact, the worldwide mobile phone insurance industry is expected to reach $67 billion by 2027. With the availability of 5G for most countries in the BIMSTEC region and some preparing to roll out this year itself, technology and innovation aided insurance distribution will definitely drive insurance penetration in BIMSTEC countries. So technology is going to play a big role. And I know of an insurance company in India which is trying to do the end-to-end, that is from buying of the insurance product to premium paying everything and the claim also through the mobile app. I think some other insurance companies may be also doing it, but one insurance company in India I know which is doing it, one of the large insurance companies. And they have also prepared a paperless technology where you don't need any paper to buy insurance policy. I remember when Sandeep Bakshi was CEO of ICICI Prudential, he said that, sir, we will ensure that people buy insurance even at the bus stop. So he was giving his laptop to some of his agents, and they were selling insurance at the bus stop. His idea was very far ahead of when he was speaking, but slowly these things are all picking up. So now I would like to call Mr. S.M. Mahabudul Karim, CEO of Nitol Insurance Company Limited, Bangladesh. Bangladesh is one country which is very actively into the digital marketing. They are very actively into all things digital and computerization. And they have settled a large number of COVID cases with the use of digital. And they have sold also a lot of COVID, Corona cases. I mean, they later on became Corona, but they sold a lot of insurance during that Corona period digitally. So over to Mr. Karim. He is the CEO of Nitol Insurance Company Limited. So Mr. Karim, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roy, and good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen and honorable panelists. Actually, COVID has bring us a lot of challenges, but at the same time, it has some opportunity created to us. So during the initial period of COVID, we were a little bit afraid that how could we make contact with our people or our customers. So we were thinking about this, and whenever the lockdown was declared, so we immediately decided to established online connectivity among us. So we have provided all laptops and internet connections to our all branch offices and also our head office people who are directly involved with the clients. So we used to, every week, we used to sit for a meeting to give them directions, and the people contact with the clients over telephone, because you know in Bangladesh our Prime Minister's slogan is Digital Bangladesh. So this is her vision to convert the nation as a digitalized nation, and a lot of services are being delivered by the digital platform. That is, people can easily pay the bills, utility bills, and all land purchase and sales documents are now being digitalized. Public exam results are being published by digital platform online. So they are working on digitalization of our country. Our ICT ministry is under Prime Minister's office, and lot of works are being done to digitalize our insurance and banking. So we established our connections online, and we issue digital policies initially, because we have no face-to-face connection with the clients, with banks or commercial corporate offices. So initially banks were some hesitation to accept the digital copies of the policies, because there are no signature and that is a digital signature. So we convinced them that for a little initial time we have to deal with this format of policy issuance. And gradually they have accepted that, and we have issued digital policy and payment also like this. But gradually we have feel confident that no, this pandemic will not create much hindrance to our business. So we have continued our business, and it was good. Result is good. Initially we thought that our premium income will be dropped, but it doesn't happen like that, but we have overcome. So government now thinking for bank assurance. That is also a great help for us, because our banking channels have established digital platform, because they are working for long time. So if we can make a alternative distribution channel through banks as a partner, it will be another booster for our digital marketing systems. And apart from this, in Bangladesh, some of the companies has already introduced digital policies. For example, I can say for our company has a digital motor insurance that's app-based. So people can easily enter in the app and they purchase a policy. And with payment there's a payment gateway with the bank, and also credit card is accepted. So they can easily pay the premium digitally. And this has given a good result. We have got a good response from the the client. So I think in Bangladesh there is a great opportunity for digital insurance and banking, because in Bangladesh there is a huge young population who are very much digital used to the digital device. So they can easily handle this, and gradually we are trying to bring other policies, digital policies, so that the business will be easily done by the digital platform. So I think it is a great opportunity. And another thing is Bangladesh economy is growing consistently, and our per capita national income is growing. So recently the Bangladesh is elevated to lower middle income group to lower income group. So as soon as the economic situation will improve, then people will more used to with the digital device, because they have not enough time to go and meet the clients and physically present at the policy. They will prefer the shortest and easy, quick service. So I think it is a great opportunity for us to tap this digital marketing and digital environment. So I think Bangladesh, along with, I have learned, I have listened to the discussion of many panelists, previous sessions, that India has made tremendous success in digital insurance and digital marketing. So gradually, we are regional countries, we will gradually improve from sharing their experience, definitely. So we are working with digital platform, and we are trying to improve further more. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Karim. He was talking of bank assurance. I think Bangladesh is one country which is probably going to roll out bank assurance this very year, as I got it, because recently I had been to Dhaka and I was talking with some of the people who matters and the government also, and I think they have taken it up very seriously, and maybe this year they're going to roll in bank assurance in Bangladesh. So bank assurance is slated to play a greater role in the insurance industry in BIMSTEC countries, with deregulation seeing the light of the day in many member countries. In other countries like in Myanmar, India, of course, we have a huge bank assurance portfolio. Myanmar, Bhutan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Thailand, they can also think of introducing bank assurance. Maybe they are there. I know that in Nepal the bank assurance was working, but in 2009 it was stopped because bankers, they were more into insurance than their core area of banking. So that gives them a lot of profit. So the regulator had to stop it. Maybe in future they will start again. But the other area where I would like the panel to discuss is mobile technology. As I was saying that in many of these African countries, they pay through mobile. In fact, in India also, LIC has also started mobile payment. Other insurance companies have also, they are doing it. And SBI Life, they had a huge program. Even now also it is there, that paperless office. Am I correct, Pejwar? Paperless office, and if you run through their program, it is unique in future because they are really into ESG, protecting the environment, no cutting of trees, no paper, nothing, everything digitally will be done. But slowly it has to pick up and gain ground. So I would like the next speaker from Nepal, Mr. Pawan Kumar Khatka. He's CEO of Surya Life Insurance Company Limited. If you see the panelists, most of them are CEOs. And you know the life of a CEO is very, very busy. And they are very, very busy people, but they have taken all the trouble to come down to this panel discussion all the way from their countries and to give us some thoughts of what is happening in their country, so that somebody else can pick up the good things from their country and initiate in their country. I know of a product called VIP, which was initiated in Sri Lanka, and Nepal has been selling this VIP product a particular company is selling VIP product. I think it is Chunky's company. Sagarmatha is selling the VIP product. Like that, if there are good products and good technology which can be shared among the BIMSTEC countries, we will be very happy that ICC had taken the initiative of having these functions so that we can share this knowledge. So over to Mr. Khatka, please.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. First of all, I would like to thank ICC for organizing this program. I don't know about others, but I had so many takeaways from here. Thank you for all the speakers and the presenters who had really put on their effort to provide us so many new ideas with regard to this AI and the digital technology. I represent a country which has a population of 30 million and still has the data of 39 million mobile users. Okay. I represent a country which has more than 45% people below poverty line, but still almost 37% of people being insured. I represent a country which has $34 billion of GDP and exports in that $800 million of softwares or in IT sector. And I also represent the country which has this foreign workers as a main source of its economy. Almost 500,000 people are working in Middle East and other parts of the Asian nation. Talking about the insurance part also, I also represent a country which has got 19 life insurance companies serving 30 million people. 21 non-life insurance companies serving 30 million people. And 2 reinsurance companies. As they say, like I'm a management student, but I have learned about what we call the Charles Darwin's theory. It's not the smartest or the strongest, but those responsive to change ensures the survival. The condition in Nepal with regard to the life insurance is something like that. We are 19 companies and we are taking whatever is there for the survival. And definitely in that course, we are moving towards this innovation. And that's like Mr. Sonam rightly quoted his King's line. It is the necessity that has compelled us or that has given the opportunity basically to grab the knowledge, to experiment whatever is there in the insurance industry. And fortunately, being a very, very giant player as a neighbor, we have so many takeaways from India. As LIC is also there, SBI is also there. We have 28 banks, commercial banks, including Bank of Punjab, collaborating with Everest Bank. I think it's a what we call associate. SBI is there it has its as a company over there. LIC as a company. Mr. Chaudhary mentioned in his presentation. So the market, though in terms of population, is quite small, but we have many players. So talking about the insurance sector and the impact of digital or AI in the penetration of insurance, we had 4 generations of companies. The history of life insurance goes back to almost 1950. I think LIC was the company which started during the Rana regime, or just after the independence over here and after the formation. It had operated even in Nepal, later on having very small number or a population, or let's say very low market. It handed over its client to the government-owned company, which we call Bima Samiti, and the Bima Samiti got formed in 2029, means 57 years earlier Bikram Samvat calendar is. So 1970 or 80s around, 1980s around, yes. So the first company got established almost 50 years back. Then we had like second generation company which started in 2001, 3 companies including LIC, Nepal Life, and MetLife at that time as a Elico was established. Then in 2008, including mine, Surya Life, Prime, Asian, and Guras Life, 4 companies came into existence. So till 2017, the penetration was less than 7%. But in 2017, government issued, means Bima Samiti, the regulator issued 10 life insurance license. Then after the penetration, or say the cover, got surged to almost 23% within 2 years' time. So that was basically because of the introduction of bank assurance. Though there was bank assurance from 2011-12, but most of the companies were focused basically on conventional sales channel, that is agency sales channel, which is exactly the model which MetLife or LIC was introducing over here. So we had the same pattern, but in 2017, as I marked the quote of Charles Darwin, anyhow, there needs to be a survival and adaptive to change is very important. So the new channel got introduced, that was bank. The banking channel, in an average, the 27 banks are there with in an average of 500,000 clients. So they started selling the clients, basically the loan clients. So the banks focused as per the regulator, banking regulator, the Nepal Rashtra Bank. It got focused moreover in insurance rather than in core banking. So in 2019, they closed the banking channel. But we found the new channel, the microinsurance. After 2015's earthquake, microinsurance company which used to actually collect money from their client and put as a fund of life insurance, though they were not allowed to. But after the earthquake of 2015, many of the microinsurance or microfinances were severely hit. And finally, they shifted to the life insurance sector for the insurance of their clients. And we have very good number of clients from microinsurance, microfinances. And that was basically credit insurance. So talking about the channel, we have almost 4 million people annually being insured under microfinance, under the protection plan, and 500,000 people get insured of foreign expert insurance, and rest a conventional plan of 500,000. So that in total makes almost 80 to 90% of the penetration is due to the presence of banking and microfinance channel. Whereas in terms of number of people insured, and from the normal agency channel, it's almost 10%. But when we talk about the premium side, it just flips. 90% is from the conventional channel, whereas 10% from the microfinances and banking channel. Talking about the digital part, that I would like to quote Mr. Ravi Krishnamurthy. He has rightly mentioned that digital is not about the technology, it's about the culture. And I was quite impressed because that's very true. We have almost 40% of the population who are using internet. I checked the data of some of the companies, including mine. 72 to 80% of our client is determined by the 20% age group. So the Pareto principle is quite applied over here, because our client, in fact, is not the decision maker. The client the insured from the age group of 4 to 20 are almost 32%, and from 20 to 45 is almost 50%. So almost 82% of the client is actually determined, or the premium is paid by the age group 25 to 45. So I'm connecting this particular part because of the very fact that from 25 to 45, as Mr. Roy mentioned, that still myself, I'm not techno savvy. We don't have confidence on that part. So because of that reason, though all the 19 companies, because of the very competition, the innovation is there in terms of mobile app. In my app, in most of the companies' app, within single app, we have like uses for the policyholders, those potential or inquisitive people who want to know about the premium rates and the product, they can also log on and then find out. We can even check the day-to-day MIS, as well as the employees, the branch people. They can feed on their targets, everything. They can check their data within through a single app. So almost all the companies are ready if we have to go digital. But the problem is it's not being cultured. There are many challenges. One of them is, as the act is quite old, 30 years old, so the act is formed, Insurance Act of Nepal, which was formed in 2049. Most of the dates I'm quoting in Bikram Samvat, excuse me for that, which is 47 years earlier than the ED calendar. So right now is 2022 means 2079, so 30 years back, it's in 2049. So most of the terms and conditions that is mentioned in the Act is based on the contract laws, which demands for the paperwork, and lots of paperwork. From SBI, I think Mr. Anand Pejawar had rightly mentioned in 2011-12, there were papers like 11 to 16 pages paper. We still fill up 8 pages paper, okay? And on top of that, this AML, CFT, anti-money laundering issues, because of which we have to fill up other 3-4 forms. And that is taking away the main policy holders away from the insurance companies. And we are there depending on the agency. But the other good part of that agency is almost 150,000 people are getting direct employment. Okay. So we cannot ignore that part also. Okay. So there has been frequent a sort of resilience, a sort of I should say disagreement from the agency's side also, like adoption of this digital technology may take away their earnings or take away their employment. So that is one of the reasons even the regulator and the government itself is quite cautious, and they are quite influential. Obviously, it represents a good number of people being employed or self-employed. But because of the pandemic, as sorry, I often have problem with this. Mr. So Win Than rightly quoted, like during the pandemic, it was very difficult to access people. So, sorry, I'm extremely sorry for this. Mr. Karim quoted, in Bangladesh, it was very difficult to access the clients. So accessibility towards the insurance was quite hard. It is the same situation for all of us, no doubt in that. So during that time, our regulator allowed us to sell insurance through digital platform, basically mobile phone and web-based procedures. We developed in-house. Most of the companies have got in-house IT team, and definitely we developed in-house. But the sum assured was limited to 300,000. So up to the sum assured of 300,000, people can purchase or get life insurance from the Nepalese company being at home. Okay. So the document requirement was comparatively reduced, but there was the condition whenever they need the policy document, they have to fill up all the forms back, means they have to go to the branches and fill up all the forms. So can't say we are digitalized, but as there are more companies are ready to go for this platform or to use digital channel as the main or one of the channel to sell its product. Definitely, we expect if we go digitalized, then the affordability to our client will also be much comfortable. We can curtail the pricing of the product. And the other side, as I told you, that might be the government and the regulator is quite concerned about the employability of the people. So that is the situation. If there is any other question, I would be able to answer. For now, this is the situation in Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pawan. Beautiful presentation. Nepal has to go a long way in digitalization and automation, isn't it? But they are the country which is going in the right directions, because the regulator is also ensuring. In fact, when we are talking today just now over here, BIMSTEC is having a meeting in Nepal with all the insurance companies. Am I correct? Today is 30th April. So friends, we have learnt a lot of what is happening in the neighboring countries. We have learnt what is happening in India also. There is one country which is an island in the Indian Ocean, Sri Lanka. I would like Mr. Jude Gomes to speak on what he is doing in his country, because Sri Lanka is a country where they are going ahead in a very speedy way on this digitalization and this automation. So over to Mr. Jude Gomes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Roy Chaudhary, the panelists and everyone over here. And thank you, Indian Chamber of Commerce, for giving us this opportunity and bringing me back to my city, Calcutta, after 2.5 years. And for my since I'm representing Sri Lanka, so for my Sri Lankan colleagues, I can see two of them, Ayubavan and Vanakkam. And it's good to be back here and good to be sharing the stage with our esteemed panelists. So since I'm representing Sri Lanka, let me give you a perspective of the country very briefly. So we've got a population of about 21 million and a GDP of 75 billion. But the GDP per capita is also significantly high. That's about $3,700. However, if you look at the median GDP, it's pretty low. It's about $300. So that gives you a perspective of how the wealth is staggered between, between the various segments. That said, when you look at the literacy of the country, of the island, it's about 93%. And so that's a good platform to be in. We are also looking at a sort of an aging population, because the median age of Sri Lanka is pretty high. That's 34. So about people, about 11% of the population are above 65, and by about 2030, this will become about 30% of the entire population. So that's an aging population. That said, this country is a very resilient country. It's going through a lot of turmoil, but it survived the civil war from 1983 to 2009. It survived the tsunami in 2004. It survived the Easter attack in 2019. And thereafter, obviously the pandemic, we were all together in the pandemic along with the global fraternity. And thereafter came this financial fiasco which the country is facing. But that said, the people are very, very resilient as a country, and we anticipate that this turnaround will happen fast with IMF intervention. And apart from that, there is a lot of similarity with India. Because of Sri Lanka, you can witness in the IPL the Bhanukas, the Chamiras, as well as this Hasaranga. So you're enjoying your cricket as well, and they love that as well. So that said, I just wanted to give you a little bit, an overview about the digitization and the landscape of Sri Lanka as well. So if you look at the internet, adoption or the internet penetration, it's about 52%, which is among the highest in Southeast Asia. It's much higher than India, which is at 48%, and it's higher than the neighboring countries of Bangladesh, Nepal, and also Bhutan. Bhutan is at 48%. So it's significantly high there. If you look at if you look at what transpired during the pandemic, there's been an increase in the online users by about 31%. And what you've also seen that this about the new customers, about 43% of the new prospective customers are millennials and Gen Z. And they are the ones, those who are actually driving the shift in the e-commerce. And they are the ones, those who will determine how the digitization of that country will go. So if you look at how the buying or the purchasing patterns has changed over the last 2 years, so there's been a paradigm shift. So they've moved from 7% of online sales to about 34% in terms of the online sales. So the curve has been steep, and there's been, this acceleration has been faster than many other countries. That said, I wanted to give you a background about the company which I represent, which is Union Assurance. And Union Assurance happens to be the oldest life company in Sri Lanka. We have a vintage of 35 years. It was a composite company, and then early in 2000, we've given away the non-life company to Fairfax, and thereafter it's only the life company. And this company is primarily held by the largest listed conglomerate in Sri Lanka, which is the John Keells Holdings Group. So that's the company. In terms of our market ranking, we are the 5th in terms of the overall size, because the industry is viewed in terms of GWP, and a significant portion, 23% of the entire GWP comes from the single premium and the group life and the DT or the credit life business, where Union Assurance is not a significant player. In terms of regular business, if you look at, then we are the fastest growing for the last 2 years consecutively, and we've grown at 42% last year, when the industry has grown at 29%. So that just gives you a perspective. In terms of our company also, I just wanted to give you a perspective in terms of the size per se. So we have about 800 staff, 830 staff members, about 3,000 plus agents, but we have a significant 10% of them as MDRTs. So we have 300 MDRTs, which is the largest in Sri Lanka, and that said, we are also the market leader in bank assurance. So over the last few years, as Mr. Roy Choudhury was mentioning about the channels as well, so what we've done is that we've, being a nascent country, so we've moved into the channel diversification. So we moved in from, agency, and then expanded to bank assurance, and then we moved on to the new sort of, apart from the broker channel distribution also, we went into another paradigm, which is the partnership channel, which you're witnessing in some of the developed markets, okay, and primarily the AIA and the Prudential of the world are big players in that space. So we've moved into the partnership space, and with that, we've also been in a position to continue our leadership in the digital space. So I was very impressed when I went to Sri Lanka itself, because that's a market where, we didn't do, or they don't do digitization because it's a tick in the box. Okay, they do digitization because they believe that it'll bring in efficiency, it'll save costs, it'll make it easier and better for the customers at the end of the day. And a lot of my colleagues prior to me have spoken about digitization. But at the end of the day, Mr. Roy Choudhury also mentioned, and I'm re-emphasizing, digitization is not only about having a point of sale where the customers buy directly from us. It is also about the entire engagement journey with the customer. It is about how you interact with the customer. And we've all known that insurance is not known to be the most engaged industry in the world. And we've tried to use this digitization platform to really engage with the customers and go back to them and keeping them engaged. And my predecessors have spoken, so keeping them engaged so that at the end of the day, why will a customer download another one app and then do what? Because at the end of the day, he has very low servicing capabilities. So that said, what we've done is, in terms of this space, we've come out, and this was a beginning even before COVID. So we started off early in 2020. We came up with a proposition called Click Life. Now, Click Life, we've revolutionized the market in Sri Lanka, because it's an end-to-end ecosystem. So it's right from onboarding till self-servicing application. So you buy the policy, you self-service yourself. It's it's all under the same ambit, it's all under the same gamut of one proposition. So what it also does is that we've realized that if you keep that only as a sales and servicing platform, maybe the customers will not engage, maybe they will not interact so much. So what we've also done is that we've used that platform so that we can, and we've created some sticky enablers so that the customers can take care of their health and fitness, the customers can take care of their telemedicine, of the loyalty program, as well as the rewards. And that really gives us the opportunity to interact with the customers and to act, and to get them engaged. Our app has a download of 100,000, and which is the only app which has crossed 100,000 downloads in Sri Lanka in the shortest possible time. In terms of Union Assurance, we've not limited our digitization only to, let's say, a Click Life. What we've also done is that we've created an advisor toolkit called FAME, which is also an in-house and which has been recognized by the Asia Insurance Awards as the best toolkit for the agents. And what we've done is that it has workspaces right from production, right through to the personal goals and achievements, the incentives and rewards and recognition, and the training, the entire training path, as well as the career path of an agent can be mapped over there. And what we are also doing is we are enhancing this, and as my friend, I think Mohit was mentioning earlier in the day, that that platform will also give the opportunity for the agents and advisors to have a video call directly with the clients. And it was good to know that, and it's good to know that in a country like Sri Lanka, we have more than 100%, the entire submission is in digital mode. So there is no paper. It's a paperless office for us across the 80 branches which we have. It's an absolute paperless office, and everybody carries their own smartphone or the iPad, which is given to the advisors. So it's pretty impressive in terms of what that learning curve has been, and maybe in terms of the determination was there not to make it just as a tick in the box, but as something which will add value to the customers at the end of the day. So we've managed to do that. But that said, I think what I also wanted to mention was in terms of using digitization. So we are also using this for the next gen underwriting tool, and that will really help us because we are working with the big data as well as with the AI automation, and that will help us to actually prepare the real-time risk scoring. So that's something which we are progressing on, and that will take us, because we already have a straight-through processing bandwidth of about 66%. So we want to take it to about 80% by the end of this year. So that's been a significant progression there. And with that, we are also looking at the bionic agency model, which is a replication of some of the developed countries, where we are going with the need-based analysis, but that's more of intuitive on an intuitive model. So the digital roadmap has been smooth. There's been a lot of progress, and there's been a lot of focus in terms of taking the customers along with us, and the process has been there. So we've learned. It's not that we've got it right. So we've made a lot of mistakes, but we've also shamelessly copied some of the global leaders, and because we've learned that, okay, they are the ones, those who have more than X amount of downloads, and we've tried and replicated those, and we are in a zone from where we can sow for more from here. So that's from my end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jude. Yeah, very exciting presentation you gave about your country as well as what you are doing over there. And Sri Lanka is one country where I think you're going on the digital front very fast. And what I gathered when I was there is that mobile applications also you're thinking of going on a very large scale. Now I would request Mr. So Win Than, CEO of Global World Insurance Company Limited, Myanmar, to kindly deliver some insights into this topic. Over to you, Mr. Than.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Suden. So have an auspicious time to you all. So I'm from Myanmar. If I say Myanmar, all of the people interested in Myanmar, how the situation in Myanmar. Okay, don't make the question the political situation in Myanmar. I say that I answer the answer. No? Okay, this is a joke. No? So Myanmar has a lot of suffering in business interruption. No? So, but we cannot do ourselves. Everybody cannot do. So today, I'd like to explain the Myanmar insurance industry situation regarding to the time limitation. So actually, I should be an observer instead of panelist, because we have not too much expressed regarding to the digitalizing and insure technology. But we are just started for the InsurTech. So insurance industry struggle to create economic profit at everywhere and every day. So Myanmar also struggle to create economic benefit, profit at every time. So in pandemic time, okay, all of you know, in beginning of 2020, so global insurance market was decreased. After 2020, global market increased 3.3%. But for our Myanmar insurance market still decreased up to now due to the COVID-19 situation and political change. So every time we call the Myanmar has faced the bad crisis. Okay, otherwise Myanmar has been faced the bad crisis. So we are struggling a lot, and we cannot consider for the IT related business. This is a true story. One compared with global market, Myanmar has only 0.1 billion US dollar. This is an amazing figure, 0.1. 0.1 is 0.02% of the market share. Myanmar market is very small, very narrow, you know. Due to the statistics report, approximately 43%. That 43% is, I know that the student mentioned at the previous session, this is the same figure with the LIC digital premium channel, right? 43%. I know that and write on. So Myanmar population had internet asset with the 43%. Myanmar population now, Myanmar population is the 54 million at the moment. So if we look back at the insurance industry, only state-owned insurance service had monopolized over 60 years. Government opened market in 8 years ago. What I mean, what I like to say, so government sector, sometimes government sector block to the private sector. So we cannot stand alone. We cannot stay freely in the industry. So every private sector says for the development, the insurance market, we have the three major issues. One is the lack of public awareness. The second is the lack of authorities encouragement. The last one is the lack of IT knowledge. Those three issues may be developed to the industry and directly affected to the industry. This is very important for our country. So I like to share the information, some assurance. This open my mind. So nobody has interested in insurance. Nobody was aware in insurance. We are very difficult to compare in each region. This is a big problem. So today, there are 25 insurance companies born in Myanmar. So one is a state-owned insurance company and 15 life company. Among them, so 500% investment life company. Another is the JV company. The rest companies are local company. We are the local company. Our global world is a local company. So totally it's a 25 companies in Myanmar. So all 25 companies struggling a lot in this moment. Now, amazing figure I like to say, only 4,000 active agents give the insurance service in industry. A very small amount. Okay, we cannot compare with the other neighboring country. I mean, neighboring country. I don't want to say the global country, no? So another one is Myanmar insurance penetration rate has 0.12%. How to compare to Taiwan? This morning session, I cannot eat a chocolate. So how to compare how am I going to do Taiwan? I like to say we have to change the technology. So Myanmar was last ranking in ASEAN country. So Myanmar has now practicing in traditional style, traditional methods. Now a little bit forward, a little bit move from starting point, starting day. So we call the semi-auto system. Okay, so we cannot waste the paper. We always use the paper. Okay, combined with the software. So this is a Myanmar condition. So we have to apply advanced technology. We have to start new technology strategies. No. So who had three those? All of you know what is InsurTech. Well, we can find in dictionary. InsurTech, I understand. InsurTech is the mixing of insurance and technology. So we like to apply and we like to handle this InsurTech works. So we have, we have to change. The time is change. I like to say, this is really change for future ahead. This is a really treatment for us. So everybody understand if we use InsurTech, so many outcomes for future business, it is a logic. So at here, finally, I like to say that we also have to try Asia Tiger like Bangladesh. Is it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thant. You gave an insight of actually what is happening in Myanmar. And I'm very happy that you have a very open mind about the progress which probably your country will do maybe in the next 2-3 years. In the sense that regarding digitalization and all, you have understood that it will come, but then how long and when it will come, that is your worries now. Thank you, the panelists. But I would like to just, before we end the session, I'll just take 5 minutes. I'll go back to the analytical data, how to use analytics in life insurance. You know, all the insurance companies, you have a huge data bank. Can you take out the data from those data banks and find out which agent does which business, what business in which week, which month, which week, how much commission they have earned, to whom they have sold, what is the age group of the person, what is the age of the person, what is his family size, what is the gender of the person. From this data, can we ask the agent that, okay, you are selling your policies in these PIN code areas, why don't you go to some other PIN code areas nearby and start selling? Give him the data that you have earned commission in last year in this month so much. This year you have not done any work. Don't you need money? So money is a big motivating factor. I call money the vitamin Amma. You know, in South Indian M they spell Amma. So vitamin M is very, very important for insurance agents. Likewise, can we link up this data with the profile of the customer? That is where artificial intelligence comes in. Whether the customer, if he is 25 now, after 5 years, definitely most probably he's married. Whether he has children, yes. What about his other brothers and sisters? So like that, if we can add up these to the customer and the agent, or even any of the intermediaries, we can really do a huge, because from the data itself, we can increase the insurance like anything. Pardon? Yeah, please.
Mr. Roy rightly mentioned that. We have been doing the same because, as I've mentioned you, there are 19 companies, so we have to dig in what exactly is happening in our company. So, as you mentioned, what we do is we have prepared a playbook for the branches. We call branch playbook. There are 2 sections. One is the agency monitoring section, whereby in 30 days' time, we just ask the branches at least call all the agents in the last 4 years. So there should be a teamwork for that. So we have 2 to 3 employees in a branch, and almost right now I'm running 151 branches. This year only 50 branches were established. So as part of playbook, they have to record all the agents. That is now placed in system. And on daily basis, means in a week how many calls they make, and then finally they put the target of the agents, how much they have to achieve in that particular month. We just recently adopted that. It's been 2 months, in fact. Let's see how it works. But definitely that brings the agents close to us, because last year, almost 8,000 agents contributed for 500 crore business. So in total, so out of which, as you mentioned, when we don't do the analysis of the agencies, that data, what happens is almost I'm losing 4,000 agents which were inactive. So from the last 2 months, we are trying to push them and get back to the business again. Because this year, we created another 6,000 agents, but we lost the last year's 4,000. So we are working on that part. And second thing is with regard to the regional also, we have done the same thing, like which branches are actually producing, which branches are mobilizing maximum agents. And accordingly, they have been provided the agency's target, like the old agent's target, and being mobilized. We call that the regional playbook. And we are planning to do same for the agents through our app. The app consists of everything, that even the branch managers, regional managers, agents, as well as the policy holders. Everything, every detail, every planning, anything that can be done within the tip of their fingers through mobile app. Almost not only me, but not only our company, almost 19 companies, they are competing on that part. So as I mentioned, we are almost, we do data analysis also, and we are almost ready. The only thing is, the regulator has to say, okay, get set, go. That's all.
Thank you, Pawan. So we have literally come to the end of this session. And summing up, I would like to say winners will be those who can rethink their offerings, increase digitalization, and embrace new skills to offer, underline the word, personalized service to customers, which is very important. As our friend from Bhutan said, that we have to have a personalized interaction with the customer. We may do digital business, we may do online business, everything is okay, but contact with the customer is very, very important. And as someone said, that you cannot download all the apps of all the companies on your mobile, or you need someone who can explain the products to you. So thank you very much. Thank all the panelists. A round of clap for the panelists, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, to felicitate distinguished speakers from the BIMSTEC countries. To Mr. Amit Roy, Managing Director, Insurance and Life Businesses, PwC. To Mr. Sonam Topge, Director, Bhutan Insurance Limited. To Mr. Jude Gomes, CEO, Union Assurance PLC, Sri Lanka. To Mr. So Win Thant, CEO, Global World Insurance Company Limited, Myanmar. To Mr. S. M. Mahababul Karim, CEO, Nitul Insurance Company Limited, Bangladesh. To Mr. Pavan Kumar Khatka, CEO, Surya Life Insurance Company Limited. Request for a group photograph, please. Thank you so much, sirs. Yeah, please bear with us. We have the next session regarding industry academic interaction. For our fourth session, may I now request Mr. Deepak Godbole, Secretary General, Insurance Institute of India, to be on the dais to present on industry academic interaction. Thank you so much.
ठीक है. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me say that it was such a wonderful day that we have been through. Thank you, ICC, for conducting this particular event on such an important topic. If you are wondering why I am here towards the end of this, first of all, let me introduce myself. I am Deepak Godbole. I belong to GIC Re, the Indian reinsurer, currently on deputation to Insurance Institute of India. So if we are looking at the banner, there is a knowledge partner, Insurance Institute of India. There is an academic partner, National Insurance Academy. And all this that we have been saying can reach all of us, and we can make best use of it, because to do all this, you need a guru. So the guru comes in many forms. We have seen so many gurus today giving us gyan during the day's proceedings. But at the same time, many of these new things will have to be learned either online or offline, and for which there need to be certain institutions. So this is one institution which is there for last 66 years in India. And I feel so happy about the so-called brand. Now this is not a commercial organization, this is a society, but still the logo and the brand is so strong that when I came here yesterday, people from India and from around the Indian or in the Indian subcontinent, even my friends from Myanmar, from Nepal and Bhutan, we have so many common things. Many of them say that, oh, we have visited your institute and we have done some learning from that. So that's where we stand with you. I have just a quick kind of a short presentation. I thought what I would be doing after so many of the experts have spoken, but I think what thoughts I brought out yesterday, I have made this presentation. I'm happy to say that this probably would be summarizing what all we have heard during the day. I'm just tempted to read out what is being shown on the screen. The title that I have given for this presentation is The Next Normal, A Journey to Post-COVID-19 Era. So the first kind of citation is, historically, pandemics have forced humans to break with the past and imagine their world anew. This one is no different. It is a portal, a gateway between one world and the next. The next citation is, the world after COVID-19 is unlikely to return to the world that was. Many trends already underway in the global economy are being accelerated by the impact of the pandemic. And the third I read is, the most important lesson from the COVID-19 pandemic is the importance of working together on problems that affect the entire human race. We are much stronger and united than divided. I think this has been the kind of story that we have been listening the whole day. Moving ahead, I would say that the pandemic accelerated the existing trends in remote work, e-commerce and automation. All these things were definitely there. They didn't come up during the pandemic, but the acceleration is what we have seen. The remote work and virtual meetings are likely to continue, though at a lower scale than during pandemic, because we have heard in the last panel also that, yes, there would be some opportunities where people would like to meet each other, like to meet, greet, and be with each other. About 20% of the business-related travel may not return, but rest of which will still happen. Virtual transactions in the area of teleconsultation, telemedicine, online banking, and streaming entertainment will remain in the new form. We have seen this. We are Indians. We are mad for Bollywood, Hollywood, and whatnot. And all these activities could very easily continue, though we could not reach to the cinema halls. This was all possible for us because of the technology. However, some of the things like negotiations, critical business decisions, brainstorming, onboarding the new kind of talent are some of the activities that could come back into either the traditional way or in the joint way. Markedly different mix of occupations may emerge after this pandemic. Now that is what also we have seen. I have been also saying in my writings and wherever I have been talking that please do not take it as a shock that you always considered insurance to be done by insurance companies. There's going to be a time when insurance is not going to be done only by insurance companies. Unheard kind of institutions will be offering insurance, and we should be ready for that. The pandemic's long-term influence will be seen, however, in terms of enhanced productivity and innovation. That's what all we heard during the day. The technology has invaded all walks of life and business. Now, the change or disruption is not the question at all. It is the disruptive change. We have seen, if you're seeing the visuals, some of them we have seen in the earlier presentations also. It was so easy a transformation from the physical printed shares on papers to demat format, the banking being done in hand to the kind of internet banking, the payments being done in cash and now being done on the unified payment interface. Look at the picture on the right hand side. There was a time that you were driving and going to some place. You always had to either ask someone on the road, how do I go forward, or look at the maps which are in the print. Now you don't have to do that. You simply put on your mobile phone and you know where is the route and how much time is it going to take. Not just that, which of the road is having congestion and which is not. We have seen there was, this picture I have not got of typically Calcutta, but if you see the Ambassador black and yellow taxi was the pride of Calcutta. This was the way in which people traveled. Nowadays we don't have to do that. That also comes at your doorstep only through a mobile. We thought that all this can happen, but all other things, activities of our daily needs, food, all these things at least will continue to be in the same way. But no, pandemic has taught us that even grocery and such other things will also be now available, and they are of course available also through technology. When I say available through technology, till today maybe man comes on a scooter to deliver that, but the day is not far that that also gets delivered through a drone. Of the financial services, insurance has been comparatively a laggard in introduction of technology and adopting the change. But the disruptive change has invaded insurance as well. We have seen it enough during the day, so I economize on my gyan to be again distributed once again. But we have learned something which is very important to note, is that the new breed of lean and thin technologically advanced insurers who have also entered into the Indian market with the kind of traditional ones. We have to be knowing as to what is going to be the whole effect of that. Let us just look at these pictures, and I pick up this from a McKinsey report which says Insurance 2030, the impact of AI on future of insurance. And I'm just reading out one paragraph that is written here. Technology will eventually take over traditional operations. When Scott pulls into his destination's parking lot, his car bumps into one of the several parking signs. As soon as the car stops moving, its internal diagnostics determine the extent of damage. His personal assistant instructs him to take 3 pictures of the front right bumper area and 2 of the surroundings. By the time Scott gets back into the driver's seat, the screen on the dash informs him of the damage, confirms the claim has been approved, and reports that a mobile response drone has been dispatched to the lot for inspection. If the vehicle is drivable, he may be directed to the nearest in-network garage for repair after a replacement or for a replacement vehicle. Such stories will emerge across all lines of insurance with increasing frequency over the decade. In fact, all the technologies required already exist, and many are available to consumers. With the new wave of deep learning techniques and artificial intelligence, this is actually going to accelerate further. In this evolution, the pace of change will accelerate as brokers, consumers, financial intermediaries, insurers, and suppliers become more adept at using advanced technologies to enhance decision making, increase productivity, lower costs, and optimize the consumer experience. Going by the kind of picture that you are seeing on the screen, insurance industry is putting increased emphasis on digital technologies. A great willingness to embrace change will make them reorient their operations and processes. The coming years will see a huge increase in number of connected consumer devices. The already existing devices fitted in cars, fitness trackers, home assistants, smartphones, smart watches, etc. will continue to increase further. It is said that there will be up to 1 trillion connected devices by 2025. The information and data captured on these devices will assist in understanding the clients more deeply, knowing their preferences, and thereby resulting in new product designs and personalized pricing and offering tailor-made new solutions for different life stages. We have heard these things also during the day, that gone are the days that this is my product, everyone take this product, days are gone. Now you will have to ask what kind of a need is there, and you will have to create a new product. Post COVID-19, there will be two distinct divides seen in the insurance business area. One set of traditional insurers and another group of digital insurers. I am not denying the fact that the traditional insurers will also catch up with the digital capabilities, but still there will be a divide. Unlike traditional insurance companies, digital insurance offerings are by entrepreneurs rather than the seasoned insurance executives. They have flatter hierarchies which provide greater transparency into work outcomes. They foster open working environment and encourage a willingness to challenge the status quo and embrace new ideas. Can you believe that I have seen an insurance company where you call it an underwriter or another kind of expert, maybe he is an actuarial expert or even claims manager. He is in a t-shirt and shorts, and he takes the clients to the top floor where there is a restaurant there, and they make a deal there. So that is why I'm repeating again that the future is going to be a war between traditional and the new type of insurers. The winning talent combination, however, is a mix of non-insurance digital experts and the people with deep insurance knowledge. Realizing this, some insurers are investing in hiring young talent to assist the people with experience and domain expertise, while some others are promoting insurtech startups. So both of them need each other. The talent, new talent is also required, and the domain expertise is also a key for success. Now, the COVID-19 crisis has had a major impact on the global education sector as well. And even though the pandemic is slowly dying down, and things are returning closer to normal, there is no denying that the effects will be felt in the years to come. So now it is not only classroom trainings that are happening, it is a kind of combined training which is happening. And actually the challenge is not only for the learners, the challenge is also with the trainers. Because reskilling of even teachers is important for accessing and leveraging the technologies. So I belong to a provider of trainings, and I see a lot of challenges before me as to I have the people with domain expertise, but I'll have to also prepare them with what all the insurance industry is also battling with. What happened is the pandemic made us realize that I'll just give me one. So when I said that we will also undergo certain kind of challenges, this is the model that was always there with Insurance Institute of India for last 66 years. It has its capability in content updating or content preparation and updating, having essay competitions. Now this is something that brings out the kind of new ideas from the people who are working in insurance and then giving it back to the insurance industry by the Insurance Institute of India. So many seminars were being conducted on old and new topics together. We have a great library, and we also come out with publications. Now, what is the use of library is insurance keeps changing, the books keep changing, but there would be some particular case that is going on in the court of law. And we are so happy to say that someone then comes to the Insurance Institute of India and says that I want a book on this fire insurance which was printed in 1957, and this clause was looking like this at that time, and why it has undergone a change in the books now. That kind of a traditional wisdom in continuity has been maintained there. Awareness creation and capacity development initiatives are being done through 72 associated institutes spread all over India, and we have the associated partners in Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, and many other countries. But this was the model, as I said. We will also have to undergo a change. So I am putting down below what we also did in the last 2 years, when what all insurance companies faced, those were the problems the Insurance Institute also faced. We also had the limitations to work. We also had to work from home. We also could not contact our clients or the insurance industry. So we took up some social media initiatives. I would like to invite your attention, and please visit our YouTube channel of Insurance Institute of India. And there is a treasure of 25 interviews of the leaders of the insurance industry who kept talking during these 2 years continuously and telling about what their company, what insurance industry, what technology has been doing. Some of them were today with us. I could quickly remember name of Mr. Pejawar. He has given his thoughts. Regulators have been participating in that, and that is what we did. We got a very good response because people had some extra time. Their time going to the offices and coming back was now saved. They could actually utilize it in the work from home scenario to see on to what others are thinking during this time. Taking some kind of motivation from that, we have started a new initiative which is called as some landmarks in the Indian insurance industry, and we have already broadcasted 3 episodes. The 4th one is now going to come in. The first one was on a new thing that has happened in India, is that a new regulatory authority, which is a unified regulatory authority for banking, insurance and capital markets, has been created for the GIFT City, which is the offshore center in India. So the chairperson has given his views in that. In the 2nd episode, member non-life IRDA has given her thoughts as to how we manage the Indian insurance industry during the 2 years of COVID. And in the 3rd episode, ex-LIC person, ex-IRDA person has spoken about the IPOs of the insurance companies in India. What is the mandate, how things are progressing, etc., because there was a lot of interest generated because of the LIC IPO in the market. So that was about it. We did a lot of webinars. You all probably were struggling at that time to find out, is your policy also allowing you for close of the factories where there was no fire, where there was no lack of energy, etc., but still production was halted. So a loss of profit will trigger at that time, or it will not trigger at that time. This was a very unique case that everything was fine, but the government said that you cannot open your factory, you cannot produce. So insurers were not knowing about it. So we had some kind of webinars along with some law firms during this time to inform the kind of people who are interested in this. We did webinars on fraud fighting, because yes, it is good not to know your client face to face, and it is good to connect online, but then there are certain extra smart clients who are capable of cheating you. So how to do the fraud management during this time was also covered in that. We also found some time to do some consulting and projects during this time, because this time our intellectual capital, our faculty members were with us, but you all were not there to whom they could teach. And I'm very proud to say that we were assisted by the industry, and I'm very happy to say that we were also assisted by the process reviewer here in this event, the PwC. Together we did some good work for India and for Bangladesh during this time. Going ahead, this is what I was saying, what all we did, a crisp view of, there were webinars that were done on prospects of education in insurance sector, career prospects in insurance, along with the Mumbai University we did conduct. We did webinars with Barbus, a law firm in South Africa. we did conduct the kind of crisis resilience in insurance sector, because this was a great crisis. We didn't know how to handle it. So partnering with some entities in USA and Canada, we did these webinars as well. So when I move further, look at the insurance industry, it was always saying that we must have capable organizations, but it realized that now the future, we need agile, progressive and responsive organizations. Insurance companies thought that they are service providers, but for the future, they have to understand that they should be convenience providers, and what they require is reskilling. If you see the insurance educators also, they thought that we were knowledge providers. Now, henceforth, we have to think that we are a facilitator for knowledge dissemination. Not that the knowledge is centralized with us. The knowledge is all here. We have to bring you together. The traditional wisdom is what was our strength, but now we will also have to work on the futuristic offerings. And again, our challenge is also reskilling. So that is what I said, that we are slowly coming to the challenge. The challenge of future is reskilling. And that is where I end my presentation by saying that this is what Insurance Institute does. It does surveys, research, consulting, publications, and conducts competitions. I'm happy to say that the last 2 surveys that we conducted were on some important titles, such as we asked 56 CEOs, CROs, and the decision makers from the Indian industry to know as to what are the risks they see in the post-COVID, and we have published a report on that. We also conducted a survey of doctors and the users together to understand as to what is the future for telemedicine and teleconsulting, and we are working on a few more surveys as well. We have leading kind of classroom and virtual trainings that we do. We are happy to say that now it's not only the insurance people who come for training. We have most recently trained a batch of people from Zambia who produce power. Now they wanted to know about the risks in power production and what are the kind of covers available. And what we did is that we gave them that input in the class, and we took them to the Tata Hydropower to see how it is done in India. There is a Center for Doctoral Studies under the University of Mumbai. You may please kind of motivate people in your companies to register under us to do the doctoral studies in insurance subjects. We have some postgraduate diplomas in marketing and health insurance. We have certified program in advanced insurance marketing. We heard a lot. In some countries, there are only 4,000 agents. In some other countries, there are many agents, but many of them are not active and they are dormant. So this program actually is meant for the insurance marketing. And of course, we conduct professional and regulatory examinations. And then we also try to do a lot of work into the awareness creation within India through 72 insurance institutes that are spread all over the country. Now, I would only say that, having said that, having understood that we have to change, if you have any issues in kind of enlightening your staff on subjects like ESG, risk-based capital, RBC, techno-marketing, data analytics, management, data management, and fraud risk management, please contact us, and we would be either offering you a calendar program or we would be creating a specified program for you. So I once again say that Insurance Institute of India is proud to be the knowledge partner to this particular function that has been organized by ICC, and the industry academy together, academic side could together make the digital transition definitely a stress-free kind of a process and travel. With that, I thank you all, and I once again say that my coming in front of you was to say that we have created an institution by the insurance companies. Please make use of it to the best of your requirements. Thank you for all of you to be here with me, and I once again thank the organizers to have given me this opportunity to address you at this particular place. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for such a nice presentation. I would now request Mr. Rajarshi Ghosh to felicitate Mr. Deepak Godbole, Secretary General, III, with a small token of appreciation.
I thought such a wonderful arrangement has been made, can be made, you know. Sorry, I didn't even come in this place. Thank you so much.
I would like to invite Mr. S.N. Bhattacharya, Secretary General, Life Insurance Council, onto the dais, please, for the felicitation. Thank you so much, sir. It's just an announcement that we will assemble here again at 6:45 p.m. for the most exciting event is the awards distribution. And I would request the delegates who would be doing the iftar break, that will be at 6 p.m. in the studio hall. For your information, please. Thank you so much. We will again meet at 6:45 p.m. right here. Thank you so much.
रिटायरमेंट के बाद
हम शिमला जा रहे हैं।
स्विट्जरलैंड।
स्विट्जरलैंड?
बड़े सपनों को सच करने के लिए चाहिए सही प्लान्स। इसलिए मैं चुनती हूँ पीएनबी मेटलाइफ के रिटायरमेंट सॉल्यूशंस, जो देते हैं लमसम और मंथली इनकम के ऑप्शंस। तो आप भी मेरी तरह कीजिए बड़े सपनों की तैयारी।
ये तुम्हारे टिकट का प्रिंट आउट।
मम्मा।
हाँ?
कुछ भूल गई? आपकी स्माइल?
चलो। आज भी जल्दी उठी।
हैबिट ना। स्कूल, फुटबॉल।
लेकिन इतनी सुबह उठना तुम्हें कहाँ पसंद था?
पर इम्पोर्टेंट था ना, कबीर के लिए।
वैसे ये व्यू भी तुम्हें पसंद नहीं था? हमेशा शहर से दूर रहना था तुम्हें?
हाँ, पर ये लोकेलिटी अच्छी थी। गुड स्कूल्स, फैसिलिटीज।
पर कबीर तो निकल गया कॉलेज अपनी लाइफ बनाने। अब अपने लिए प्लान करें। पहाड़ों में रिटायर होते हैं। इतने साल उसके लिए किया,
अब अपने लिए।
अब अपने लिए।
बच्चे तो अपनी जिंदगी की खोज में निकल जाएंगे, इसलिए जरूरी है अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान करना। रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स बाय HDFC लाइफ। पाइए गारंटीड लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम और जॉइंट लाइफ कवर जैसे बेनिफिट्स। मतलब रिटायरमेंट अपनी शर्तों पे। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा कीजिए।
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022, वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं। बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ, हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन। ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे, ना कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो, रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे, अचीवमेंट्स, बस पढ़े रहे 2 साल घर पे। दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे। मैं लिखूंगी पेकट्स हुए, फिर भी मेरी फीस पूरी भरी गई। माँ को एक सेकंड भी बैठे हुए नहीं देखा ताकि मुझे ऑनलाइन क्लास के बीच उठना ना पड़े। पापा को ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से सांस लेते हुए देखा, पर सभी पापा को यही चिंता थी कि मेरी केमिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है या नहीं। जब पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती। बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर। आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा। थैंक यू।
जब अपनों का साथ हुआ और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
Meet Ria. She is an advisor with PNB MetLife. With so many tasks to do every day, she's got a trusted partner with Smart Friend, a unified app which enables her in every step of her professional journey. So, let's see how a typical day in the life of Ria looks like. She starts her day by logging into Smart Friend to check her day's appointments, keep records, and track the daily, weekly, and monthly activities. She meets her customers by conducting sessions remotely via a co-browsing application. Here, she can share her screen in real time, do live or video chat, and take the potential buyers through different product materials. Ria generates and sends quotes for PNB MetLife products to her customers. She can also calculate the premium amount instantly using this app. Ria logs into the applications of the interested customers digitally to onboard them. She undergoes training and learns about products, process, or even gets material for sales. She learns through coaching sessions and videos. She can also take the assessments and surveys to check effectiveness. She provides service to her customers and resolves customer requests and queries. After all that hard work, all Ria needs to do is have good earnings. She checks her compensation, qualifications, and other business performance details. It all started when her manager hired and onboarded her digitally through an app. This app helps managers recruit suitable agents anytime, anywhere. And now, with Smart Friend, Ria can complete all her tasks digitally with ease.
सुनो,
हाँ,
जरा ब्रेड ले आना।
अभी नहीं। रोइंग प्रैक्टिस? रिटायरमेंट के बाद
हम शिमला जा रहे हैं।
स्विट्जरलैंड।
स्विट्जरलैंड?
बड़े सपनों को सच करने के लिए चाहिए सही प्लान्स, इसलिए मैं चुनती हूँ
मैं अनम्यूट करना भूल गई। हेलो बैच ऑफ 2022। वैसे ये तो हमारा ऑफिशियल नाम है, अनऑफिशियली हमें कोविड बैच भी बुलाते हैं। बट आज हम सब पास हो रहे हैं एंड थैंक यू टीचर्स एंड स्टाफ, हम सबको झेलने के लिए, वो भी ऑनलाइन। ऑफ कोर्स दुनिया तो यही कह रही है कि अरे ये लोग पास हो रहे, ना कभी स्कूल गए, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस जीरो, रिपोर्ट कार्ड में क्या लिखोगे, अचीवमेंट्स, बस पड़े रहे 2 साल घर पे। दुनिया ने तो हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड लिख दिया, पर दुनिया ये नहीं जानती कि हम क्या लिखेंगे। मैं लिखूंगी पे कट्स हुए, फिर भी मेरी फीस पूरी भरी गई। माँ को एक सेकंड भी बैठे हुए नहीं देखा ताकि मुझे ऑनलाइन क्लास के बीच उठना ना पड़े। पापा को ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर से सांस लेते हुए देखा, पर सभी पापा को यही चिंता थी कि मेरी केमिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है या नहीं। जब पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं था कल क्या होगा, हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर करने के लिए हमारे पेरेंट्स ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और ये जो हमने इनसे सीखा, ये कोई भी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं सिखा पाती। बड़ी से बड़ी मुश्किलों से बाउंस बैक करने का ये टफ चैप्टर। आज हम सब प्राउडली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं क्योंकि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ डट के खड़े रहे एंड इसीलिए आपको हमारे जैसा बैच कभी नहीं मिलेगा। थैंक यू।
जब अपनों का साथ हो और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का भरोसा, तो हर मुश्किल से बाउंस बैक मुमकिन है। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
Meet Ria. She is an advisor with PNB MetLife. With so many tasks to do every day, she's got a trusted partner with Smart Friend, a unified app which enables her in every step of her professional journey. So, let's see how a typical day in the life of Ria looks like. She starts her day by logging into Smart Friend to check her day's appointments, keep records, and track the daily, weekly, and monthly activities. She meets her customers by conducting sessions remotely via a co-browsing application. Here, she can share her screen in real time, do live or video chat, and take the potential buyers through different product materials. Ria generates and sends quotes for PNB MetLife products to her customers. She can also calculate the premium amount instantly using this app. Ria logs into the applications of the interested customers digitally to onboard them. She undergoes training and learns about products, process, or even gets material for sales. She learns through coaching sessions and videos. She can also take the assessments and surveys to check effectiveness. She provides service to her customers and resolves customer requests and queries. After all that hard work, all Ria needs to do is have good earnings. She checks her compensation, qualifications, and other business performance details. It all started when her manager hired and onboarded her digitally through an app. This app helps managers recruit suitable agents anytime, anywhere. And now, with Smart Friend, Ria can complete all her tasks digitally with ease.
सुनो,
हाँ
जरा ब्रेड ले आना।
अभी नहीं। रोइंग प्रैक्टिस? रिटायरमेंट के बाद
हम शिमला जा रहे हैं।
स्विट्जरलैंड।
स्विट्जरलैंड?
बड़े सपनों को सच करने के लिए चाहिए सही प्लान्स। इसलिए मैं चुनती हूँ PNB MetLife के रिटायरमेंट सॉल्यूशंस, जो देते हैं लमसम और मंथली इनकम के ऑप्शंस। तो आप भी मेरी तरह कीजिए बड़े सपनों की तैयारी।